Hey guys, welcome to the channel. As you see in the thumbnail, what if Ichigo does instead of Masaki at young age and harem with all Hallow woman full movie? Before I start, please do support for more awesome content, and subscribe my channel and like this video. Go support and follow the StringDman for writing that awesome fanfic, and also make sure to comment on this story. Link in the description. Ichigo was very happy when his mother showed up to pick him up from his dojo training with Tatsuki. She had beaten him pretty badly to the point where he started to cry, but that quickly changed the second Masaki showed up to get him. The 8-year-old immediately stopped his tears and smiled the second he saw her. He took off his protective helmet and walked over to her. She knelt down in front of her boy and smiled warmly at him. "Go get changed and we'll head home so I can make you your favorite, okay?" said with her warm smile. Ichigo beamed at her words and hurried to the back to get changed. It didn't take him long, and he joined his mother by the entrance. She held out her hand and Ichigo took it as they walked outside and were making their way back home. On their way back, it had started to rain heavily. Luckily, Masaki had prepared for this and brought out an umbrella for her and a raincoat for Ichigo. They continued to walk from under the umbrella and made it to the river bay. The two kept on walking until Ichigo saw a girl on the edge of the raging river. "Hey, wait!" Ichigo yelled out as he ran toward the girl. The second his small hand left Masaki's, she could feel a sudden rise in spirit energy where the girl was. "Ichigo, stop!" Masaki yelled out as she ran down as fast as she could without her Quincy powers at her disposal. Ichigo reached out for the girl, and as soon as he tried to grab her, she disappeared. Suddenly, and without him even seeing it, Ichigo felt something go through his chest. The next thing he noticed was a pair of red eyes staring at him before disappearing. As he fell down to the ground, the last thing he heard before everything went black was his mother's cries, "Ichigo!" And just like that, he slipped into complete darkness. "Ichigo!" A voice started through the darkness. It was slightly muffled to the boy, but he could tell it was a male voice. "Ichigo!" The voice got louder. "Ichigo! I don't have an eternity here." "Oh, wait. Never mind, technically I do." Ichigo could barely open his eyes, but he managed to crack them open a little. He saw that he was in what looked like some kind of floating rock surface. When he saw that, his body suddenly had a burst of intense energy surge through him. He was able to move again and sat up. He looked around and saw that he was indeed laying on top of a floating rock. He stood up and immediately noticed that he wasn't wearing his clothes or even his boots. He wasn't wearing any kind of clothes actually. Instead, his skin was a pure orange color, and he had white fur around his waist, neck, wrists, ankles, and all over his hands. He also noticed that his hair was down to the ground and also white. There were strange black markings going across his chest, and he also noticed with a little bit of feeling himself up and down that he was wearing a mask. It was in the shape of some kind of dragon with sharp-looking teeth and black markings going around its mouth and eye holes. Whoa! Ichigo started after he noticed almost everything on himself. That was when he noticed that he had wings coming out of his back and a tail. They were pure white just like his hair. "Pretty cool, right?" The voice spoke once again. Ichigo turned to where the voice was coming from and saw that the voice came from something on top of another floating rock. After a little bit of focusing from Ichigo, he saw that it was a dragon that looked almost the same color-wise as Ichigo. It was a 4-legged dragon that had an almost Cheshire grin on its face and was in a relaxed position. "How are you feeling right now, Ichigo?" Ichigo cocked his head for a second and just looked at the dragon intently. The dragon looked at him in a nonchalant way and stretched itself against the large rock it was laying on top of. After a few quiet seconds from the boy, he finally decided to say something. I guess," he said hesitantly. The dragon smiled a big toothy smile to the boy. "'Bout time you at least said hey to me." The dragon stood up and looked over at Ichigo. "Okay. Looks like you're ready to get going, right, Ichigo?" he asked the boy. "Going where exactly?" Ichigo asked while cocking his head back. The dragon smiled at him again, and then started to charge a red orb in its mouth. Going down, he fired at the rock Ichigo was on, and Ichigo started falling into a dark abyss. As he was falling down and very confused on his situation, something happened to him. A surge of strange information on a place called Hueco Mundo and Hollows. The information was vast but manageable to the boy. He eventually saw that the abyss had a light at its end, and he fell through it, landing in sand. After a quick moment of laying there, Ichigo stood up and found himself in what looked like a forest. He looked around in awe at the tall trees covering the sky and the vast open area. He walked along, not knowing what to do or where to go. Walking around aimlessly is a very easy way to get yourself lost, Ichigo. A voice started. Ichigo looked around for the familiar voice of that dragon that he saw earlier. Hey! Where are you? And where's my mom? Ichigo asked to wherever the voice was coming from. Chill, dude. The voice started again. First off, not so loud. You'll attract unwanted attention. Secondly, it's just me. The dragon inside your head. Inside my head? I don't think I understand. Ichigo said as he scratched through his long hair. Oh. No time for talk. Get ready to fight or run. The dragon said in an urgent tone. Ichigo didn't know what he meant until he felt that he was being watched from multiple different angles. He looked around and saw multiple sets of eyes staring right at him. Taking his dragon's advice, Ichigo started to run away from them only to be stopped by a very large minotaur hollow. Well, look at what we got here. It started almost in shock. A tiny little vasto lord that smells absolutely delicious and frail. As he took a step forward, Ichigo stepped back. The other hollows stepped out of the shadows and circled the small orange hollow with wings. Let's see just how good this pipsqueak of a vasto lord tastes. The minotaur spoke, almost like he was the leader. He grabbed at the boy and raised him high into the air. As he was about to consume the boy, Ichigo closed his eyes out of fear. Dude, don't just accept this crap, the dragon spoke. These guys are small fry compared to you. Don't let them scare you. Make them terrified of you. Show them just how powerful you are. His words for some reason ignited a fire inside of Ichigo. Just as the minotaur bit down on the boy, his teeth shattered on skin. He shrieked in pain as his followers watched in shock. Ichigo took this opportunity to break free from the hollow's grip and punched a massive hole through its mouth. The minotaur fell to the ground hard and Ichigo landed on his feet safely. The other hollows looked on as the small vasto lord looked at them and charged a siro through his mouth. The hollows scattered as fast as they could but couldn't get away from the devastating blast Ichigo fired to them. Every hollow that was with the minotaur was now nothing but a pile of ash. Wow! Ichigo started as he looked at his hands quizzically. How am I this strong already, dragon guy? I thought I was supposed to become a normal hollow first and work my way up. First off, my name isn't Dragon Guy. It's Orenji. And secondly, I honestly have no idea how you're starting off a vasto lord, Orenji started. But if that is the case, then you need to get out of this forest and head up top right now. Orenji? Ichigo questioned. Your name's Orange? Shut up, Orenji yelled out in annoyance. Just go on and get out of this forest. I'll talk to you later. Ichigo nodded and using the knowledge that he got earlier, he leapt up in the air and broke through the trees. He also felt the sand quickly try and bring him down, but Ichigo powered through it and was finally at the surface. He saw the black sky and the crescent moon high above. Ichigo stared wide-eyed at it for a short while before he started to walk in a random direction. Despite not knowing much about his powers or Orenji, or even the fact of how he got here, Ichigo wasn't really concerned about any of that. He just wanted to know if his mom was okay. The last thing he remembered before he blacked out was her screaming his name. That thought would be in his head for the rest of his life. Ichigo wasn't paying attention to where he was going or what was happening around him, and he accidentally stumbled on this mass group of hollows. Since he was so short, most of the hollows didn't notice him. Ichigo was now in a huge crowd of Ajucha and a few Minos Grande, and there was this strange-looking Ajucha sitting on top of one of the Minos' shoulder. He was a red-skinned wolf of some kind, and he howled to get everyone's attention. This is it, he yelled out. The moment we destroy the Soul Society and rid ourselves of the Soul Reapers forever. There was an uproar from every hollow there except for, of course, Ichigo. Let's go and rid ourselves of our enemy forever. A large portal-like hole appeared out of nowhere, and the hollows rushed through it. Ichigo tried his hardest to get out of the fray, but his small stature and lack of the use of his wings made it impossible for him to leave. He was brought into the portal and sent through with the other hollows. After a brief moment in darkness, he found himself at the end of the tunnel and a bright light shined down on his face. He was blinded for a second before he could see again. When he could, he saw that he was falling down into a forest along with the other hollows. Ichigo had no idea what was going on until he landed on his feet with ease. Orenji? Ichigo started while looking around in a brief panic. Where am I? There was no answer, and this made Ichigo worried even more as the last of the hollows came out of the portal in the sky. Ichigo was about to jump for the portal, but it closed before he even left the ground. Sighing in defeat, Ichigo watched as the hollows started wreaking havoc on the forest. The Minos were firing their Siros in multiple different directions while the Ajuchas were destroying the trees and firing their own Siros at what looked like a village. The people in the village were running for their lives as the hollows continued their rampage. They were killing anything that moved and was going to continue, until a boy with white hair and white coat over his black clothes appeared. He raised a long sword in the air and started to say something. Rain over the frosted heavens, Hyarinmaru. The boy shouted and ice flew out of his sword and froze all the hollow in sight completely. Ichigo didn't know what to think when he saw this white-haired boy, but against his better judgment, Ichigo decided to walk toward him. Before he was even a few meters to the white-haired boy, a female voice yelled out to the white-haired boy, "Captain, behind you!" The captain turned and saw Ichigo standing away from him. The female appeared next to the captain and drew her sword as well. Ichigo got nervous and started to back away slowly. The woman started. "I'll deal with the little cutie pie, Captain. He doesn't seem all that dangerous. Wait a second, Ranjiku." The captain held his arm in front of her and stared at Ichigo intensely. After a few brief moments, the captain looked at the small hollow with wide eyes. "This hollow is a Vasto Lord class hollow," Ranjiku gasped and looked back to Ichigo. "You mean that cute little hollow is a Vasto Lord?" she asked in disbelief. The captain nodded to her. "Inform the other captains and take care of the Ajucha and Minos. I'll hold this one off until reinforcements arrive. Good luck, Captain." Ranjiku disappeared again and left her captain with Ichigo. The captain got into his stance, and Ichigo waved his hands to him. "Wait a second. I don't want to fight anybody." Ichigo tried to calm the whole situation, but was met with the captain slashing his sword to him. Ice came out of the blade like before, but Ichigo was able to dodge it much to his surprise. The captain rushed Ichigo and began his barrage of swings and slashes. To his surprise, the small vast lord was actually a lot faster than he anticipated. Ichigo dodged every swing from the captain and managed to create some distance between them. Ichigo ran away from him but was of course followed. This is the first Vasto Lord sighting in more than a century, the captain thought as he chased the orange hollow. So then why is it running away if it was a part of this whole invasion? His thoughts were broken when he felt three familiar spiritual pressures approaching, one of which made him cringe a bit. No, not him. He'll drag this whole thing out. Ichigo continued to run as fast as he could from the captain until he felt three people were right behind him. He stopped and turned around where he only saw the white-haired captain still following him. The captain stopped and stared not at Ichigo, but above him. Ichigo backed away from the captain until he bumped into something solid. He turned and saw a very large man with pointy hair that had bells on the tips and a mad grin on his face. He had on an eye patch and his sword looked jagged as he had it resting on his shoulder. The big man stared down at Ichigo and then to the captain, Toshiro. He started. "Don't tell me you were having trouble taking out this pipsqueak of a hollow. He's faster than I gave him credit for, Kenpachi." Toshiro started. "But he is still a Vasto Lord. Really now?" A man in a straw hat and a pink coat appeared next to Toshiro along with a man with long white hair. "This little guy is a Vasto Lord. That's kind of unbelievable, Toshiro, don't you think?" "Hard to tell, Shunsui." The white-haired man started. "I can feel his intense spiritual pressure, but it looks like he doesn't know how to control or use it properly. He looks kind of cute, Kenny," a pin-haired girl said while on Kenpachi's shoulder. "Oh well," Kenpachi said with a mad grin as he flared his spirit energy. The three captains were no strangers to Kenpachi's raw power, but Ichigo was simply looking at the bright yellow light shining off of the man. He didn't seem affected at all by Kenpachi's power, and that made the large captain grin even wider. This just might be a little fun after all. He brought his sword down with the intent to kill Ichigo. When the dust settled, Ichigo jumped up and landed feet first on Kenpachi's face and jumped off. He landed behind the man and continued to run away from them. Other than Toshiro, who was shaking his head at the whole thing, everyone was laughing at what the small Hallow did to Kenpachi. Kenpachi turned to where the Vasto Lord was headed to and was now donning a look of rage at his embarrassment. "I'm gonna murder that kid!" he shouted as he ran at his top speed to catch up to him. Toshiro wasn't kidding when he said that the Vasto Lord was fast. He was moving at impossible speeds to get away from big guy named Kenpachi. Ichigo spotted some more people up ahead past some of the trees. He stopped when they noticed him and started to draw their swords as well. Ichigo panted and rested his hands on his knees. He was exhausted from all the running he had done. The small group in front of him consisted of that woman from earlier called Ranjaku, a man with red hair in the shape of a pineapple, a bald man, and a man with a 69 on his cheek. The four prepared themselves for the fight of their lives with the small Vasto Lord. They were tense at first, but when they noticed that it was tired, they decided to go for the kill. Ichigo saw the bald one rush towards him with his sword aimed for the chest. Ichigo dodged him and jumped away from the group. He had no intention of fighting anybody. "Huh!" the bald one started as he saw the long white hair leaping away from him. "For the strongest type of Hallow, it sure is a coward." "Ikaku!" Kenpachi yelled out as he ran to a stop near his third seat. "Captain?" Ikaku started in a confused tone, until he saw a foot mark on Kenpachi's face. He tried his absolute hardest not to laugh. "Laugh and you're dead," Kenpachi said in an intimidating way. The cut orange Hallow stepped on Kenny's face. Yuchira said with enthusiasm in her voice. The four couldn't hold in their laughter, much to Kenpachi's annoyance. Ichigo landed pretty far away from the group before falling to his knees in exhaustion. He had only been like this for a few hours, so he wasn't used to this much physical exertion yet. He went over and leaned on one of the nearby trees to catch his breath. He looked up at the bright cloudless sky and wondered just what happened to Orenji, and why he wasn't answering. After a few seconds of wondering, he heard a voice yelling towards him. "Heido number 33, Sokatsui!" A bolt of blue lightning shot right at Ichigo, and hit him directly in his chest. The blast knocked him back several meters away from the tree he was leaning on, and he rolled over to spring. He shook off the shot since it didn't pierce his skin and stood up to see a raven-haired girl standing in front of him with her sword drawn. "So you're the Vasto Lord that everyone's has been talking about?" She started with a confused look. "But you look just like a child. Who are you, Hallow? What's your name?" Ichigo hesitated for a second before answering her. "Ichigo. My name is Ichigo Kurosaki." Rukia looked confused at this point. She had heard that Hallows possess names later in life as an Ajucha, but never had she heard they possess full names as Vasto Lord. She held her sword back up when she realized that she lowered it. "Fine then, Ichigo Kurosaki," she started. "My name is Rukia Kachiki. Tell me, why did you lead a flawed invasion and then abandon all of your followers?" "My followers? They dragged me here by accident," Ichigo started. "I was just walking until I accidentally stumbled onto those guys. I don't want to fight anybody, I just want to leave this place and go home." He said that last part in a low tone and Rukia had a hard time hearing it. "Kachiki." Both Ichigo and Rukia looked over to see Kenpachi charging in. "Do yourself a favor and get out of my way." Kenpachi rushed over at an incredible speed and stood in front of Ichigo with his sword high in the air. Ichigo was too tired to move and didn't know what to do at this point. The Soul Reaper brought his sword down, and that was when everything stopped. Ichigo looked around and noticed that it wasn't just the man that stopped, but everything. The wind, the movements of the spring, the loud crashes in the distance, even Rukia was motionless. "What just happened?" Ichigo asked no one in particular. "Okay, I'm done sulking." A familiar voice came from behind Ichigo. The boy turned and was face to nose with Orenji. "Orenji!" Ichigo yelled at him. "Where have you been? I don't know what's going on, and these people are trying to kill me for some weird reason." Orenji smirked at Ichigo's panicked disposition. "These guys are called Soul Reapers. They kill Hallows for a living basically, just as Hallows consume others to become stronger. That dude who lead this whole thing thought that with a massive force, they could overrun the Soul Reaper's main stronghold. What a loser. Then what am I supposed to do then? They won't stop attacking me and I'm too tired to run away anymore. Ichigo started as he stood up in front of the dragon. Okay, chill out there, oh young grasshopper, Orenji said in a Chinese accent. You aren't ready for a real fight yet, so you need to leave and head back to Hueco Mundo. Cool, how am I supposed to do that? Ichigo asked. You gather up some energy in your hand, think about Hueco Mundo, then flick your finger to the air. A garganta opens up and you head through it. Easy, Orenji said with a smile. Also, you might want to hurry cause I'm gonna make things go back to normal now. Ichigo nodded and moved away from the man's sword. Orenji nodded to him and disappeared. Suddenly, everything continued. Kenpachi struck the edge of the spring while Ichigo did as instructed. The second he opened the garganta, he jumped through it, leaving a seething Kenpachi. Ichigo went through the same tunnel as before and landed onto the sands of Hueco Mundo once again. He looked around and sighed in relief. Thanks, Orenji. Ichigo thanked his dragon. No problem, Bob, Orenji said with a chuckle. Now then, we gotta get you somewhere safe so you can start training. Training? Ichigo questioned. Duh. You were running away like a pussy the whole time. Orenji's insult was met with a confused Ichigo, wondering what a pussy was. Look. You need to get stronger, okay? So nobody can beat you down and junk like that. Find like a cave or something so I can teach you how to fight. Ichigo nodded and started to make his way off to find some place that was safe for what he could only assume was going to be a very rigorous life. Ichigo was able to find a cave after about an hour or so of walking and found that no one was inhabiting it. He walked inside and went to the back of the cave where the moon's light didn't shine in. Ichigo sat next to the wall and started talking to Orenji. Okay, Orenji? I'm somewhere safe. Now what? Ichigo asked. Cool. Alright, close your eyes, drown everything out, and come to your inner world, Orenji said in his usual tone. Ichigo nodded and closed his eyes. He focused on his inner world and drowned everything else out around him. For a few seconds, he sat there in deep concentration until he heard Orenji again. You can open your eyes now, Ichigo. Ichigo did that, and found himself back on top of the floating rocks. Only this time when he looked around, he saw multiple floating rocks amidst a bright plain of orange clouds and a white sky. Ichigo looked around and was amazed that his inner world was so peaceful and actually quite beautiful. He looked over and saw Orenji laying on the same rock as before. Ichigo smiled in his mask and jumped over to the relaxed dragon. Alright then. Orenji started as soon as Ichigo landed in front of him. Ready for a good old-fashioned training montage? Ichigo cocked his head in confusion to what he was just asked. What's a montage supposed to be? Meh, forget it. String's just gonna skip this part anyways. Let's just get to training. Orenji started as he saw a very confused Ichigo. Captain's meeting. As the captain stood in place, the head captain walked in and sat down in his usual chair. He banged his cane on the ground to start this meeting. It seems that the Hallow invasion was successfully deterred and the remaining Hallow are either being hunted or retreating, correct? He asked to the 4 captains that were present at the invasion site. Yes, head captain. Toshiro answered first. Though we did encounter a Vasto Lord among them, other than Kairaku, Yukitake and Kenpachi, everyone was surprised by this information. It didn't take long for the questions to emerge from everyone in the room to the fore. The head captain banged his cane on the ground and released a portion of his spirit energy to get them to stop their questioning. Captains Hitsugaya, Zaraki, Yukitake and Kairaku, step forward and explain to us of this Vasto Lord and its power. The head captain ordered. The 4 captains stepped out of line and the first to explain was Toshiro. I was the first to encounter the Hallow. For some reason it had the body of a child and kept stating that it didn't want to fight. When I went in to deal with him, his speed was unlike anything I've ever seen before. I would even say that he far surpasses Captain Soifan's speed. Toshiro finished, noticing that said captain was more than a little insulted. I'll be the judge of that, Soifan said with a hint of venom in her voice. Then you'd be very surprised then, Kairaku said with a grin toward the now fuming captain. One of my officers encountered the Hallow after he had. Yukitake cleared his throat, evaded Captain Zaraki with his speed. If looks could kill, then Yukitake would have been dead 10 times over by now. Yukitake continued. Rukia told me that the Hallow said that his name was Ichigo Kurosaki, and that he wasn't involved in the invasion. As a matter of fact, she told me that Ichigo said he was brought here by accident and didn't want to fight anybody. The words confused the other captains. They didn't expect the first Vasto Lord in a century to be passive, or even a child for that fact. I don't think I've ever heard of any other Hallow with that particular name before. Aizen started while rubbing his chin. I might have to find this child for later. He thought to himself. You've been uncharacteristically quiet, Captain Zaraki. Unohana started to the man. Did something of importance happen to you when you fought this child? There was an uncomfortable aura coming from the first and current Kenpachi as they locked eyes to each other. Everyone else started feeling uncomfortable at the exchange of looks. Kenpachi sighed and decided to answer with a scoff. Little brat's fast and strong, I guess, but he's too much of a coward for my taste. Running away from a fight like that. The tension subsided between the two and the head captain spoke again. What happened after he eluded you? He asked to Yukitake. He opened a garganta and left for Hueco Mundo. Yukitake answered. We may not have a way to that world yet, but until that time is to come, we shall ignore this Vasto Lord. The head captain said as everyone looked at him with confusion in their eyes. Even Aizen, Tosen and Jin were surprised. This Hallow appears to have no interests in fighting any of us, so there is no reason to hunt him down. We will monitor any other potential invasions and be prepared for anything this time. This meeting is dismissed. He banged his cane down and the captains left the meeting room. As they left, Jin walked up to Aizen and started to ask what his thoughts were on this situation. I honestly don't know, Jin, Aizen said while placing his hand under his chin. He actually and genuinely didn't know what to make of this. He hadn't received any new information on any new Vasto Lord in the past century, so unless this one was very good at hiding his energy, Aizen had nothing. Jin could see the actual surprise on Aizen's face and knew that if his double cross would work to its fullest, he would need this Ichigo Kurosaki on his side, and fast. Squad 13 Barracks. Yukitake walked back to his barracks when he spotted Rukia walking to him. He noticed her concerned look, and wondered why she was like this. Captain Yukitake. She started with a bow. Rukia. What is it? Yukitake asked her. I was about to ask just what the head captain ordered on the Vasto Lord. Rukia asked as she looked down to her feet. The head captain has ordered that we ignore this particular Hallow since he showed no intention of attacking any of us. Yukitake said with a smile. Rukia sighed in relief at his words and looked up to her captain. That's good to hear. Yukitake cocked his head back as he heard her response. Rukia, would you mind telling me why exactly you're okay with this news? Rukia was like a deer caught in the headlights. She opened her mouth to speak but no words came out. Ever since Ichigo told her about his current situation at the time, Rukia was starting to wonder if he truly was just a lost child or a Hallow that really didn't want to fight. After a moment of silence from her, she finally spoke to her captain. I just don't think that we should fight a Hallow who looks to be frightened by things he shouldn't be afraid of. When I faced him, he could have killed me in so many different ways, but when I was prepared to face him, he just looked terrified. Yukitake placed a hand on her shoulder and smiled down to her. Don't worry, Rukia. Unless he attacks, Ichigo Kurosaki will be left alone. Rukia smiled at her captain and bowed. She turned and walked away, hoping that Ichigo would never attack them. Squad 10 Barracks. Ranjaku was laying on the couch in her captain's room, thinking about when she saw the small Hallow. She couldn't shake how cute he was and how harmless he was as well. It frustrated her at how much she actually wanted to get a better look at him. She laid there and remembered the look of helplessness and fear in his movements. He wasn't some Hallow who just so happened to be a Vasto Lord, he was really just a child who was scared. I can't believe I feel sad for him, she said in a low tone. What was that, Ranjaku? Toshiro said from his desk. He was sifting through paperwork while he sat there. Oh, nothing, Captain. She lied while smiling at him. Just wondering when I'm going to meet Nanao for some sake, that's all. Toshiro shook his head and continued with his paperwork. Ranjaku stood up and left the room, wondering just what the small Hallow was up to right now. Squad 11 Barracks. Yuichiro was still on Kenpachi's shoulder as he walked to his squad barracks. She was very confused right now at what she was feeling right now. All she could think about right now was how cute that Hallow that stepped on Kenpachi's face was. He was not only cute and fast, but he was also strong enough to best Kenpachi without even fighting him, and strong enough not to fight any of the other captains or lieutenants. "Hey, Kenny," she started in an uncharacteristic tone. Kenpachi said as he caught her change in tone. He had noticed that ever since the Hallow left that Yuichiro's mood was very different now. "Did Grandpa say to kill the orange Hallow?" she asked while looking away to the sunset. Kenpachi sighed at the very mention of the Vasto Lord that embarrassed him. "Nah," he said to ignore him since he didn't really attack anybody. Yuichiro seemed relieved at the news and Kenpachi could tell that something was very wrong with this situation. "Hueco Mundo, I can't believe we did all of that hunting and still didn't get stronger," Adira Jucha said in an annoyed tone. "For once I actually agree with you on something." A lion Ajucha said next. "That actually surprises me that you two are getting along for more than 5 seconds. A snake Ajucha said last. "Shut up, son. The two shouted at her. "You three never cease to make me laugh." A teal-haired centaur Vasto Lord giggled out. This caused the three to stop their bickering for a short time. "Good job, Neliel," a blonde Vasto Lord walking beside Neliel said while patting her on her front leg. "Now let's all get back to the cave and rest for now." She received nods from the four and they all walked back to a cave not far from where they were. When they reached the entrance, both Vasto Lords stopped, causing the three Ajucha to do the same. "What's wrong, Master Halabel?" the lion Ajucha asked the blonde with concern in her voice. "There's a vast lord in here, and a very powerful one at that," she answered. The three Ajucha cringed at the news. Whenever anything made both Neliel and Halabel tense was usually something they couldn't even comprehend. "You three stay behind us and give us cover," Neliel said to them as she and Halabel made their way in. They were followed by the three. They made their way to the back of the cave where the faint energy of the Vasto Lord could be felt. They readied themselves when they could feel it growing and around a corner. Both Neliel and Halabel looked at each other and nodded, then so neato to the source of the energy. They stopped in their tracks when they saw that the Vasto Lord not only was just sitting there, but also a child. They looked back at each other in confusion, not knowing what to do. "Did y'all win?" the dear Ajucha asked from around the corner when there was nothing going on. The three looked around the corner, and saw the small and cute Vasto Lord just sitting there. The three walked up to Halabel and Neliel and they all looked down to the child, wondering just what exactly he was doing here. Their wonder was stopped when the child started to move his arms. Halabel and Neliel stood in front of the three Ajucha in a defensive way as the Vasto Lord stretched his arms into the air. His bones in his arms and spine popped loudly as he was about to get up, until he saw the five standing in front of him. Ichigo stared at them in confusion as they didn't do anything but stare at him. After a very awkward silence, Ichigo decided to say something first. Hi," he said while waving his hand to them. The five looked at each other in confusion, then back to the child. He didn't look all that intimidating, but he was still a Vasto Lord. Neliel decided to make the first move after another moment of silence. "Hi there. Is there a reason you're in our cave, little guy?" she asked him. Ichigo looked around the cave and was blushing in his mask. "I'm so sorry. I didn't know that anyone lived here. I just thought it was abandoned. What's your name, little guy?" Neliel started as she relaxed and knelt down to him. "Mine's Neliel tu Olderschwank." She pointed to Halabel. "That's Tia Halabel, but I just call her Tia. And these three are Emilu Apache, Francesca Mila Rose and Cyan Sun. I'm Ichigo Kurosaki," Ichigo said to her. "So why were you here in our cave, Ichigo?" Halabel asked him while crossing her arms. "Well, I was training in my inner world so I can learn to control all of my powers," Ichigo explained. "Your inner what?" Apache asked while cocking her head to the boy. "Well, that's what Orenji calls it." Ichigo scratched the back of his head. The five were even more confused and looked around for anyone else in the cave. When they saw no one else, they looked back to Ichigo and he sighed. "Orenji is in my head. He's my inner hollow," Ichigo explained. "An inner hollow within a hollow?" Halabel questioned. "That doesn't make any sense." "Well, if what you say is true, Ichigo," Neliel started. "Then are you here to prepare for a fight?" Ichigo shook his head to her. I'm just training to know how to defend myself. Well, if that's the case, Nilil smiled at him. Then would you like to stay with us? The four behind her gasped, and Hallow grabbed her by the arm. She dragged Nilil away, and the three Ajucha followed. Ichigo watched as they were conversing about what Nilil asked him. From what Ichigo could tell, they seemed to be good friends. Both Nilil and Hallow didn't seem to command neither Apache, Sun or Mila Rose to do anything, and they seemed to be a very tight unit rather than a master-slave deal. Ichigo was under the assumption that Nilil had to be the strongest out of the group since she offered Ichigo to stay with them. Ichigo didn't really mind staying with them. He knew he had no other place to go, and the thought of having friends again sounded pretty great right about now. Staying with 5 chicks? Orenji started with a chuckle. Lucky you, Ichigo. At least now we know that particular power won't work on most hollows. True. Ichigo started in a low tone so the others couldn't hear him. I still don't get what an aphrodisiac is, but whatever, I guess. Before Orenji could continue his teasing, the 5 walked back over to Ichigo. Hallow stepped forward first. Despite what Nilil said, and how we feel about allowing a Vasto Lord stay with us, she sighed and looked over to a smiling Nilil, then back to Ichigo. We'll allow you to stay with us on one condition. Ichigo tilted his head to her. I want to see just how powerful you really are. I'm challenging you to a duel outside, right now. Ichigo looked at her with a surprised look behind his mask, but he nodded either way. He stood up and they made their way out of the cave. They walked far from the cave and over a large sand dune. Both Hallow and Ichigo stood in the center of it and stared each other down. Are you ready, Ichigo Kurosaki? Hallow asked him. Ichigo got into a fighting stance while having his hands unclenched and in a claw-like fashion. Ready when you are. Hallow raised her massive blade and swung down. A torrent of water came toward Ichigo, but he jumped up in the air to avoid it. Hallow was slightly impressed by his reflexes, but not fully impressed yet. She fired another torrent toward the airborne child only to see Ichigo cut through it with the greatest of ease with his bare hands. The water also turned into mist at the contact of Ichigo's hand, which surprised everyone down below. Ichigo smiled behind his mask and started to fall down to Hallow, using gravity to get to her instead of his speed. She readied herself and went for a slash when he was in range. To her surprise, Ichigo dodged it and landed on her blade. She was now face to face with him only for Ichigo to jump off her blade and kick her in the back with incredible force. She flew back several meters and crashed into the sand. Ichigo landed and saw the blonde woman stand up with a surprised look on her face. He smirked behind his mask and saw her lift her blade up again, pointing it straight at the boy. He used his incredible speed to sit onto her blade. They were all stunned by his abnormal speed, realizing that it wasn't a Sonido. Ichigo poked her in the forehead and cocked his head to the side. I'm pretty sure this means I win, right? He asked her. Hallow realized that Ichigo now had the win since he could do whatever to her before she could even react. She sighed to him. Yes. You can stay with us from now on. The other girls were actually very surprised at what they had just witnessed. They went over to the 2 just as Ichigo was getting off of her blade. That was amazing. Mila Rose said to him first. I never thought anyone other than Master Nilil could beat Master Hallow. Apache said with a hint of excitement. That was very impressive. Sun said. Thanks. Ichigo said while scratching his head. That's actually the first actual fight I've been in since I got up here. Really? Nilil asked him. He nodded to her. Wow. Small, strong, fast, powerful, and passive? A very rare combo here in Hueco Mundo. Since we're out again, do you want to come train with us? Ichigo nodded to her, and the now group of 6 made their way farther out in the white desert. Unknown to them, a few sets of eyes saw just what happened. A tall and skinny bone Ajucha with long claws saw what just happened and left to inform his blue-haired leader. In the sky, a bat-winged man with black fur and an emotionless-looking mask saw what happened and wondered if this boy could give him a challenge. Off in the sands far away from the group was a spherical device with a camera in it. It was recording for a certain surprised captain. Kurosaki House, Day 1. Masaki hadn't stopped crying, same with her twin daughters. For the whole day it seemed like a complete and total nightmare for them, especially when Masaki told the two about what happened to their brother. Isshin wasn't home yet and Masaki had no idea how to tell him what happened, but she knew what his reaction would be the second he heard it. After an hour or so, Yuzu had passed out from the exhaustion of crying so hard. Karen just laid on her mother's shoulder with tears in her eyes while Masaki was trying her hardest to stop her tears. It should have been me, she kept saying in her mind. Why couldn't have been me and not my baby? The tears wouldn't stop now that she said those words. After the funeral, Ichigo's funeral had many of his friends there as well as family members on Masaki's side of the family. Tatsuki, Orihime and her brother Sora attended the funeral with tears in their eyes. Sora comforted his sister to the best of his abilities. The remaining 4 Kurosaki members mourned for their loss. It was still a hard pill for Isshin to swallow when he got back for his business trip. He remembered walking into his wife and one of his daughters crying their eyes out while his other daughter slept on. He also remembered the news he received about his son. It was impossible to believe it at first, but when he felt and saw that his son's body was completely lifeless and soulless, he broke down with the rest of his family. The rest of the day went on while the sky was covered in clouds and it started to rain. They were all already indoors back at the clinic, and the house was filled with the familiar faces. Among those faces were Masaki and Isshin's old friends Kisuke Urahara and Yoruichi Shihoin. They may not have known Ichigo too well, but the death of one's child was always an easy thing to mourn to. After a few hours and the rain letting up, people started to leave the Kurosaki family to their grieving. Kisuke and Yoruichi stayed though to console their friends. Isshin was standing out on the porch at the back door having a cigarette, the first he's had in 8 years. At least I know you have a way of coping at least. Kisuke started as he stepped out with him. It's not really coping. Isshin started. It's more like trying to make sense of it all. He took another puff and blew a cloud onto the now drizzling rain. You want to talk about it? Kisuke asked as he placed a hand on Isshin's shoulder. Talking helps when it comes to losing a loved one. I should have been there, Isshin said. If I would have at least been there, my son would still be here and I would be the one who we're mourning for instead of him. Isshin, if you really believe that everything would have been better if you died instead of your son, then you're not thinking straight. Kisuke started again. He sighed. Look, I've been trying to make sense of it all myself ever since I got the news. And I've worked tirelessly to find out what happened. This caught Isshin's attention. I found out that the Hallow that killed Ichigo was Grand Fisher. The name made Isshin huff in disgust. Grand Fisher had always been a problem ever since he first arrived, even all those decades ago. Kisuke. Isshin started as he put out his cigarette and turned to the man in question. I want to know how to get my Soul Reaper powers back and hunt him down. What's a Soul Reaper, Daddy? A young voice said. Both men turned to the door to see Yuzu standing there, her eyes red and puffy from crying all day. She had overheard most of the conversation at this point. What was the thing that killed Big Brother? Isshin could tell that there was no getting out of this with a joke or a vague answer, especially in everyone's current state right now. He looked over at Kisuke, who nodded to him, then he looked back to his daughter. He knelt down and hugged her. Before you, Karen, and even Ichigo were born, I used to be a Soul Reaper. Soul Reapers are people that send the dead to the afterlife and purify bad spirits. Bad spirits are called Hallows, and that was what took Ichigo away from us. Yuzu listened to him in both confusion, but also interest. Isshin noticed her curiosity, and knew that if he were to explain this in detail, he would also have to explain to Karen as well and mention that they are children of a Soul Reaper and a Quincy. He looked back up to Kisuke and noticed that the man motioned to the inside of the house. Isshin looked over and saw Karen listening to Masaki while Yoruichi was there as well. Well, at least I don't have to explain everything by myself, Isshin said to himself. He looked back to Kisuke again. Is there also a way to get Masaki her powers back as well? I don't know. But I promise you, I'll find a way, he said to Isshin. Isshin picked Yuzu up and they all went inside to explain everything to their daughters. At least now the two twins would know just what to expect in the future from now on. 5 years later, Karakura Town, and from 4 to 5 years. LOL, ever since that night when the world of spirits and the afterlife was explained to them, both Yuzu and Karen had been doing their best to help in any way possible. Karen had shown an interest in her Quincy side while Yuzu was interested in the Soul Reaper part of her. For the past 5 years, the two had managed to awaken their respective powers and were strong enough to defend themselves from Hallows and anything else that would cause them harm. The two were walking over to Kisuke's shop to meet their parents for this special day. Yuzu was very excited about it while Karen was just smirking at her twin's excitement. "You're really that excited, huh, Yuzu?" Karen asked her after they rounded the corner. "Well, duh." Yuzu started with a smile. "Today's the day Mom and Dad get their powers back. I mean, aren't you excited about that? Now we can finally fully track down Grand Fisher together." Karen nodded to her. It was true. Ever since that night 5 years ago, when Isshin and Masaki explained about what Hallow killed Ichigo, the two twins had been training themselves non-stop to find him and make him pay for what he did. In order for Yuzu to attain Soul Reaper powers, she trained with her father and Kisuke in the training grounds. They had to cut her soul chain and wait for what they thought would be 3 days, but Yuzu's determination and will to avenge her brother and become stronger cut that time to only half a day. Her Zanpakuto, Zangetsu, was an all-yellow long sword with a crescent moon hand guard and black bandages around the grip. It would usually be on her back for easy access since it was taller than her. Karen had trained with both Masaki to hone her Quincy abilities and Yoruichi to master hand-to-hand combat. She could now stand toe-to-toe with Yoruichi in an even fight. They went out of town for a month to train her near a hot spring resort. She was fast learner when it came to summoning her bow. It had only taken her a few hours to know how to fire an arrow properly and hit a target accurately under pressure. She had also learned how to use Shunpa from Yoruichi and even a few Kidos as well. Her bow was very different than a standard Quincy bow. Instead of blue, it was a dark color with only one patch of blue near the edges of the bow. The twins made it to the shop and were greeted by Jinta and Yurura. For those 5 years, the four had become good friends with each other, and even trained sometimes. But for the most part they would just play soccer. "Y'all made it just in time," Jinta said with a big-toothed grin. "Kisuke's just about ready. Come on." Jinta led the 3 girls to the trapdoor, and they all went down one at a time. When they were at the bottom, they saw both Tezai and Yoruichi standing outside of a Kido sphere. They went up to the two and looked inside of the sphere. Inside were Kisuke, Isshin and Masaki. Isshin and Masaki were laid down on a mat made of blue energy. They were side by side of each other, and had their hands interlocked, getting ready for what may or may not happen. "Okay." Kisuke started as he was finished setting up a device. "Now then, if all goes well here, then the barrier will change to white to show that Masaki's Quincy powers have returned to her, or at least a portion. If it turns blue, then that's Isshin's. And if it's black, then that means that something is going wrong." He looked straight at Yoruichi and Tezai. "If it changes to black, you two know what to do." The two nodded to him, and Kisuke sighed heavily. He looked back to Masaki and Isshin. "You two do know what we'll have to do if that happens, do you?" "We know, Kisuke," Isshin said as he looked over to Masaki. "If that happens." She looked back to Yuzu and Karen. "Take care of them, Kisuke. Promise us that." Kisuke nodded to her and looked over to the now concerned faces of Yuzu and Karen. He sighed again before placing his hand on the sphere. An opening appeared and he stepped out of the sphere. He walked over to the opposite side of the sphere and knelt down. Tezai did the same and they both placed their hands onto the sphere. "Okay, you four." Yoruichi started as she backed up, taking them with her. "Stay behind me no matter what." The four nodded to her and watched as the sphere started to glow and now became translucent. They all watched as the dome was starting to shake the very ground and lash out spirit energy. Yoruichi grabbed Jinta and Yururu and flashed behind cover while Yuzu and Karen flashed next to her. Kisuke and Tezai were having a very difficult time staying in contact with the sphere. They were being repeatedly hit by the violent spirit energy and the pressure that was being released, but they held on when they saw half of the sphere change to white. "There!" Kisuke yelled out. "Tezai, just a little longer, trying boss." Tezai yelled out as he was starting to fade from the shots. The white part of the sphere was calming down, while the translucent side was still going crazy. Tezai was on the translucent side and couldn't hold out for much longer. Suddenly, that side of the dome started to turn blue, and the pressure and spirit energy started to subside. When the sphere was finally calm, two figures stood up inside of it. When they stood, the sphere shattered apart, revealing Ishin in his Soul Reaper outfit and Masaki with a white Quincy outfit on. Both Tezai and Kisuk passed out when the two emerged. "Kisuk," Ishin said to his friend from where he was standing. "You okay over there?" Kisuk did a thumbs up with what little strength he had, same with Tezai. When those two did that, both Yuzu and Karen ran up to their parents. "There's my girls," Ishin said as he hugged them both when they were close. Masaki joined in on them and the four were now in a warm group hug, the first in a long time. "Okay," Masaki started after they all let go. "Now that we have our powers back, we can find Grand Fisher. Before we do that, we'll need some practice before just heading out again like we're not rusty," Ishin said to her. He looked back over to the downed Kisuk. "Yo Kisuk, you don't mind if we train for a bit down here, do ya?" "No, I don't," Kisuk managed to mutter out before he passed out. "Alright then." Masaki started as she brought out her bow and Ishin unsheathed his Zanpakuto. "Let's see if we still got it." Hueco Mundo, Ichigo and the girls just got back to the cave after another hunt. It had been a very eventful hunt that really tested Apache, Sun, and Mila Rose. They fought a large Ajucha with some kind of anger problems. Neither Neilio, Hallow, or even Ichigo needed to step in to help them. "You three really have gotten stronger these past few years," Hallow said to her followers. "I'm proud of your progress." The three lit up at hearing her compliment them. They had been training hard with Ichigo's help these past few years. He was a pretty good teacher to them when he wasn't sparring with Hallow or Neilio. "Alright." Neilio started with a yawn. "I'm gonna get some rest. Haven't slept in a few days. I'm so tired right now." She looked straight at Ichigo and smiled at him. Ichigo crossed his arms and looked up at her. "You can sleep without having to cuddle with me like a teddy bear, Neilio." Neilio pouted but trotted off nonetheless. When she was around the corner, Ichigo chuckled under his breath. This was a recurring thing between him and the girls aside from Hallow. They would tease Ichigo by saying they could only sleep unless they had something soft, cuddly and cute to hold on to. The teasing never ceased with the four, but Hallow would never partake in it. They stayed up and conversed with each other like they have been for the time they'd been together, and nothing really changed. Today was going to be a little different now. An intense pressure came inside of the cave. Apache, Sun, and Mila Rose were being crushed by it while Ichigo and Hallow were standing tall to it. Hallow released some of her energy so her followers could breathe again. "Ichigo Kurosaki," a voice outside of the cave yelled. "Get your tiny ass out here now and fight me." Ichigo knew exactly who this was. Ever since his first battle with Hallow long ago, there was always one other Vasto Lord who would constantly challenge him over and over again. Ichigo walked outside to see the blue-eyed panther with his followers once again. He saw Ichigo and grinned widely. "Let's do this, Kurosaki," he said with a huff. "This time I've gotten stronger than the last time, and I will defeat you this time." He growled out. "Grimjow, don't you ever get tired of fighting me over and over and over again?" Ichigo asked him. "Less talking, more fighting," Grimjow yelled as he rushed Ichigo with his incredible speed. Out of all the hollows in Hueco Mundo there were only two that were faster than Grimjow, a Vasto Lord named Zamari and Ichigo. Before Grimjow could even get close enough, Ichigo was already gone. He stopped and looked around only to see that Hallow was chuckling at him. He was about to ask until he could faintly feel a small weight on his back. A tick mark formed on his head as he realized that Ichigo was on his back again. This had also been a recurring thing when they fight. Ichigo would just sit on his back for a while until Grimjow eventually figured out how to get him off. This time was different though. This time Grimjow wasted no time, he sonitoed high into the air, much to Ichigo's surprise, and twisted his head in an attempt to bite the child. Ichigo jumped off and was now falling to the ground. Before he did, he was able to bring out his wings and stay afloat for a while, but Grimjow fell on top of him and forced them both back to the ground. They landed hard and a massive crater formed in the sands. The two leapt away from each other, and could tell that this would be their best fight yet. Soul Society. Today was just another normal day in the Soul Society. Everything seemed to be going smoothly and things were actually quite calm, and that was a problem for Aizen. Things were too quiet for him right now. Ever since the Hallow invasion 5 years ago, and the sudden decrease in Hallows in the world of the living, he hasn't been able to secure the Hogyoku from within Rukia's body. If it wasn't for Kasuke's fail-safe, then he would have gotten it a long time ago. Aizen was in his secret surveillance room watching the events in the world of the living and was thinking of the best way to get the Hogyoku and get out. He had spent 5 years looking for the recent Vasto Lord in Hueco Mundo as well with no luck. He had thought about using that Hallow for his distraction but could never find the child again, whether he was there or using his cameras. As he looked through the footage in the world of the living, he spotted the two girls once again. The Soul Reaper and the Quincy running along rooftops and killing Hallows with extreme precision. They could be useful, but it would be difficult to get them here. They don't have any real reason to come here, and even if they did, they most likely wouldn't just go to war with the Soul Society. Damn it! Aizen said in a low tone as he watched the screens. He suddenly spotted a very familiar and supposed dead face. Isshin Shiba flashed near the two girls and they hugged him. Aizen now had an idea. If he could kidnap their human mother, then that's when he realized, if one girl was a Soul Reaper because of Isshin, then that could only mean that the mother. He got his answer when an orange-haired woman in a similar white outfit appeared next to them. Aizen sighed and slumped in his chair. Getting a distraction was going to be impossible for him unless he were to start his plans farther down the road. As he lifted himself back up, he accidentally pressed the audio button and heard the four's conversation. Still nothing on where Grand Fisher is, the woman said first. Aizen stopped and listened in on them, curious as to why they were interested in that particular Hallow. Don't worry, Mom, the young Soul Reaper started. We'll find him and make him pay for taking Ichigo away from us. That's right, Isshin finished. Come on, let's go. And they were all gone. Aizen was now beaming at this new information and had just now realized it. The Vasto Lord that has been eluding him for 5 years is the son of Isshin Shiba. Grand Fisher must have killed him some time ago, and he was able to somehow change into a Vasto Lord instead of becoming a soul like he was supposed to. Ichigo Kurosaki. Aizen started with a grin. I think I've just found my distraction. Back in Karakura town, the Kurosakis were taking a break from hunting down Grand Fisher. It had been 3 whole months since both Isshin and Masaki got their powers back, and those 3 months were either used for training or hunting. Even with Kasuke's help, finding the Hallow that ruined their lives was close to impossible. Throughout the 3 months, Kasuke would get a Hallow signature that resembled Grand Fisher, but when the Kurosakis would get there at top speed, there was usually nothing there. Hey Dad. Yuzu started as she hunched over to catch her breath. We've been looking for 5 hours straight now, and it's starting to get dark. I know, Isshin said while hanging his head down. After school tomorrow and after you two finish your homework, we'll go and search again. Masaki said to her 2 children. Okay. Karen and Yuzu said to her. They were making their way back to their home, until they felt a strange spiritual pressure not far from them. They stopped and looked out in the direction of the pressure, and Masaki froze. It was the river. Mom? Karen asked as she saw how Masaki was staring out to the river, memories of when Ichigo died flooding her mind like a plague. Masaki? Isshin started as he placed a hand on her shoulder. She reacted and looked back to her husband with tears swelling in her eyes. Isshin brought her into a warm hug and felt her calm down. Even after all this time, it was still a terrible thing to experience your own child's death. It's okay, Isshin said in a comforting tone. You're okay. It took some time, but soon after Masaki calmed down and wiped the tears from her eyes. She hated doing this in front of her children, but knew that they understood. After a brief silence and a few deep breaths, Masaki was ready to go. The 4 went to where the pressure was being released from and soon made it to the river. There was a brief flash of light that shined in front of them for an instant. They prepared themselves and looked around. They soon found the culprit for the sudden release of energy, and they all had different reactions. Isshin was angry, Yuzu was determined to avenge her brother, Kari was eager to stop this monster, and Masaki was filled with rage. Standing in front of them was the Hallow they were searching for, Grand Fisher. I hear that all of you were looking for me, the Hallow said in a sinister tone. Well, here I am. I'm going to make you pay for what you did to my son! Masaki yelled as she fired an arrow at high speeds. Grand Fisher leapt out of the way and landed not far from where her arrow was aimed for. When he landed, he was immediately bombarded by Yuzu and Isshin's swings and jabs. He was using his fur to defend himself, but still suffered a few cuts from the two's amazing fury. When he dodged a jab from Isshin, he was about to attack Yuzu, who had missed her attack against him. When he was only inches away from her, 2 arrows struck him on his side. He flew back from the force of the attacks, and slowly picked himself up only to hear this. "Yuzu now!" Isshin yelled to his daughter as they both brought their Zanpakuto up. Isshin's Zangetsu started glowing blue with a white outline while Yuzu's Zangetsu glowed yellow with white. They brought them down while shouting as loud as they could. Getsuga Tensho! A wave of blue and yellow spirit energy rushed straight to the Hallow, and hit him directly in his body. Masaki and Karen joined the two and they all walked over to the dust as it started to subside. Masaki walked in front and saw the Hallow barely together, as he was cut completely in half yet somehow still alive. Masaki brought out her bow and aimed it right at Grand Fisher's mask. "This is for Ichigo, you monster," she said as she pulled back, but before she could release, Grand Fisher started to chuckle weakly. "What's so funny?" Grand Fisher stopped chuckling for a moment and looked straight at Masaki. "This." Suddenly, a crying child could be heard from behind the four. They turned around and were completely stunned by who they saw standing there, crying into his hands. It was Ichigo from that night. Masaki stammered as she completely lost her sense of balance, and stared wide-eyed at her lost son. "Ah, Ichigo?" was all she could say before the boy looked up to them to reveal his pale face and yellow eyes. His hair changed to white as did his skin. The Kurosakis were shocked at what they were seeing. A mask started to form on his head, and right before it almost covered his entire face, he whispered to his mother, "Why didn't you save me, Mom?" Masaki couldn't bear it any longer and broke down. Isshin was also at a loss for words as he saw his son disappear from sight. Yuzu and Karen had no idea what just happened, and couldn't express those thoughts in coherent sentences. "You're a group of fools." They turned to see Grand Fisher standing far off, completely healed. "You fell for the oldest trick in the book." He flicked his finger to leave, but instead of a Garganta like every other Hallow, he opened a StringDman. This shocked the hell out of Isshin and Masaki while surprising Yuzu and Karen. A Hallow opening a StringDman to the Soul Society? Impossible. "If you want your revenge, come and get it," Grand Fisher said as he looked straight at Masaki. He leapt into the StringDman, and the gates closed before any of the Kurosakis could regain themselves. Masaki started in a panicked tone. "He tricked us, Danai." As Grand Fisher landed in the Danai, he immediately changed to Sosuke Aizen. He had a smirk on his face as he sheathed his Zanpakuto and walked back to the Soul Society. "That should give them a reason to come here," he said in his arrogant tone of voice. "Now, time to introduce myself to the boy. If I can find him now." Hueco Mundo. Ichigo was sitting outside of the cave and looking out into the endless sands. He looked up and sprouted his large wings. He flew up at normal speed and floated in the air with his legs crossed. He held his legs with his hands so they wouldn't come undone, and he just floated there looking out in the distance. He decided to fly a little higher to get a better look of everything and was surprised when he could see the horizon of Hueco Mundo curve. "Must be high enough to see everything, huh, Orenji?" Ichigo asked his orange dragon. "I think so," Orenji said in an unsure tone. "I don't think anyone has ever really seen all of Hueco Mundo before." "Awesome to know we're the first in a sense," at Ichigo. Ichigo chuckled lightly under his breath. "Yeah, I guess so." "You good, Ichigo?" Orenji asked. Yeah. Just Ichigo thought for a second, then sighed. "I miss my family." Orenji sighed as well and remembered why Ichigo never left to see them. They wouldn't believe that he was still Ichigo, and not just some Hallow using his name to mess with people. "I just wish I could see them again without this stupid mask in my way," Ichigo said as he floated there. Orenji sighed and was about to say something, until an explosion caught their attention. Ichigo sighed and paid it no attention until he felt a Soul Reaper's spirit energy. Fearing the Soul Reaper, Ichigo rushed over at half his speed, which greatly exceeded anything else in Hueco Mundo. Ichigo landed in the sands to spot a crater with a man with glasses standing in the center. Next to him was a group of Ejucha that were all cut down but still alive. Ichigo knelt down and examined the Soul Reaper. He was wearing the same captain's uniform as the four he saw 5 years ago. This made Ichigo tense up a bit before the Soul Reaper looked up and was surprised. Well then? He started with the same surprised look. Finding you was a lot easier than even I thought. He sheathed his Zanpakuto and motioned to Ichigo. Come on down. I'm not here to fight, I just want to talk to you, Ichigo. Ichigo wasn't surprised that the captain knew his name. Ever since what Ichigo did 5 years ago, outrunning and outsmarting that bloodthirsty captain, his name was known around several hundred Ejucha and a handful of Vasto Lord. He also knew the Soul Society probably spread his name among their captains. Against his better judgment, Ichigo sonitoed down to the captain, surprising him with his speed. Incredible. The captain started with his jaw dropped. Why are here, mister? Ichigo asked as he looked up to the captain. Aizen knelt down to the child and smiled. I've been looking for you, Ichigo. I wish to help you, but you must help me. Understood? And what exactly do you want to help me with exactly? Ichigo asked as he cocked his head to the side. I wish to help you reunite with your family. Aizen said, surprising the boy. All I ask is that you come with me for a short time. I knew you were fast, but that speed is unlike anything I've ever seen before. What do you mean reunite me with my family? Ichigo asked as he took a step forward. Aizen knew he had struck a nerve, but also knew this boy was miles ahead of him in power. You helped me retrieve an item called the Hogyoku, and I can help you, Ichigo. Aizen said quickly as he started to feel the boy's rising spirit energy. That is all I ask? I'll need your help leaving when I get it. Can you do this for me, Ichigo? Ichigo sighed and let up on his energy. He looked at the captain and asked, What do you want me to do? Aizen smirked on the outside, but inside he was incredibly relieved he didn't have to attempt to fight the boy. Here's what you need to do. Aizen began to explain. Karakura Town, Kisuk's shop. Kisuk, we're going to the Soul Society right now. Ishin yelled out as he and Masaki barged into the shop, their daughters right behind them. Kisuk and Yorichi jumped out of their skins when the door to the shop flung open to reveal the obviously upset duo. Wait, what? Kisuk started with a confused face. Why exactly do y'all want to go there? Grand Fisher showed up at the river and before we could take him out, Masaki started before taking a breath. He tricked us into seeing Ichigo, and we all froze. Masaki wasn't crying, but she was clearly distressed about this whole situation. Both Kisuk and Yorichi were surprised by what they were told. Wait a minute. Are you implying that he somehow went to the Soul Society? Yorichi asked. He opened a Senkaman. Ishin said to the two, then we'll have to worry about that later. Kisuk started as he stood up. Right now, if Grand Fisher was somehow able to get into Soul Society through a Senkaman, then who knows what else he could possibly do. He led them down to the training grounds and they walked over to a small gate. Kisuk placed his hand on it and released his spirit energy. The gate started to open up and reveal the Danai. All right. Yorichi started with a big grin on her face. I might as well come with too. You never know. There were no arguments there as the four were focused at the task at hand. The now 5 went inside and proceeded through the Danai. By the time the cleaners showed up, they were already at the end of the tunnel. They fell down into a clearing not far from the gates of the Suriidai. The Soul Society was actually beautiful at night time. Hey Ishin. Yorichi started to him. We're not that far from her, you know. Not that far from who? Karen asked her sparring master. Yorichi looked down to her and smiled. Your cousin. Both Yuzu and Karen beamed at those words. They would have never expected that they had a cousin in the Soul Society. We should go and see her, Ishin. Masaki started as she placed a hand on her husband's shoulder. They should at least see your side of the family. Ishin sighed and followed Yorichi. After a few detours to avoid watchful eyes, they arrived at the Shiba compound. Ishin smirked at the banner and went up to the door. He knocked hard on it to get everyone's attention, and they waited. Whoever is out there, and has the balls to bang on my door had better be someone. Kukaku was in the middle of shouting until she opened the door and saw her uncle standing right in front of her. I'm pretty sure you were going to say someone who knows just how to calm you down, Ishin said to her with a smile on his face. Kakako was stunned at seeing her uncle for the first time in decades. She couldn't find words for how she felt right now. Relieved? Happy? Surprised? Angry? Or maybe just a combination of all of that. She still punched him straight in his face. Unlike her other strikes to other people that would usually send them flying away, this strike simply made Ishin stagger. He looked back to her and saw her sigh at him. Well, that's one weird way of saying hey to your uncle, Ishin said with a grin as he rubbed his cheek with his free hand. You don't even know what happened to our clan after you left, don't you? Kakako started. I do. Ishin started. And I'm sorry I wasn't here, but there was someone very special to me that needed my help. He looked to Masaki and she smiled to him. Kakako looked to her, then back to Ishin and then to the two girls behind him. She gasped when she saw them. You mean, these two and her are your… Ishin cut her off and placed his arm around Masaki. This is my family, Kakako. And we could really use your help. Come inside and explain everything to me, Kakako said as she let everyone in. The next day, Suriidii. Earlier in the morning, some sort of object struck the dome of the Suriidii and shattered it. Everyone was on high alert after they felt 4 different spirit energies come from the area it crashed at. A captain's meeting was held and the head captain ordered all captains be on high alert for these intruders. This was music to Aizen's ears as his plan was starting to come together. He just needed Ichigo to find that one hollow, Hula, that could send the negation to his position on the Sokaika Hill. It was now all about timing now. He had already taken care of the Central 46, and now only needed to hope that Ichigo finds Hula before everything comes to a head. Hueco Mundo, Minos Forest. Ichigo was making his way further into the Minos Forest by air. Aizen instructed him to find a massive hollow called Hula and convince him to send his negation to the Soul Society at a particular time and place. When Ichigo had told his friends back in the cave of what he was asked to do by a Soul Reaper, of course most of them didn't agree with this at all. Mainly the 3 Ajucha. Hallow was cautious of Ichigo trusting a Rouge Soul Reaper, while Nilio said she would support Ichigo no matter what. It took some convincing, but he was eventually able to get them to trust his decision. He was lucky to have friends like them. After a few hours of flying, he spotted the large hollow he was looking for along with a blonde-haired Vasto Lode. Ichigo got a good look at him. He was probably a few feet taller than Ichigo, and had armor-like skin that was pale white. His mask only had one eye hole to it, and half of his mask on his jaw looked to be cracked. Ichigo landed in front of the two, making them cautious of another Vasto Lord. Hi, Ichigo said as he waved to them. I'm Ichigo, and I was wondering if you could help me with something. The mention of his name made the blonde shudder and take a half step back. He, along with most of every other hollow in the forest, had heard of that name. I've heard of you before. The Vasto Lord started. He cocked his head at Ichigo almost like he was examining him. I heard you were short, but I didn't think you were shorter than even me. Ichigo let out a chuckle and scratched the back of his head. Yeah, I get that a lot actually. So what's your name? I'm Wonderweiss Margila, he said as he pointed to himself. He pointed to the big hollow behind him. This is Hula, my only friend. Ichigo waved to the giant hollow. Hi there, Hula. So, what does the infamous Ichigo want our help with? Wonderweiss asked him. Well, I need Hula to send something called a Niga something to the Soul Society in like 2 hours or so, Ichigo said to Wonderweiss. Oh, that's it? Wonderweiss asked him. Ichigo nodded to him. Okay. We can do that, right, Hula? He looked up to the giant hollow, and it bellowed out to him almost cheerfully. Wonderweiss looked back at Ichigo and continued. We'll help you on 2 conditions. Okay, Ichigo said with a hint of excitement in his voice. 1, we can be friends and go up with you. Ichigo gave him a thumbs up, much to Wonderweiss' excitement. And 2, I really would like to fight you sometime to see just how strong you really are. If Ichigo wasn't wearing his mask, then these two would be able to see his happy face as he bounced up and down. Deal. I was looking for someone new to fight against at some point. Wonderweiss and Hula were ecstatic as they followed Ichigo back to the surface. They were met with many faces as they left. Most of were from fear at the sight of 2 powerful Vasto Lord walking together, and a massive hollow behind them. By the time they made it back to the cave, it was almost time for Hallow to launch his negation to Soul Society. The three were met by the others at the opening of the cave, and Apache, Mila Rose, and Sun were very tense at the sight of the massive Hallow. "Hey girls!" Ichigo started with a wave. He pointed to Wonder Weiss, who was standing next to him. "This is Wonder Weiss, and the big guy is Hallow. They're going to be staying with us now." The news made Hallow look at Ichigo with her head cocked to the side. "No offense, Ichigo, but Hallow won't be able to fit in the cave. Hallow can stay outside, and I'll stay out with him." Wonder Weiss spoke up. That was about all they needed to hear before Ichigo told the two that it was almost time. Wonder Weiss looked up to his friend and told him to go for it. Hallow let out a strange bellow, and a large yellow beam shot towards the sky. It opened a large garganta and went into it. Back at the Soul Society, Aizen, Jin, and Tosen had already made themselves known to everyone and had the Hogyoku now. They knew they were outnumbered on the Sokaiku, and everyone knew they had nowhere else to go. That was when the sky opened up and 3 negations engulfed the 3 Rouges. As they were lifted up, Aizen started to monologue all of his past actions and deeds to everyone. He then turned to the Kurosaki family, who had just finished their battle with both Byakuya, Kenpachi, Toshiro, and Kamamura. What he said got under their skin. "You all believe that Grand Fisher came here when really that was just my Kyoka Sujetsu," he continued as he took his glasses off and slicked back his hair. "Oh, and one last thing. I was the one who ordered Grand Fisher that night to take his life. Ichigo Kurosaki belongs to me now." That made the 4 gasp at the sudden realization that Ichigo was alive and he was with Aizen in the land of hollows. Before any of them could retort, Aizen was already past the garganta and it closed. Aizen and his 2 followers were now falling from the sky and had to catch themselves so they wouldn't fall down hard. They were met by many eyes all staring at them. The 3 Rouges recognized Ichigo, but all of the others were almost complete mysteries to them. "So," Ichigo started in a cheerful-like tone, "I helped you, so now you have to help me see my family." "Right," Aizen smirked at the boy. "First things first, Ichigo." He held the Hogyoku to his face. "First I must assemble my army. Then I will help you see your family." Aizen was so confident in himself that he had forgotten one thing. He was in the negation when he said what he said. He realized this all too late when Ichigo appeared and took the Hogyoku and his Zanpakuto away from him. The others surrounded the 3 and were prepared for a battle. "So," Ichigo said, still in his cheerful tone, "I belong to you, right?" "Well, not anymore." Aizen stood there in absolute shock, a rare moment in his life. He never would have expected the boy to take advantage of his own arrogance, nor would he think the boy was a few steps ahead of him. Ichigo stood in front of the leader of the 3 Rouge captains, and tilted his head to the side. He did in fact hear everything that Aizen said the negation through Hallow. When he initially heard it, he was surprised by the fact that it was Aizen that had him killed by Grand Fisher. He also heard him saying all of that to his family there. When Ichigo realized that, he knew that he couldn't trust Aizen to keep his word, and Orenji instructed him on what he should do the second the 3 got there. "You had me killed that night," Ichigo said to him. "Why?" Aizen knew that the 3 were in no position to really fight, especially since they were in the middle of 4 Vasto Lord, 3 strong Ajucha and a Hallow that could send them back just as fast as they got there. Swallowing the lump in his throat, Aizen answered the boy, "I initially meant to kill your mother to get you to embrace your full potential. But Grand Fisher had other ideas." "My full potential?" Ichigo started as he cocked his back. "What are you talking about?" Aizen smirked at the boy for a few seconds and the 2 were in a silence for a few minutes. Ichigo was starting to get confused by the man's tactics, so he just asked, "Well, what are you talking about?" Aizen's smirk left when he remembered that Ichigo was still a child in not only body, but mind as well. "Your father was a Soul Reaper, and your mother a Quincy. That makes you a hybrid of the 2. And now a full hybrid of the 3. Soul Reaper, Quincy, and now Hallow all rolled into one stable body. My ace in the hole." "You, Ichigo." Hearing this surprised everyone standing with Ichigo. They had no idea that he was a hybrid of any kind, and that was evident by the looks on their faces as they stared at Ichigo. Ichigo, on the other hand, scratched the back of his head in confusion. Much to Aizen's surprise, his words didn't have the effect on the boy as he had hoped it would. Ichigo still held on to both the Hogyoku and his Zanpakuto the same way, and he didn't look like he was shocked or surprised by this whole situation. So you just wanted to use me so you can do something an evil guy would do, right? Ichigo asked in pure confusion. Aizen sighed, realizing that his ace in the hole would not be helping him whatsoever now. Seeing as though you have no interest in assisting me, he held out his hand to Ichigo. At least hand me back my Zanpakuto so we may leave peacefully. Aizen was going to have to trick Ichigo since he couldn't use the boy at this point. If Ichigo were to give him his Kyoka Suigetsu, then he could use it to get the Hogyoka back. He inwardly smirked while outwardly sweat dropping. No thanks. Ichigo started while shaking his head to the man. You're just going to use it to try and get this thing back, right? Ichigo waved the Hogyoka at the stunned man in front of him. I wonder what happens if I do this. Almost like a nanosecond, Ichigo flashed over to all of his friends and tapped them with the Hogyoku in his hand. In a massive burst of blinding purple energy, all 7 hollows around them had changed drastically. When the light finally died down, all of them now looked more human than before. They all had mask fragments in their respective places and they all were as well. And they looked the same as they do in canon, so I don't have to explain their looks. The one looked remotely like how they used to look like before was Hula. No, she was now a little shorter than Wonder Weiss and she looked like a purple girl made of the same goop she was before, but it was more solid than how it used to be. Her facial features changed with her skin, and she didn't have on a mask fragment. Aizen and his comrades looked on in shock and horror as everyone, with the exception of Hula, had their own Zanpakuto now. Aizen looked over at Ichigo with rage-filled face and shouted as Ichigo was about to press the Hogyoku to his chest like he did the others. You little brat! He shouted right before Ichigo pressed it to himself. There was another bright flash and an intense spiritual pressure that swept all around Hueco Mundo. A massive beam of white energy fired high into the air, visible to everyone, and then it stopped. When the crowd of people looked at where the beam originated from, they were surprised to see Ichigo in his new form. His long white hair had now reached to his upper back instead of his feet. His mask was now only a fragment on the top of head just above his right eye. His skin was just the way it was before he became a Vasto, and his eyes were now orange with red pupils to them. His Zanpakuto was laying in front of him. Just like everyone else as well, he was also. As he stood there, Ichigo fell to his knees and in the process dropped both the Zanpakuto and the Hogyoku. Aizen wasted no time in retrieving the 2 items and leaving along with the other 2 rouges. Hallow and Wonder Weiss were about to chase after the 3, but Ichigo stopped them. Wait a sec, guys. He started, getting their attention. I don't think we should stay here right now, especially since we're all in the nude right now. Neilil said as she covered herself up as best as she could. So now what? Apache asked everyone. There was a collective shrug throughout the group, until Ichigo decided that now would probably be an okay time to leave Hueco Mundo and head home now. Let's get out of here and just go to World of the Living. I'm pretty sure we can find someone that would like to help us out. Not really seeing any other option other than wander around, the rest of the group nodded and Ichigo opened up a garganta leading back to his old home. Suriidii, Captain's Meeting. Despite the 4 being tricked into coming to the Soul Society by Aizen and being the main reason he escaped, the Kurosaki family were pardoned for their previous actions. Much to everyone's surprise aside from Kairaku, Yukitake and Unohana, the head captain was actually very happy to see his old star student alive and well again. He even excused both Masaki for being a Quincy and his 2 daughters for being hybrids of the 2. That surprised everyone. Especially Isshin Shiba. The head captain started from his chair. Isshin stepped forward. After the events of today, with Aizen and his 2 cohorts escaping to Hueco Mundo and the fact that he has your son, I hereby reinstate you into the ranks of captain should you accept. Isshin had a smirk on his face as he was told this. He looked back to his family, and saw their smiling faces to the news. He turned around and bowed. Thank you, head captain, but with all due respect, I don't want to be captain of my old squad. He looked over to Toshiro and smiled to him. Toshiro is doing just fine with it. Then I hereby reinstate you as the new captain of Squad 5. The head captain said to him. With that, Isshin rejoined the ranks as a captain for the first time in a few decades. The rest of the captain's meeting went by as expected. Everyone was concerned as to what Aizen's plan was and what he was going to use the Hogyoka for. After a while the meeting ended and Isshin rejoined his family as they were getting ready to head back to the world of the living to rest up. Despite being pardoned, now Isshin would have to stay in the Soul Society to continue the work of a captain. "Do you think we can visit you often, Dad?" Yuzu asked him with a sad smile. She was going to miss always seeing her father. "Don't worry, Yuzu. Now that everyone knows that Aizen was the one behind everything here, the head captain will be very lenient with all of you being able to come here," he said to her with a goofy smile. "Still gonna miss you, Dad," Karen said to him with her usual small smile. "I'll miss you too, Karen," Isshin said as he hugged both of his daughters. He looked over to Masaki and saw her worried smile. He went to her and raised her head with his left hand and caressed her cheek with it. "This isn't goodbye, Masaki. It's not just that," she started as she leaned into his gentle touch. "It's what Aizen said about Ichigo. I just hope and pray that we won't have to fight him anytime soon." "Hey now," Isshin started as his lips brushed up against hers. "At least now we know that he's alive. A hollow, but alive nonetheless. We'll see him again, I know it." She smiled at him and met his lips with hers. They stood there like that for a few seconds before the Senkamin opened up. Masaki reluctantly parted from her husband and walked over to it with Yuzu and Karen right behind her. They waved back to Isshin one last time before leaving the Soul Society. As they exited the Dongmai, they landed a few blocks away from their home, so they just flashed over only to see that the door handle was broken off its hinge. They all prepared themselves when they felt multiple hollow energies inside the house. Yuzu drew her Zangetsu while Masaki and Karen drew out their bows, and as fast as they could, they charged in to see several female-like hollows sitting around the living room with only towels and bed sheets covering their bodies. The five sat there and looked at the three in embarrassment to their current situation. Not letting their guards down, Masaki, Yuzu and Karen approached the five slowly. "I sense 3 other hollow energies in my home," Masaki started while aiming her bow to Hallow's face. "Who are all of you and why are you all in our living room?" Before any of them could even respond, a familiar voice coming down the stairs stopped the three in their tracks. "Mom?" Masaki looked over and saw her long-lost son with some of his old clothes on himself. He looked completely different than the last time she saw him, all those years ago. He was accompanied by a blonde-haired boy in some of Ichigo's old clothes as well and a purple girl that stood behind the blonde. Masaki's bow returned to its pendant, and she looked at her son with wide and teary eyes. "Ichigo?" Ichigo smiled and went up to hug her. When he was in arm's reach of her, she embraced him in a deathly tight hug and absolutely refused to let him go. "Not now, not ever, not this time." Karakura Airport. The plane had finally touched down at its destination and all of its occupants had gotten off. Among the sea of people that were exiting the plane, there was one lone boy with short brown hair, a slim figure, and black framed transition lens glasses that hid his hazel eyes well. He was wearing black cargo pants with a red shirt and a white jacket with the sleeves rolled up. He also had on white Nikes that had red bottoms to them. He stretched himself out and looked around for anyone that was looking for him. Not surprised whatsoever, the boy sighed when he didn't see his own father waiting for him. "Naturally," the boy started with a sigh. "Tells me to drop everything back in South Georgia to come over her just to blow me off when I do get here. Typical dad." With those words, the boy left the airport, and when he was out of sight from everyone there, he used some sort of technique under his feet to move high into the air. When he was high enough, he started to leap from building to building in search of his father's house. He wound up finding it after a few minutes of searching. It was very difficult to miss since it was the only blue house that was next to a clinic. "Okay, Dad," the boy started with a sigh. "You better have a good reason for ditching me at the airport." He reached for the door handle but stopped when he felt a strange feeling wash over him. He had never felt this before and he felt it next door at the clinic. Against his better judgment, the boy went to a window at the front of the residence and peered inside. When he did, he saw 5 nearly women all with some kind of mask fragments on them, 2 boys that looked younger than him, a purple-skinned girl behind one of the boys, 2 other girls that looked around his age, and a woman with orange hair. The woman with the orange hair hugged the boy with white hair and held onto him tightly. The boy smiled at this show of affection from who he could only assume was a mother hugging her son. It reminded him of his mother before she died. Loving, kind, and always there for him. He was brought out of his thoughts when one of the nearly women looked straight at him. She had blue hair and different color eyes. One was blue, the other red. The boy saw her grin evilly at him and point him out so the other women could see him. Oh man! The boy started as he took a deep breath. Thomas Rancher, what are you about to get yourself into now this time? Hueco Mundo. Aizen and his cohorts had a very difficult time trying to get their bearing after witnessing the Hogyoka transform 3 Ajucha, 4 Vasta Lord and 1 large Hallow into Arankars. They were in no hurry to find others to join their army just yet, so they decided to rest for a bit before going to the king of Hueco Mundo himself. As the 3 were resting, 2 pairs of red eyes spotted them from the shadows. They had first sensed powerful spirit energies near where the 3 Soul Reapers were initially, and decided to go to the source of it. When they saw the white beam of light shine in the air like a beacon of hope, they had both ran at their fullest speed to see the 8 individuals as they were now Arankars. For a while, the 2 had been following the Soul Reapers, and now they were ready to feast upon them. I want that guy with the silver hair first, one of them said in a female voice. We attack them together, Miko, okay? The other said in a male voice. Miko huffed at him. They're relaxed and have their guard down, KG. We'll be fine, but I want to talk to that brown-haired guy before we kill them. He knew that Ichigo Kurosaki Vasto. We'll do that later. KG started as he stood up after feeling an all-too-familiar spiritual pressure fast approaching. When he stood, the moonlight showed him as a black wolf with a white dash-like mask. Miko stood too when she felt the energy, and she looked the exact same as her brother. Why is he coming here? She asked him. I don't know, but we don't want to be here to find out. KG started as he turned around. Let's get out of here before he notices us. You don't want a repeat of last time now, do you? Miko cringed at the thought of last time, so she followed her brother to avoid the wrath of the Panther Vasto Lord fast approaching the 3 Soul Reapers. Ichigo stood there with a smile on his face as he was hugged tightly by his mother. She wasn't letting him go anytime soon, so he hugged her back in kind. When he felt tears on his shoulder, that was when he decided to speak up. Mom? What's wrong? He asked her with a little concern in his voice. Masaki lifted her head off of him and looked deep into his now orange and red eyes, and a tear formed in hers. She lowered her head down as she realized that her baby boy had been a Hallow this entire time. Ichigo used both of his hands and lifted her head up. When she saw his smiling face, her worries were pushed into the back of her mind. I'm so glad you're all right, my beautiful boy, Masaki said to him with a smile of her own. She looked around to the others and saw that they were staring at the window. What are all of you looking at? Despite being with her son after 5 years of assuming he was dead and being truly happy, she was still cautious of the other Hallows here. There's some guy with some kind of spirit energy outside right now. Hallow started as she stood up with the towel wrapped around her. Thomas was too scared to move at this point. He was easily outmatched and clearly outclassed when it came to these people. He saw the tan-skinned woman stand and then just disappear out of sight. He looked around before deciding to just leave. The moment he turned around, he was face first in the woman's large cleavage. He looked up at her with a completely red face and saw that she was in no mood to be groped on any level right now. Who or what are you, boy? She asked with some venom in her voice. I am Thomas Rancher, Thomas said to her while trying to focus on her eyes and not her breast that seemed to nearly pop out of the towel. Well, whatever the reason you're here, Thomas, and whoever you work with, Hallow started as she leaned down to him. When she was face to face with him, she continued. Do yourself a favor, don't get involved with us. Understood? Thomas quickly shook his head and she motioned her head to tell him to leave. He did so and left with the same technique he used to get there. Hallow looked on in surprise to what he did and knew he wasn't Soul Reaper or Hallow, but something else entirely. Back in the house, Yuzu and Karen were talking with their older brother. It was strange at first to see him after so many years, but they just had this feeling that this was still their older brother, no matter what he was now. So Ichigo, Karen started as she nudged his shoulder. Who exactly are all of these people in our house right now? She motioned to the others as Hallow walked back inside and sat back down on the couch. "Oh, they're my friends," Ichigo said as he started to point at them individually. "That's Neilio, Hallow, Apache, Mila Rose, Sun. He pointed to Wonder Weiss and Hula, who were now standing together behind the couch looking at the TV. "And those two are Wonder Weiss and Hula. You made a lot of new friends, I see," Masaki started. She did feel very uncomfortable with all of the women being completely though, and decided to address the situation. "Is there a reason all of you are right now?" "Well, when we transformed, we kinda just came out this way," Neilio said with a smile. "Right," Masaki started as she looked at Yuzu. "Yuzu, we're going to need to head to the mall to get them some clothes in the morning." Yuzu nodded. "But before we do that, we need to see Kasuke and get all of you some proper jigais." "What's a jigai?" Mila Rose asked her. "It's a fake body that you can go into to completely mask your spirit energy while at the same time making look like an average human to everyone else," Yuzu explained with a smile of her own. The five were impressed by this and decided to go with it. Masaki looked over to Karen next. "Karen, I'm gonna need you to go back to the Soul Society and tell your father of everything here. But make sure no one else hears you when you tell him. Okay?" Karen nodded to her and Masaki looked at the five along with her son and the other two. "We're going to have to keep a very low profile since the Soul Society is on edge after what happened today, so all of you are going to have to lower your spirit energies." They nodded to her and proceeded to suppress their energies. They left the house and made their way over to the shop where Kasuke was sitting outside of looking up to the sky. He was fanning himself and staring at the moon with his usual smile on his face. "Let's go, but try not to spark his curiosity, okay?" Masaki said as they walked up to him. Kasuke looked over and saw Masaki and her daughters walking to him, and they were trailed by 8 maskless Hallows. He stopped fanning and stared at them with a hint of curiosity but mostly caution. "Masaki?" Kasuke questioned when they stopped in front of him. He stood up and continued. "Mind telling me why 8 Hallows are right behind you?" "Kasuke," Masaki started while bringing Ichigo in front of her. Kasuke went wide-eyed as he recognized the small boy's face instantly. "I need you to make several jigai for Ichigo and his friends," she said with a warm smile. Kasuke looked at her, then back to Ichigo, then at the other Hallows, then back to Masaki, who had a very dark-like aura to her smile. He sighed as he knew he didn't have much say in the matter at hand. He motioned them to come inside and sat them down in a large guest room. He went into his lab and started to make the jigai for them. While he was doing that, Ichigo was catching up with his family. They were discussing how things changed when he died and how they vowed to avenge him. Now that he was here with them, there was no reason to do so. Ichigo talked about how he met his friends and how strong he was now. It didn't come as a shock, seeing as though he was a Vasto Lord when he arrived in Hueco Mundo. The others even talked to an extent. It was mainly Neilio and Wonder Weiss who spoke, while the others would talk only when they were talked to. After about an hour and a half, Kasuke finally came back and looked visibly exhausted. "Okay," he started. "I got them all ready for y'all and even took the liberty of fitting them to hold your hollow energies inside them. I also gave them some clothes just so they don't have to walk around." He of course was talking about the five and Hula. They followed him to the back and got into their respective jigais. They looked virtually the same minus their mask fragments, but Hula looked vastly different. She was now a light-skinned girl with dark blonde hair almost similar to Wonder Weiss. She had green eyes and a pretty petite body to say the least. Neilio, Hallow, and Mila Rose were in some of Yoruchi's clothes that hugged their bodies tightly, while Apache, Sun, and Hula were some old clothes that Kasuke had lying around that managed to fit on them perfectly. Ichigo and Wonder Weiss were dressed in a copy of the clothes they wore beforehand, so not many changes were made to them. "Okay, I'll also need you to send Karen over to the Soul Society to tell Ishin about what's going on right here," Masaki said to him. "I'm afraid I can't do that tonight." Kasuke started, getting everyone's attention. "It needs time to recalibrate since now I can openly go back there at any time. It's going to try and make it to where it can send someone inside the Siri instead of outside of it, and it could take the rest of the night. So does that mean I can't see Dad yet?" Ichigo asked the man in the weird hat. "Afraid so, Ichigo," he said to the boy. I would suggest that Ichigo stay out of sight to everyone else. If they see him alive and still the same as when he died, it'll bring up some very unanswerable questions. What about everyone else, Mr. Urahara? Karen asked him with her arms crossed. Well, all of you have some space. He started as he looked at the others. They stood pretty close to Ichigo. And I get the feeling that all of you want to stay with Ichigo, am I right? Well, obviously. Apache said, we are his friends after all. Mila Rose finished. Well, that settles that then. Kisuke said. The group left the shop and headed back home. The entire time they walked, Masaki kept a firm grasp of Ichigo's hand. He in turn held hers gently just like he did all those years ago. She looked down to him and smiled at him, and realized something. She had gotten her son back, and this time, no one was taking him away from her. The next morning, Ichigo had woken up and felt a familiar weight on his chest like always. He looked down to see Nilil asleep on his chest, and watched as she snored on him. Ichigo smiled down at her and lifted her head up off of him quickly before setting it down on his old bed. After last night, Ichigo found out that his room was relatively untouched and kept clean with a shrine on a desk in his memory. Masaki took down the shrine and had a smile on her face the entire time while doing so. After he placed Nilil's head down on the bed, he looked around to see most of his friends there. Since they were all used to sleeping on hard surfaces, the wooden floor was really nothing to them. Ichigo looked around and couldn't find either Wonder Weiss or Hooler anywhere. After he noticed they weren't there, Ichigo carefully maneuvered his way to the door without waking anyone and made his way out the door. He walked downstairs to see that it was still very early in the morning and the TV was on. On the couch sat Wonder Weiss with Hooler laying across his lap. They were watching the Weather Channel and were very interested in the news. Guys, Ichigo said as he approached them quietly. They turned to him and pointed at the TV. I didn't know humans could fit in such small places, Wonder Weiss said with a smile on his face. Ichigo chuckled under his breath and grabbed the remote. That's not a dude. He changed the channel to his old favorite channel about cartoon dinosaurs. Wonder Weiss and Hooler were in complete shock at what they were seeing and couldn't believe what this was. All you have to do is press this button, and you can change the channel to anything you want, Ichigo explained as he handed Hooler the remote. She pressed the button and they both were ecstatic when more humans came on the screen swinging a stick at a ball and a large diamond. So how long were you guys up? Ichigo asked as he was getting ready to head to the kitchen. We never really slept, Wonder Weiss started. We never sleep actually. Well, that's not depressing at all, Ichigo said sarcastically from the kitchen as he went to the fridge and took out the carton of milk. He placed it on the counter along with a bowl and a box of cereal. Before he could even open the box, Yuzu came down, wiping sleep from her eyes. She saw Ichigo in the kitchen and had a smile on her face as she approached. Good morning, Ichigo, she said with a smile. Morning, Yuzu, Ichigo said as he opened the box. Before he could pour it, Yuzu grabbed the box and poured it into the bowl for him, along with the milk. Ichigo appreciated what she was doing, but knew that she was doing this to make him more comfortable. It was a kind gesture that made him smile at her. So Yuzu, Ichigo started as he sat at the counter with his bowl in front of him. Yuzu looked over to him as she was putting an apron on. How is everyone ever since he dropped his smile and put on a more serious look at the memory? Since I died? The question made Yuzu pale up. She didn't want to relive those terrible memories, but she wanted to put her older brother's mind at ease and explain. Well, we were all very broken up about the whole thing when it happened, Yuzu started. Especially Mom. She always kept saying that it was all her fault you died. Even though we all knew that wasn't true and there was nothing she could have done without her powers, she still blamed herself. Yuzu sighed at the memory of her mother sobbing day in and day out at the time before continuing. I remember Tatsuki being at the funeral along with some of Mom's old family members. They were pretty sad about the whole thing too, but they eventually moved on. Tatsuki? Ichigo started as he remembered his best friend. I really wish I could go to her and apologize for making her cry. Yuzu smiled at him and started to get things ready to cook. While she did that, Karen came down along with Masaki. They both took one look at Ichigo eating cereal and sighed in relief. They were a little paranoid about him eventually having a craving for souls. Since he was a Hallow, Masaki had to be the most careful around him and his friends since hollow blood was like poison to a Quincy. Yuzu and Karen didn't have to worry so much since they were also part Soul Reaper. "Good morning, Ichigo," Karen said as she walked up behind her brother and patted him on the head, ruffling up his hair. "Morning, Karen." "Morning, Mom," Ichigo said to them both. "Good morning, my little Ichigo," Masaki said as she hugged him from behind. Ichigo fell into the hug, then felt her release him. They went about the morning normally and everything was going smoothly until the others came down. The 5 female hollows made Masaki very cautious considering the fact that they were always around Ichigo and even slept in the same room as him. She didn't want any of them to take advantage of her boy, despite the fact that he felt far more powerful than any of them right now. They were about to approach Ichigo when Masaki stepped in their way. Out of everyone there, Hallow and Nelio were locked in a heated stare down with Masaki. The 3 didn't break eye contact for several seconds and an almost visibly dark aura could be seen from the 3. What's going on right now?" Ichigo asked in a confused tone and looking at the 3. "Oh, nothing, Ichigo," Masaki said as she looked back to him with a warm motherly look to her face. "Yes. Nothing at all," Hallow said as she smirked at the boy. Ichigo shrugged it off and went back to eating his cereal. For a few hours the group stayed inside, talking amongst themselves until they got a phone call from Kisuk. He told them to head over to the shop right now, and it sounded very urgent. Wasting no time, Masaki, Yuzu and Karen went straight over to the shop. Before they left, Masaki told Ichigo to stay here along with the other hollows reluctantly. Ichigo agreed to this and stayed. The 3 made their way over to the shop and felt very familiar spirit energies inside. When they touched down, they were immediately in the middle of multiple Stealth Force Soul Reapers at the ready. "Okay then," Karen started while summoning her bow. "Guess this is their way of taking care of us." "What's going on?" Masaki asked, hoping that one of these Reapers would answer her. "Simple Masaki Kurosaki," a female voice said from behind the Stealth Force. She stepped over and the men made a path for the Stealth Commander Soifan. "We received an anonymous tip that you were housing powerful hollows in your home. I was assigned to bring you 3 in." Masaki deadpanned the captain and gave a very serious look that both her daughters had seen only twice before. She was going to do something pretty dangerous now, and they had better get out of the way of it. "What about the hollows?" Masaki asked with an almost different tone to her voice. Soifan smirked at her and answered in an even colder tone. "Eliminate every last one of them, of course." Masaki instantly fired an arrow at Soifan, but missed by mere inches as the captain dodged it at the last minute. Soifan looked to the woman and noticed the death glare coming from her. This woman had changed gears fast, and it was very apparent that Soifan might have hit a nerve she shouldn't have hit. "You had better kill me, Captain," Masaki started in a dark tone. "Because that is what it'll take to even get within eyesight of my son." Masaki had her bow drawn and aiming straight for the captain. She was prepared to face off against anyone if it meant keeping her son safe. Soifan drew her Zanpakuto out, and prepared for a fierce battle with the Quincy with captain-class power. "Yuzu, Karen," Masaki started to her daughters. "Make sure the rest don't get involved in this fight." Yuzu and Karen nodded in agreement as their mother disappeared at blinding speeds. She reappeared behind Soifan and fired an arrow at the unsuspecting captain. Soifan was able to flash out of the way at the last second. An arrow made a small crater in the ground where she used to stand. Masaki looked up and saw the captain standing in the air with a stinger-like object on her right arm. "Since your son means so much to you, Kurosaki," Soifan started as she took her stance, "then I will deal with him myself." That was the straw that broke the horse's back. Masaki was enraged at the captain's words and fired an intense flurry of arrows at her. Soifan panicked at first, but dodged them all with Shuinpa. She took a few hits and aftershocks from Masaki's attacks, but nothing too serious. Soifan flashed over towards Masaki, stinger at the ready, only to be stopped when Masaki grabbed her wrist. Soifan was stunned at the woman's reflexes and speed, and her strength when she threw her high into the air. Masaki pulled back on her bow and white arrow formed on her bow. She fired it at the captain at incredible speeds and hit her target. An explosion and blinding light filled the sky of Karakura town for a few brief moments before it slowly dissipated. Masaki fell to one knee and her bow disappeared from her hand. That was the first time she's used that ability since she got her powers back. It had taken a lot out of her, and she needed a rest. At least she had defeated the captain without killing her and protected Ichigo. At least that's what she thought. Suddenly, a white gust of wind latent with spirit energy came down from the sky and struck Masaki in her shoulder. Masaki screamed in agony as the wind tore through her clothes and ripped at her flesh, causing blood to pour from the wound without any signs of stopping. "MOM!" Both Yuzu and Karen shouted. They fought past the stealth forces and went over to their injured mother. Masaki was hurting badly, and if the wound wasn't treated quickly, she would die from blood loss. "It seems I greatly underestimated you, Masaki Kurosaki," Soifan said as she lowered herself to the ground slowly. She was now in her stealth uniform and had traces of the white energy around her. She approached slowly to the group and saw the two girls get ready to protect their mother. "I tried to make this quick and painless for you, Kurosaki," she started as Masaki started breathing shallowly. "But you brought this all on yourself." She flashed past the two girls at undetectable speeds for them and stood in front of the fading Masaki. "Goodbye, Kurosaki!" she yelled out as she thrust her energy straight to Masaki. There was a small explosion and dust formed, blocking everyone's view from Masaki's demise. Yuzu and Karen were at a loss for words. Did they just witness the death of their mother, and they couldn't do anything to stop it? They all stood there as the dust began to settle and were absolutely in awe at what they were seeing. Standing right in front of them was Ichigo in his normal clothes and his hollow fragment on his head. He held his sword in its sheath in his left hand and stared at the captain with his red pupils. He didn't look remotely hurt, or even fazed by her attack as he stood there in front of his mother. Behind him were Neilio and Hallow. Neilio was healing Masaki the best she could with her spit, while Hallow was keeping the stealth forces at bay with her deathly glare. "You hurt my mom," Ichigo said in a low tone that was uncharacteristic of him. He pointed his finger to the captain, and she tensed. The spiritual pressure coming from this boy was immeasurable. "I'll make you regret that, lady." Soifan regained her composure and scoffed at the boy. "Just because you're a child boy doesn't mean I'll hold back against you." She held up her hand to fire another blast of energy but saw that the boy was gone now. She looked around and had no idea where he could have gone, until she felt a small poke at the small of her back. She turned quickly and saw the boy standing there with his fingers still pointing at her. She tensed when she saw him forming a zero and flashed high into the air. She looked down to find the boy only to feel another poke on her forehead. She looked forward and saw the boy standing in front of her with the same look and the same zero forming on his finger. She stepped away from him and kept her eyes on him the entire time this time. "How the hell did he move so fast?" she thought to herself as she started to breath in a raged way. "What the hell?" she said out loud. Her vision was getting slightly blurry, and she was having a harder time focusing than how she did before the boy arrived. She rubbed her eyes and shook her head to get her senses back to her. "What the hell did you do to me, you damned Hallow?" Ichigo shook his head slightly and lowered his arm, ending the zero. He looked at her and smirked. "It's called Yuwaka Shimasu. I don't know what that fully means, but it happens to girls every time I use my speed. But it affects people in different ways. At least that's what Orenji told me." Soifan looked at the boy and tried her hardest to hide the blush that was appearing on her face. She was getting very hot all of a sudden and horny. She shook her head again and yelled out. "Undo it right now, boy!" Ichigo shrugged. "Don't know how to." Soifan visibly deflated at the boy's words. Not only did he simply prove that his power and speed were far above hers, but now he's probably left her in a state of arousal for who knows how long. She couldn't concentrate on the fight as she was starting to feel herself coming dangerously close to an imminent orgasm. She crossed her legs together and bit her lip hard to take her mind off of it, but that proved useless. Ichigo saw her struggle and walked over to her. The closer he got to her, the harder it was for her to control herself. After a few more steps closer to her, and her intense orgasm getting harder to control, Soifan did the only logical idea: retreat. "Pull out, men, now!" she yelled out as she quickly opened a StringDman and went through it. The stealth forces followed and the StringDman closed afterwards, leaving Ichigo standing in the air, slightly confused by her reaction. He shrugged it off and dropped down to where his mother was. She was asleep with her head in Nilio's lap and seemed to be stable for now. "We have to find Mr. Urahara." Karen started as she went inside the shop to search for said shopkeeper. She looked around and searched for any signs of spirit energy, but couldn't detect any at all. "I can't find them," she yelled out from one of the open windows. "Then we gotta take Mom to the hospital." Yuzu started. "Uncle Ryukin can help her. We have an uncle?" Ichigo asked his sister in surprise. "Yep." Yuzu started as she and Karen lifted their mother off the ground. Before they could even move 2 feet, Hallow grabbed Masaki and lifted her bridal style with great ease. "So where's this hospital?" she asked the two. "Follow us," Karen said as she leapt into the air, followed by the rest. Soul Society. Soifan came out of the gate, and was finally back to her normal self. It was very strange and surreal for a child to get the upper hand on her without even so much as laying more than a finger on her, literally. She took a few steps and immediately fell to the ground in exhaustion. Her men went to her side and carried her to the Squad 4 barracks. Captain Unohana came rushing out when she heard the news of Soifan collapsing near the gate. She rushed into the room the Squad 2 captain was being kept in and checked everything on her. Unohana seemed confused. There were no injuries aside from a few small burn marks, but nothing really serious. There was really nothing wrong with her other than just fatigue. Unohana placed her hand under her chin and thought long and hard on what could have caused her to become so tired after only a short time. Unohana's thoughts were interrupted when Isane came rushing in. "Captain, you're being summoned for a captain's meeting when you have a diagnosis on Captain Soifan," the tall, silver-haired girl said with a bow. "Then I guess it's time to leave then," Unohana said to her lieutenant. "It seems that she was exhausted for some strange reason. I'll explain after the captain's meeting, Isane." Isane nodded and watched as her captain left the room to attend to the task at hand. As Unohana was walking to the captain's meeting hall, her thoughts were back on Soifan and why she was exhausted earlier. There was no actual damage too severe to really bring about her exhaustion, and there was no way she had too much trouble with hollows. So what exactly was it? Her thoughts were interrupted when she bumped into Yukitake. "Sorry, Yukitake," she started in her usual soft voice. "I wasn't paying attention." "It's all right, Unohana," Yukitake said with a smile. "So, I heard that Captain Soifan came back from her secret mission and collapsed. Do you know what's wrong with her, Captain?" Unohana sighed and made it very apparent that that was the reason she was in deep thought earlier. "Honestly, Yukitake, I haven't really found out anything yet. I expect that Soifan will have an answer as soon as she wakes up. I suspect it has something to do with whatever she was hunting." As the two continued on to the captain's meeting hall, Unohana's mind still lingered on just what Soifan was tasked with, and why exactly was she just simply exhausted rather than injured. Something was wrong about all of this, and it seems that only Soifan would know the answer. Back in Karakura town, Yuzu and Karen had brought their mother to the hospital to get treated by Ryukin. The moment he saw his sister injured, he dropped everything and treated her himself. Ichigo, Hallow, and Nilio were told not to come in so they wouldn't upset Ryukin, since he hated hollows with a passion. The three stayed on the roof right above the room Masaki was in and kept watch for now. While they were up there, both Hallow and Nilio could tell that Ichigo was worried. He was worried that his mother wasn't alright and the fact that the Soul Society will probably retaliate later on. They watched him as he stared up to the clear night sky like he used to back in Hueco Mundo when he was upset about something. Nilio looked over to Hallow and nodded over to Ichigo. Hallow sighed out, and the two proceeded to hug the boy. Ichigo didn't mind though. As a matter of fact, he thought it was a great distraction to take his mind off of things and welcome the combined hug of his friends. Hueco Mundo. "Holy crap," Miko said in a surprised and low tone as she and her brother watched as the Vasto Lord, Grimjow, was easily defeated by the 3 Soul Reapers. "I don't believe it," Keiji started in a surprised tone as well. "These guys are some serious trouble, Miko. We're leaving now." He stood up and turned to leave but noticed that his sister wasn't following him. He growled in frustration at his sister's curiosity and went back to get her. Miko, I'm serious. We're leaving right now. Aren't you the least bit curious as to who these guys are, Keiji? Miko asked her brother. He knew where this was going and didn't like it one bit. Whenever she became too curious for her own good, it was usually going to be hell for them both. Against his better judgment, Keiji crouched next to her, and they both lurked over to the downed Vasto Lord and the 3 Soul Reapers. They stayed a fair distance away so they couldn't get spotted by the 3, and they watched as the one with brown hair pulled out some sort of glowing object. He was saying something to Lo for them to hear and held the glowing object in front of Grimmjow. The object glowed onto the Panther Vasto Lord and a bright flash blinded the two for a few seconds. When they could see again, their jaws dropped at the sight of the naked man with blue hair kneeling down in front of the 3 Soul Reapers. What the hell did they just do to him? Keiji asked. Before he or his sister could say anything, they noticed one of the Soul Reapers were missing. A sword was stabbed in front of the two and an intense spiritual pressure kept them down on the ground. It seems we have wandering eyes, Lord Aizen, the dark-skinned man said. What shall I do with them? Aizen held up his hand to signal that Kenaim let them up. He did as instructed and Aizen flashed over to the 2 terrified wolf Ajuchas. He sounded as he grinned at the 2. He wasted no time and held up the Hogyoku to the 2. The flash engulfed the brother and sister, and they could feel a new rush of energy flowing through them. After a few seconds the light faded away and the 2 could feel that they were no longer themselves anymore. They looked at each other, and could see the differences they both possessed. Miko now had long white hair with a red highlight on the very top of her head. She had a very curvaceous body and dark skin that was fairly light. Miko had pure red eyes with black pupils and a Zanpakuto in front of her. The Zanpakuto was in a white sheath and the handle was also white with red wrappings around it along with a red guard. Her mask fragment was a jawbone around her left jaw. Keiji now had short black hair that was shaggy and went to his shoulders. There was a red highlight on top of his head as well. He had a muscular build to himself, and also had dark skin that was light like his sister's. He had red eyes and black pupils and also had a Zanpakuto in front of him. His was in a black sheath and had a black handle with red wrappings along with a red guard. His mask fragment was the top right part of his wolf mask just above his right eye. Now that is taken care of, Aizen started, getting their attention. Now all I need are more hollows willing to follow me. And why the hell would I follow you? Grimmjow yelled out from behind. Aizen turned to him and smirked. Don't you want another chance to face Ichigo Kurosaki again, Grimmjow? The mere mention of Ichigo's name perked Grimmjow's curiosity. What do you mean by that Soul Reaper? Exactly what I mean, Aizen said in his calm voice. Help me with my plans, Grimmjow, and I promise you that you'll have your chance to face the boy once again. Grimmjow's grin grew at the thought of facing his adversary once again. He wasted no time agreeing to join Aizen on the hopes of running into that kid again. Aizen turned his attention to the 2 newly transformed Arankars. He smirked at their cautious looks of him, and knew that he would need to intimidate them instead of offering them something. I will only ask you 2 this question once. Aizen started as he started to flare his energy to crush the 2. Either you join me, or you shall die right here in these sands. Not wanting to test this man's patience, the 2 nodded as best as they could and could feel his pressure subside. They stood up quickly and stared at the man as he smirked to them. He turned away and was followed by the other 2 Soul Reapers. I will call upon all of you at Las Noches when I have full control over it, Aizen said as he continued to walk away from the 3. Grimmjow may have been very excited about this whole thing, but Keiji and Miko knew that this was not going to go well for them. Karakura Town. Thomas felt the intense energy from earlier subside and could now feel only faint traces of spirit energy. He may not know this town well enough, but he knew that something was up. Thomas had a feeling as he was looking out his window that those people he saw the other night might have something to do with it. So he did what every 13-year-old with strange powers does in this situation, asked them. He left his father's home and went next door to the Kurosaki clinic as the sign put it and knocked on the door. At first there was nothing, so he tried again. When there was still no answer, Thomas decided to head off and try and find the answers he wanted on his own. Before he took 2 steps away from the house, the door flung open and 2 sets of hands pulled the boy inside. Thomas panicked for a second before realizing that it was the blonde-haired guy and the weird purple girl from that night. They looked down on him with smiles as the girl offered to help him up. "Mind telling us why you're here?" Wonderweus asked as Hula helped him up. Thomas could tell by the calm tone of his voice that this boy was more curious than cautious. "That energy that I felt earlier," Thomas started. "I just want to know what exactly is going on in this crazy town, and what exactly could I do to help?" At that moment, the other three girls from before stepped down from the stairs and stared at the boy intently. Thomas at that moment just realized what he said. He had said that he wanted to help them, but how would he be able to help them if he barely has a true grasp of his own powers? He looked back to the three, and then felt a hand placed on his shoulder. He looked over and saw the blonde boy smiling at him as if saying something to him. "Cool," Wonderweus said in an excited tone. "Then when Ichigo gets back, we'll talk about how you can help." "Okay?" Thomas gasped for a second, same as the three girls on the stairs. The purple girl was also smiling at the blonde's declaration and looked to be on board with it all. Thomas didn't know what he was getting himself into, but one thing was for certain: he knew that it was the right thing to do. Soul Society. The next day, Soifan finally awoke from her rest and could feel her strength coming back to her. She looked around and saw that she was in one of the Squad 4 patient rooms. Her mind went back to the boy that defeated her in such a strange way, and she started to see that the memory. She punched the wall and left a mere dent in it as she started to remember the feeling that had overcame her in her battle with the boy. Soifan couldn't tell why, but she felt a great sense of arousal at the time that she struggled to control. It was at that moment that she remembered what the boy said to her. "It's called Yuwaka Shimasu. It happens to girls every time I use my speed. But it affects people in different ways." Soifan couldn't control her rage anymore as she put her entire fist through the wall and shouted out, "Damn that little brat!" That was when Captain Unohana walked in and saw that Soifan was finally awake and feeling very healthy from the look on her face. "I see you're finally up, Captain Soifan." The peaceful captain started as she went over to the smaller captain. "I will need to ask you a few questions, Captain Soifan, as to just what you were doing and just why exactly you were exhausted when you arrived back yesterday." Soifan glared at the woman but calmed herself when she saw the way Unohana was staring back at her. She scoffed and looked away from the healer and proceeded to answer to the best secrecy as she could. "My mission is of no concern to you. I simply ran into a hollow with a certain type of ability that made me exhausted, nothing more," Soifan said to the best of her abilities. Unohana smirked as she grabbed a chart that was on the desk near her. "So I'm led to assume that this hollow has the ability to drastically raise your libido levels to the point of high and uncontrollable orgasms." Soifan instantly turned completely red at the sound of that. She looked over and saw the smirk on Unohana's face and knew that this was going to be a very embarrassing discussion. It had been a few days since the incident with the Squad 2 captain, and Ichigo was still wide awake in his bed, excited that his mother would be released today. He couldn't visit her at the hospital since nearly every one of the employees knew who Masaki was and knew that her son died years ago. The idea of her finally being back home made Ichigo bounce with excitement in his bed, accidentally waking up Hallow and Neilio, who were in his bed at the time. They woke up, and so did the others around the bed when they realized Ichigo had jumped off the bed. When he left the room, they noticed that it was actually morning now. Ichigo went downstairs and saw Wonderwise sitting at the table patiently waiting for Yuzu and Hula to finish with breakfast. Hula had been very useful when it came to helping Yuzu around the house. They were too busy to notice Ichigo walking over to the table until he talked to them. "Morning, Yuzu, Hula, Wonderwise," he said in a cheery tone. Yuzu and Hula stopped what they were doing for a moment to return his generosity in kind. "Good morning, Ichigo," Yuzu said with a smile. "Hi," Hula said in a cheery tone as well. Since she never really had a voice to begin with, the only words that Hula could manage to say were hi, yes, no, and cool. Ichigo waved to her and sat down next to Wonderwise. The blonde noticed the big smile on his friend's face and just had to ask him, "You look excited, Ichigo. Ready for your mom to come back home today?" he asked with a big smile. Ichigo returned it with a nod of his own and was gonna have to stay put and wait. He might as well get all of his pent-up energy out now before Karen came back with Masaki. He looked over to the door when he heard a knock and wanted nothing more than to leap up and answer it. Yuzu stopped him before he could do any such thing, and she went to the door instead, leaving Huller to watch the food. "Hello there?" She started as she answered the door and saw the boy from next door instead of her mother. "Can I help you with something?" Thomas looked at her and smirked a little before answering her. "So you have this spirit energy I was told about a few days ago too, huh?" Yuzu tensed up for a second. How could a human know about the spiritual world, unless he was sent to by someone with a certain type of agenda? "Thomas!" Wonderweiss said from behind Yuzu, scaring her almost out of her skin. "I was wondering when you would show up again." Thomas waved at the blonde boy and saw the look of confusion on Yuzu's face. "I came here the other day to get some answers, and Wonderweiss said I could train with him to control all of my powers to help out." "Hope that's okay." Yuzu shrugged and let him in. As Thomas passed her and went to Wonderweiss, he noticed the boy with bright orange hair and could feel a powerful presence from him. It was a light but heavy power that Thomas had never felt before, and it was jarring to think someone a little shorter than him held such power. "Ichigo." Wonderweiss started, getting Thomas's attention. "This is a new friend of mine and Huller. Thomas Rancher. He has powers somewhat similar to a Hallow." "Cool." Ichigo started as he went over to the boy. He extended his arm for Thomas to shake and smiled widely. "I'm Ichigo Kurosaki. You can just call me Ichigo." "Nice to meet you, Thomas." Thomas was hesitant at first but relented. He shook Ichigo's hand and felt a sense of power coming from the kid's hand. It was unlike anything he had ever felt before. Thomas released his hand and stared as Ichigo was now glommed on by a woman with teal hair. She lifted him up and twirled around with him for a few seconds before letting him. Ichigo didn't seem to mind from the looks of it, and actually looked as if he expected that too. Thomas didn't know what to think of that other than he must have some sort of power over them or something. "So, what do you guys usually do here anyway?" Thomas asked as he saw more girls coming down the stairs. "Well, for the most part we just stay inside and not cause trouble for anyone," Wonderweiss said to him with a smile. "So y'all don't go out and do stuff?" Thomas asked as he scratched the back of his head. "Can't really do much when the Soul Society wants to kill you for being who you are," Hallow said as she walked up and placed her elbow onto the kitchen counter. "Out of everyone here, you and Yuzu probably would be spared while the rest of us would be shown no mercy." "Well, no use in worrying too much about that." Neelil started as she hugged Hallow from behind. The blonde was so used to her attachments that she didn't even bat an eye. "So, how do you guys train?" Thomas asked them. He was met with smiles from both Ichigo and Wonderweiss. "Like this." Wonderweiss popped out of his jugai. Thomas was taken aback when he saw this. He had no idea what just happened, but knew that now that slight flow of power inside of Wonderweiss was now flowing out completely. He moved his hand in the air and a tear in reality opened up. "Be back in a few hours," Wonderweiss said as he took Thomas's hand and pulled him in the garganta. "Well, that just happened," Mila Rose said in a bored tone. There was a knock on the door and a familiar voice coming from it. "Hey, can one of you get the door? I forgot to bring my key." Ichigo hurried over to the door and quickly opened it to see both his sister and his mother standing there with smiles on their faces. Ichigo rushed into his mother's warm embrace and hugged her tightly. She in turn returned the gesture with her warmth. After a few seconds the two let each other go and went inside to talk about what happened that night with the captain. "So you mean to tell me that you have the ability to seduce women with your speed, Ichigo?" Masaki stammered as she sat on the couch along with Yuzu and Karen. Ichigo was sitting on the couch adjacent of her with Neelil and Hallow sitting on each side of him. "I honestly don't think that it works that way, Mom," Ichigo explained as he scratched the back of his head. "I mean, Orenji said that it probably would work on people in different ways, and it's never affected the girls in anything weird before." Karen and Yuzu looked at the four and saw that they were all nodding in agreement. Since they've been with him, true they've been pretty clingy to him, but they all could vouch that it's mainly because of him as a person rather than his power. "Then how exactly did you affect that Captain Ichigo?" Karen asked him, curious as to what her brother did to her. "Well, her face was really red and she kept crossing her legs for some reason. Then she left with her guys. I'm pretty sure it's worn off by now." Ichigo explained, seeing that his mother looked visibly shocked and baffled by what he just told her. Before Masaki could even say a word, an intense spiritual pressure was brought down on the whole area. Everyone felt it and looked to the window. Wherever this pressure was coming from, it wasn't far and felt almost like a Hallow's energy. That can't be a good sign. Apache was the first to speak up. No duh, Mila said to her in an irritated tone. Before Apache could retort, Ichigo stood up and popped out of his body. He was still in the clothes he was wearing before, but now had his hollow parts and his Zanpakuto in his left hand. What's wrong, Ichigo? Nilio asked him. Ichigo was never one for charging off to meet an enemy unless someone he cared about was in danger. Something must have been very wrong if he was serious about heading out to fight. After a few seconds of silence, Ichigo finally spoke up. It's Grimmjow and some other guys. And they're near Tatsuki. That surprised his family as he wasn't supposed to leave the house no matter what. Unbeknownst to them, though, Ichigo would go out and explore the town at the dead of night when everyone was asleep. He had seen his friends many of times, but mostly loved seeing his oldest friend, Tatsuki. She looked pretty much the same, only taller, and even more tomboyish than the last time he ever saw her before he died. She was his closest friend and there was no way he was going to let Grimmjow and 2 other guys hurt her. I have to save her. Ichigo started as he made his way to the door only to be stopped by his mother. Hold on, Ichigo. She started in an unsure tone. I've already lost you to a Hallow before. I refuse to lose you to another. I'm coming with you. No, you're not. Halabel started as she and Nilio popped out of their jagais and went next to Ichigo. You just got out of the hospital and need to recover. Plus these guys are from Hueco Mundo. Me and Nilio have fought them before, so we'll take care of it with Ichigo. Masaki was about to argue with the blonde but was stopped when Ichigo spoke to her and smiled. Don't worry, Mom. I've fought tough guys before in Hueco Mundo. Everybody was pretty cautious of me when I showed, so I'll be fine. I promise. He looked right up to her with that big smile that melted her heart completely. Fine. But I still think you'll need more help, Masaki said to him. Trust us. We'll be more than enough help for Ichigo, Nilio said with a grin. Masaki nodded and gave Ichigo a hug before the 3 left. At the park, there were dead bodies riddled around the area around a crater. 3 Errenkar had emerged from said crater and been standing around ever since. Those 3 Errenkar were of course Grimmjow, Ulquiorra, and Yami, who had eaten the souls of the people in the park. Man, those tasted absolutely horrible. Yami complained about the souls he consumed. Why exactly did Aizen need to send the 3 of us here anyway? Shut up, Yami, Grimmjow said from his seated position as he felt the incoming energy getting closer to them. He looked up in the direction it was coming from and prepared himself. I don't give a damn about Aizen's mission. This is personal. Yami rolled his eyes from Grimmjow and in doing so saw a girl struggling on the ground. Oh. He started as he went over to her. It seems that there is someone who has a good enough soul to devour. He stopped right in front of her. Tatsuki had been in the woods in her martial arts gear to train and clear her head of bad memories. Ever since her best friend died when they were kids, she's had a very hard time trying to move on with her life. She figured that spending time with his family would help heal her wounded spirit, but instead it granted her the ability to see spirits. It was odd at first, but she eventually adjusted to it. Now, though, she was staring at a tall and muscular man in white getting ready to do who knows what to her after he just brutally murdered everyone else that had been there. She could only watch with hazy and wavering eyes as the man raised his foot and lowered it down to crush her underneath his heel. As she waited for death to claim her, her thoughts once again went back to that day she last saw Ichigo, and she shed her last tear. I'm sorry, Ichigo. I was the weakling this whole time. Just as Yami's foot came down to the ground, kicking up dust in the process, Grimmjow noticed that his adversary's energy had disappeared. He turned to Yami as did Ulquiorra when they noticed that the big guy was being flung away from the girl. When they saw that he had hit the ground and the dust cleared, they saw the Chibi standing there with a look of anger on his face. Ichigo Kurosaki. Grimmjow started with a mad grin as he made his over to the boy. He drew his blade and stopped not too far away from him. I've been waiting for this. You ready to die by my hands this time? Ichigo looked at the man behind Grimjow and then to the big guy he threw with little effort before looking over to Grimjow. Looks like that Aizen guy changed you guys. What are you doing here? Those two have their own mission. Grimjow started as he poured out even more spiritual pressure out to get his point across. He had achieved a great power and wanted nothing more than to kill Ichigo with it. I just wanted to kill you! He rushed Ichigo with his sword drawn and went for a slash. Ichigo used his speed to not only get Tatsuki but also dodge his attack. Ichigo left the park and placed her on a nearby rooftop out of harm's way. He made sure she was okay before standing up to leave. Ichigo. He heard her say in a weak and frail tone. Ichigo turned around and saw that she had a hand on his left arm. She held onto him tightly while still having that hazy look in her eyes. Ichigo couldn't tell if she knew he was there next to her or if she was hallucinating. He smiled down at her regardless and knelt down to her. With a gentle tug of the arm, Ichigo broke out of her grip. Don't worry, Tatsuki. He started with a smile. You'll be safe up here. I promise. With those words, Ichigo flashed back down to Grimjow and looked at him with that same angered look. What? Grimjow started while grinning madly. Did I interrupt something, Kurosaki? Which one of you did this? Ichigo asked in a serious tone. He motioned over to the dead bodies lying on the ground. At that moment Yami stood up and looked at the boy with rage burning in his eyes. Boy! You are so dead! Ichigo didn't even flinch when Yami ran over to him. He kept his eyes on both Grimjow and Ulquiorra until the big guy was right next to him. Yami raised his fist into the air and brought it down to crush the boy. But something happened so fast that neither Grimjow or Ulquiorra could comprehend it. In a split second, Ichigo not only had drawn his sword but he also cut Yami's arm clean off from the shoulder without even moving from his original spot. Yami didn't register the attack at first until he looked at his missing right arm hit the ground with a thud. He screamed out in pain and went for a strike with his left arm. Before he could get far, both Hallow and Nilio appeared in front of him and punched the big guy in his gut. Yami went down and Nilio planted her foot on his head. Ulquiorra remembered this duo and prepared to draw his sword, but Hallow was faster than he was and had her blade at his throat. Don't even think about it, Ulquiorra, she said to him while glaring straight into his eyes. Why are you here, Grimjow? Ichigo asked the blue-haired man. Grimjow never took his eyes off of the boy and placed his unsheathed blade on his shoulder. Like I said, Ichigo, I just want to kill you. He rushed over to Ichigo and went for a slash. Ichigo blocked him but was actually pushed back a bit by his newfound power. Grimjow went for a kick but Ichigo ducked and punched him in his side with his left. Grimjow stumbled a little but found his footing and sonitoed behind Ichigo. Ichigo saw that coming and turned to deliver a devastating kick. Grimjow went airborne for a little bit before Ichigo was suddenly behind him. The boy punched the blue-haired man, sending him skidding on the air for a second. Grimjow was enraged but suddenly smiled. Eat it! He fired off a red Siro straight at Ichigo. Of course Ichigo deflected it with ease, but when he saw that Grimjow was now in front of him with a blue Siro priming, he moved out of the way. Grimjow grinned devilishly and fired his Grand Ray Siro off anyway. Ichigo was supremely confused as to why he did this, until he remembered who he had placed on a rooftop in the Siro's general direction. Tatsuki! He shouted out as he went over to where she was. By the time he appeared, there was no time to pick her up and leave, so Ichigo brought out his wings and covered both himself and Tatsuki in his Ryatsu. The Siro hit him and an explosion came about from it. When the dust cleared, Ichigo dropped his wing and was visibly tired from having to stop such an attack at point-blank range. Ichigo! Both Nilio and Hallow shouted out, giving both Ulquiorra and Yami enough wiggle room to escape their grasps and regroup next to Grimjow. Our mission is complete for now. Ulquiorra started as he grabbed Grimjow's shoulder. You'll face him again in time. Now let's go. He opened a garganta and the three went through it together, leaving the Chibi and his friends to ponder just what their mission was. Ichigo! Hallow started as she sonitoed up to them. She was followed by Nilio, who went over and knelt to the downed boy. I'm okay, guys, he said in a tired tone. Ichigo looked over to Tatsuki and saw that she had passed out but was safe and unharmed. At least Tatsuki is okay, True, but for how long exactly? A new yet familiar voice said from behind them. They turned to see both Kasuke Urahara and Yoruichi Shihoin standing there at the ready. It seems that Aizen must have sent them here to find a weakness. And from what we just saw, they succeeded. What are you talking about? Hallow started in an agitated tone. Yoruichi could see how she gripped her sword, so she prepared herself for the worst. Simple, really. Kasuke started as he walked over towards them, followed by Yoruichi. Aizen needs Ichigo out of the way of whatever his plans are now since you've defected from his side, Ichigo. He stopped in front of the downed Chibi. Meaning that he will use any weakness to make that happen. And he found that weakness. He looked over to the unconscious Tatsuki and smirked. She's not weak, Ichigo said to him in his tired tone. From what we saw, she's going to be a liability that's gonna distract you from the bigger picture here, Ichigo. Kasuke started as he opened up his fan to hide his face. They'll come for her and take her to Hueco Mundo just so you can go there and be distracted when the war starts. I never agreed to be a part of any war. Ichigo started as he slowly stood up. He was helped by Nelia while Hallow stared a hole into Yoruichi. I won't let those jerks take her away. Well, it doesn't look like you have much choice in the matter of being in this war or not. Kasuke continued, his voice dipping into seriousness. Not only have you helped Aizen escape capture, but you also were involved in a Hallow invasion not too long ago. Not to mention that you are still a Hallow, and you put the lives of innocent people at risk just by being here. Either way you slice it, Ichigo, you're just a third party that both sides will deal with one way. He looked over to Tatsuki. Or another. That was when Ichigo got sick of his words and flashed in front of him. He punched Kasuke in the solar plexus and saw the man fall down from the force of his blow. Yoruichi would have tried to intervene, but she suddenly felt hot and bothered all of a sudden. Damn! Is this what Soifan mentioned about his speed? She thought to herself as her vision became a little blurry. I don't care. Ichigo started, getting Kasuke's attention. I don't care about some more, but I can tell you this much. If anybody thinks to hurt my family or my friends, then I will cut them down so fast they won't even know they're dead until it's too late. Kasuke and Yoruichi got the message loud and clear. While Kasuke was trying to regain his bearings and Yoruichi was trying to shake off the effect of his speed, Ichigo sheathed his sword and went over to Tatsuki. He picked her up bridal style and nodded his head over to Hallow and Nelia. They left the duo on the rooftop and headed back to the house. After Ichigo punched Kasuke and unintentionally affected Yoruichi with his power, he and the girls headed back to the house to make sure Tatsuki was okay. As they were heading in that direction, both Hallow and Nelia could tell that what Kasuke told him earlier was still bothering him. He wasn't saying anything or even looking around anywhere else other than forward. The two looked at each other with slightly saddened looks but continued to follow him all the way back. When they landed in front of the house, Ichigo stopped and turned to the two women. I'm okay, guys, he said to them with a small smirk that put them at ease. Just needed to focus, I guess. They went inside and everyone, especially Masaki, immediately saw that Ichigo was carrying an unconscious Tatsuki. What happened? Karen asked as she and Yuzu went over to get Tatsuki. It looks like Aizen has already made more Arrancar. Hallow started. We ran into Ulquiorra, Yami, and Grimmjow. They were there to find a weakness. A weakness for what? Masaki asked the woman as she went over to Ichigo. Me, the boy said as he watched Yuzu and Karen take Tatsuki into the clinic area. Aizen wants to make sure I don't get involved in this war, and Mr. Urahara was being a jerk to me after I kept her safe. Wait a minute. Masaki started as she raised an eyebrow. What do you mean by that, Ichigo? Why was Kasuke there? He looked like he was about to jump in and help from the looks of that lady that was with him. Nelia said while scratching her head. He kept saying that either Aizen or the Soul Society would take care of me one way. He looked over to where Tatsuki was. Or another. Everyone was surprised to hear this. The girls might not have known the shopkeeper too long, but they thought he was on their side. Masaki couldn't believe what one of her friends had said to her son. It didn't sound like something Kasuke would say, was it? Well, be that as it may. Masaki started after taking a deep breath. Tatsuki needs to stay here for a few days until I can contact your father. Ichigo perked up at those words. You mean I can finally see Dad after all this time? Masaki nodded to him, and saw the small smile on his face. She knew that Ichigo must have been tired from the fight, since he wasn't jumping for joy at the news of seeing his father. "You're tired, Ichigo," she started as she stroked his hair back a little. "Go get some rest, okay? Tatsuki will be safe with your sisters, myself, and your friends watching her." Ichigo nodded to her and went back into his body. He then went back to his room and proceeded to sleep above the sheets. Kisuke's shop. The two had flashed back to the shop where Tezai was waiting for them. Kisuke was still a bit winded from the boys' strike, but he was feeling better now. Yoruchi, on the other hand, was still feeling the effects of Ichigo's Yuwaku Shimasu. She had been feeling very aroused, but only at a titillating arousal that more or less irked her than anything else. She didn't know how she could rid herself of this strange feeling at all, and telling Kisuke would not be a smart idea for her at least. The two men went inside while Yoruchi sat down on the porch. Kisuke was not in the best of moods right now as he went inside with Tezai. Not only has Aizen already used the complete Hogyoku to create his own Erincar, but now Kisuke was pretty sure that that punch he suffered most likely ruptured something. The two went to one of the rooms and Kisuke laid down on a bed so Tezai could see if anything was indeed ruptured or damaged. "What happened out there, boss?" the large man asked as he checked the sizable bruise on Kisuke's midsection. With a sigh, Kisuke answered him. "That kid is strong. Very strong. So I take it he didn't like the idea of being asked to join in the upcoming war?" Tezai asked. "Not really, Tezai. Not really at all." Kisuke started. "But there's just something that's not right with this kid." "What are you talking about, boss? From what I was able to gather, when Ichigo died all those years ago, there were reports of a Hallow invasion with a Vasto Lord-class Hallow there. It took me some digging after the funeral and helping train Yuzu, but I was able to find that Vasto Lord had the same name as Ichigo." Kisuke yelped a little when pressure was applied to his bruise. "Sorry, boss." Tezai apologized. "Anyway, I just don't understand at all," Kisuke continued. "How exactly can a child become a Vasto Lord and have the strength, power, speed, and even skill to outclass Captain-class Soul Reapers?" Tezai pondered. "What is it, Tezai? Maybe it has something to do with the fact that he is half Soul Reaper and half Quincy." The tall man started as he placed a hand on his chin. "And then he was killed and sent straight to Hueco Mundo, so maybe that has something to do with it." "Maybe," Kisuke said in a low tone as he laid there on the bed. Unbeknownst to them, though, Yoruchi was outside of the room and listening through the window. She still felt that slight arousal but could still comprehend just what Kisuke and Tezai were discussing. If it's about the boy, then she would have to go back to him and find out just how to undo whatever it was he did to her. Without having too much of a sound mind and her arousal rising, Yoruchi flashed off and headed for the Kurosaki residence, Ichigo's room. It didn't take long for Ichigo to fall asleep when he laid down in his bed. The second he even touched the bed, he was sound asleep and in no condition to go anywhere. He wouldn't admit it to any of friends or family, but that Gran Rey Siro took a lot more out of him than he thought. His body felt incredibly heavy after he protected Tatsuki from the blast. He wasted the last of his energy when he flashed over to punch Kisuke in gut. As Ichigo slept, nightfall took hold of the sky and there were stars all around it. The moon was barely visible and not much light was going into Ichigo's room. Perfect for a certain dark-skinned woman to sneak into the room through the window. Yoruchi watched Ichigo sleeping soundly in his bed and could tell that after that shot he took he must have been dead tired. She carefully sat on the side of the bed and watched the boy sleep peacefully. As she was doing this, a familiar yet supposedly suppressed voice entered her mind. Well. Long time no see, Yoruchi?" The voice was feminine and sounded like someone younger than Yoruchi. "What are you doing here?" Yoruchi asked the voice in a quieted tone. "I thought I got rid of you. That's what happens when you think too much, girl," the voice said with Yoruchi's trademark sarcasm. "You really thought you could get rid of a part of your soul so easily? Wow, you must have gotten dumber throughout the decades I was away. It's a miracle you haven't gotten yourself killed yet. How are you even here?" Yoruchi asked her as she stood up. Out of the mountain of things she did not expect to happen to her nowadays, hearing Thin's voice was the last thing she had ever wanted to hear. "Don't really know," the voice started. "But I'm assuming it has something to do with the cutie pie on the bed." Yoruichi turned to Ichigo, and sighed lowly when she saw that he was still asleep. Last thing she needed right now was for the boy to wake up and most likely use his power on her again. So, the voice started again. You gonna talk to him or not? Yoruichi hesitated but approached the boy nonetheless. She reached out her hand and went to touch his hair but hesitated once more. Oh, come on, girl, the voice said with irritation in her voice. If you're not gonna do anything. Suddenly, a purple-furred catwoman with skin similar to Yoruichi's appeared next to her. She was a little shorter than Yoruichi, had deep purple eyes, the hair covered most of her body, and she had Yoruichi's own devious grin on her face. She grabbed at Yoruichi's arm and was now guiding it herself, much to the purple-haired woman's dismay. What are you doing? Yoruichi demanded the girl in wavering soft voice. What you're too much a pussy to do, the girl said as she guided Yoruichi's hand onto Ichigo's head. Yoruichi tried to stop herself, but the girl proved stronger than her. With another devious grin, the girl had Yoruichi lay her hand on Ichigo. The girl took a deep breath and let go of Yoruichi's hand. She stepped back and took another deep breath before looking at her stunned owner. Now I'm really back in your solo, girl, she said with an amused tone as she placed a hand on her hip. I told you, Yoruichi. You will never get rid of me so easily. With those words, the girl faded away and left her standing there with her hand on the boy's head. Ichigo started in a tired tone that caught Yoruichi's attention. What are you doing? Yoruichi was about to say something, but thought that leaving would be the best thing to do right now. She leapt for the window but was stopped when Ichigo grabbed at her foot and pulled her back in. When she landed on the floor, she saw that he was in his hollow form and had his sword drawn to her. I guess I'll ask again, lady. Ichigo started. He was still clearly tired but also remembers her and how she was with Kasuke earlier. What are you doing? Yoruichi stood there nearly frozen at what was happening right now. She knew there was no way she could outrun him, especially if that effect happened again. All she could do was lean on the closet door and slunk down to the ground. Ichigo looked at her in confusion as she started to stare at him. He could tell that his Yuwakushimasa had affected her in some kind of way. Ichigo decided to lower his sword and sheath it since this lady was clearly not all there at the moment. He walked up to and sat in front of her much to her surprise. So what did it do to you? Ichigo asked her while tilting his head to her. Yoruichi momentarily hesitated and looked around the room for a brief moment before looking back to the boy. She sighed out and said to him in a tired tone, I think you just resurrected my Zanpakuto, Soul Society. Isshin was really losing his mind now. Ever since he returned to being a captain, and that being the captain of Squad 5 by the way, he had been buried in paperwork. With no time to rest or to even go back and see his wife and daughters, Isshin was pretty miserable. The absence of his lieutenant didn't help with that either, albeit she was still at Squad 4 recovering from her fatal wound. Man, did Aizen ever finish all this work? Isshin asked himself as he finally finished the last of his paperwork. He leaned back in his chair and looked around, bored out of his skull. Now what do I do? Isshin stood up and decided to walk around the Squad 5 barracks. The squad members showed him respect by bowing their heads to him, but Isshin could tell that they were very distraught over their old captain's betrayal still. It was indeed a hard thing to accept when Isshin stepped in to be captain. At least they would have a former captain in place of their previous one. As Isshin walked along and eventually made his way onto the streets, his thoughts were still on his once thought dead son. Now that Aizen had him, how could he, as a father, deal with the potential thought of killing his own son? There was no way he could ever think of doing that. But if it was only up to him to stop his son, then all he could do was hope that he would have the will to try. I really need to talk to Masaki, Isshin said to himself. He walked over to the head captain's office and entered the old man's large room. After a quick bow to show respect, Isshin started. Head captain, I would like to request permission to visit my wife and daughters for a few days, sir. No, the head captain said almost immediately. What? Why? Isshin asked, confused by why the head captain was going back on his word of allowing him to see his family every once in a while. There is an urgent matter within the world of the living that we received not too long ago. The old man started. We received an anonymous tip that your wife was harboring Hallows in her residence. The news cut through Ishin like a hot knife through butter. He stumbled for a moment before looking back to the head captain with an almost deathly glare. Head captain, if this is true, then why haven't I been informed about something involving the safety of my family? Yamamoto could tell that Ishin was livid from hearing this, and sighed in what could only be described was grief. The Central 46 wanted this information confidential, Ishin. Ishin dropped his glare fast and was stunned. The new Central 46 was formed not long after he was reinstated, and they were already making his life hell with this. This tip was given to them, which they passed on to me and ordered that the stealth force along with Captain Soifan deal with the situation, along with that mission being 100% unsanctioned, meaning other than the ones involved, no one else is to know about this. Only one thought was going through Ishin's mind at that moment. Was my family safe? Yamamoto sighed again. Not a good sign. In her direct report to me, Captain Soifan fought your wife and she was injured in the process. Ishin seethed at that information. Not only was he kept in the dark about this whole issue, but the love of his life was hurt by one of his peers in the process. Ishin turned to leave the room and head over to the Squad 2 captain to give her a piece of his mind, but he was stopped by Yamamoto's next words. Ishin, from her report, your son was there as well. Ishin stopped dead in his tracks and turned to his former sensei, and was absolutely stunned by this. He walked back over to the head captain and asked him, "Did he dash?" His words were caught in a lump in his throat at the potential thought that he prayed to whatever God would listen wasn't true. "Did he hurt any of our family?" "No." Ishin was still tense at what this could mean until the old man continued. "As a matter of fact, he defended his mother and defeated Soifan to protect her." Ishin visibly sighed in relief at the news he had just heard. He knew that this could only mean one thing then. That means that Aizen doesn't have control of him then. That means he's back with us, his family. Head captain, if I have to beg you to let me see my son, then I am fully prepared to do so. But please, I have to see him. I will not utter a word of this anonymous tip to a single soul if that eases your mind, so please. Yamamoto was in a tough position now. On one hand, he would be directly disobeying the Central 46, but on the other, he would be helping one of his former star pupils see his son who he thought dead for years. It was a difficult decision for the old man, but with a sigh and a few strokes of his long beard, he gave an answer. You have 5 hours, Ishin. Starting now. Do not waste it. Thank you, sensei. Ishin bowed and left in a flash of shunpa, eager to see his son after all this time. Kurosaki living room. After Ichigo had his talk with Yoruichi and could tell that she was indeed affected by him, he decided to take her downstairs to talk with his mother. When he initially came down with her in tow, both Neilio and especially Hallow stood up instantly, and were ready to fight her if necessary. It's okay, Ichigo said to them with that smile of his as he brought her over to a couch. She was affected by my Yuwaku Shimasu earlier, so she won't be a problem for now. Neilio along with the others relaxed a little, but Hallow continued to stare the purple-haired woman down. She sat down next to Apache and leaned back while keeping her eyes on Yoruichi the whole time. Yoruichi felt supremely out of place here in this room. Not only was she the only one pure soul reaper in this whole house, now all eyes were on her, and some of them were a bit hostile towards her. She didn't really know what to feel right now. The arousal she felt from before had subsided, and now all she could feel was a heavy uneasiness as she sat down next to Ichigo. The boy was now fully awake and smiling to her. She couldn't tell if this was intentional or not, but as he was smiling at her, Yoruichi felt as if multiple daggers were being fired at her from the other women in the room. So, Yoruichi. Masaki's voice cut through the tension as she caught the Soul Reaper's attention. Yoruichi turned to her, and could see a hidden anger in Masaki's kind smile. An obvious front for her son, but everyone else knew that she was beyond angry with her friend. Would you kindly tell me why you were in my son's room this late at night after what Kasuke told him? Yoruichi tensed up hard at every word Masaki had said to her. She was beyond nervous at this point, she was a little scared. Well, she started with a nervous tone. After what happened earlier, I found out that Ichigo's Yuwaku Shimasu affected me. So I came over to see if he could take it away somehow. I actually don't know how to do that. So until I can, it's pretty much permanent, Ichigo said to her. This caused Yoichi to sigh in defeat at the boy's words. Well, if that's the case, Masaki started, again causing Yoichi to tense up. Then why not explain to me why Kisuke decided to basically threaten my son into this upcoming war? Yoichi kept her eyes down to avoid looking at anyone directly in the face. She was silent for a time, as was the rest of the room. It wasn't until a garganta opened up behind both her and Ichigo. Yoichi looked to it in shock and watched as two boys stepped out. They looked like they had been in an intense fight recently, since they both had torn up clothes. Wonder Weiss. Thomas. Ichigo started as he waved at the two. Wonder Weiss waved enthusiastically at his friend, and Huller immediately latched onto him. Thomas waved as well, but was considerably more banged up since he is a normal human. You look like you need someone to heal you, Thomas. Is it that obvious, Ichigo? Thomas said sarcastically. Well, if that's the case, Karen said as she flashed behind him and picked Thomas up with no problem whatsoever. You're staying in the clinic area till we get all of this settled first. Thomas tried and failed to struggle out of her iron grip since he was hurt. The mention of the clinic made Ichigo rush over to where Tatsuki was. He saw that she was still asleep on the bed and looked a lot healthier than before. She had gotten her color back, and Ichigo could feel her soul getting stronger than when she nearly lost it. He sighed in relief at that. Karen passed by him with Thomas in tow and saw that her brother looked relieved. She smiled at his happy expression and continued on. Back in the living room, Yoichi just stood there in heavy confusion of what was going on in the Kurosaki household. It was hard to tell for her, but she could faintly sense diminished spirit energy coming from that human boy. And it also felt hollow-like. Can this day get any weirder? She asked herself in a low tone. Her answer came when a strong spirit energy appeared outside the front door. Everyone looked over to see who it could possibly be, until the door flung open and Isshin flashed in front of his with his blade drawn to the 7 hollows in the room. He had a very serious look on his face that made the 7 tense up a little as his spirit energy started to rise. Dad? Isshin dropped his serious look when he saw the head of Orange run up to him. He knew that Ichigo was back and was a hollow, but he had no idea he was still the same as when he died. That didn't even matter to Isshin as he scooped his long-lost son up into his arms and held him tightly. Ichigo. He started in an excited tone. He then did what he usually did that was no surprise to his family, but a big surprise to everyone else. He started to twirl around in a goofy way with his son in his arms. Oh, my son! You're alive and back with us again. I mean, yeah, you're a hollow now and probably gonna be a shorty forever, but still, I'm so happy you're alive and back home. Ichigo was all smiles, as was Masaki, Yuzu, and even Karen. It didn't take long though for him to remember the 7 hollows in the room. He looked back to them and noticed that they were all just standing there calmly, except for the aqua-haired one. She was smiling and bouncing around. Ichigo noticed how his father was watching his friends intently, and wiggled his way out of his grip. He went over to introduce them all to his father. These are friends, Dad. This Hallow, Neilio, Mila Rose, Wonder Weiss, Apache, Sun, and Huller. They may seem dangerous, but they're all really nice people. When Ichigo introduced them all, they either waved or nodded to him to indicate who they were. The compliment didn't go unnoticed as Neilio picked Ichigo up quickly and cuddled him. Ichi called us nice people, she said in an overly excited tone, causing the others to laugh at the sight. Isshin noticed that none of these hollows seemed hostile, especially since either his wife or his daughters had been hurt at all. Isshin decided to take his son's word for it, and he sheathed his sword. Well, any friend of my son's is okay with me, he said as he looked to his wife behind him. So how long are you staying here, Isshin? Masaki asked as she let herself be wrapped in his arms. Unfortunately, only about 4.5 more hours, Isshin said to her in a disappointed tone. This caught his family's attention, and he sighed. The head captain told me that an anonymous tip was given to the Central 46 telling them that all of you were harboring hollows here. I wasn't told because the Central 46 didn't want me to know. That's why Soifan was the one who came here before. That explains a lot actually, Dad, Yuzu said to him. But who exactly gave them that tip then? Masaki asked her husband in a confused tone. I honestly don't know, Isshin started. It could have been Aizen, Apache spoke up. True, it could have been him, Hallow said. He did see us all leave for this world, so he probably assumed that we'd come here. That's a possibility, Ishin said as he put his hand to his chin. Before anyone else could say anything, Thomas spoke up from the clinic's open door. Hey Ichigo! Your friend in here's awake! Ichigo wiggled out of Melio's grasp and rushed inside the clinic to see his old friend. She was currently trying to pick herself up off the floor when the Chibi entered the room. It looked like she had tried to get out of the bed herself but failed at that. Tatsuki? Ichigo started as he went to her to help. You okay? Tatsuki looked up and was immediately shocked that it all wasn't some sick and twisted nightmare she had earlier when she saw him before. It was really her oldest friend standing there in front of her. She stared at him with tired yet happy eyes as all she could do at this moment was embrace him tightly. Ichigo, she said in a low tone that only he heard. Ichigo didn't say anything as he smiled and returned the hug with one of his own. Munredo Kyoto Moonlit Cat. During the time in the world of the living, Aizen had been watching the events of everything unfold on his monitors. He was intrigued by how strong the boy was and how much he would protect his friends and family, but even more so at the human boy next to him. This boy had shown abilities of a Hallow from the very start, and, if given the opportunity, Aizen could use him to further his own goals. He would have to keep an eye on this one for future references. Back with Keiji and Miko, they were assigned by Aizen earlier to be a part of Grimmjow's fraction. They weren't all too happy about their position, seeing as though they didn't really like the Sixth Espada all too much. Maybe it was that primal instinct for wolves to be territorial towards others, or maybe they just didn't trust him not to kill them for no reason. Either way, they were stuck with him and his other fraction now. Miko was pacing back and forth in their room while Keiji simply just watched her get more and more frustrated. Whenever she was frustrated or anxious, he would get the feedback since they were brother and sister Hallows. Right now, he was also feeling how angry she was. Miko, will you stop that? It's starting to make me nauseous, Keiji said to her. Miko stopped and looked at her brother with an annoyed look on her face. Aren't you the least bit pissed off that Aizen practically forced us to let Grimmjow boss us around? She was clearly more than a little upset at this fact. Of course I am, Miko, Keiji started as he stood up. But in all honesty, what choice do we have at this point? Both Aizen and Grimmjow could easily destroy us without a moment's hesitation if they felt like it. So what? Miko started. You know the real reason they're keeping us around, don't you? Of course I do, Miko, Keiji said to her in a slightly defeated tone. And I don't like it whatsoever. So what do we do? She asked her brother since he was really the smarter of the two. Keiji took a deep breath before looking to his sister. I don't know if this is a horrible idea or a terrible one, but why don't we just leave? Miko looked to her brother quizzically and stopped herself when she thought about it. True, there would be traitors that would be hunted down by both Aizen and Grimmjow, but what was worse, being used as cannon fodder, or being tortured later on by someone like Sale? Where could they go? Where exactly could they be even the faintest bit of safe at away from this place? Keiji. Miko started as she sat next to her brother and laid her head down on his lap. You're my brother through hell or high water, but I don't think that we would last 5 seconds outside of Las Noches without someone finding us. Keiji stroked her long white hair and sighed. It's better than being a part of war we won't no part in. With a slight whimper and a sigh, Miko rose off her brother's lap and looked to him with worry in her eyes. When should we leave? Karakura Town, Kisuk's shop. Kisuk was getting worried now. He hadn't seen Yoruichi since they had gotten back from facing Ichigo earlier today. She seemed very distracted when they were coming back to the shop, and he assumed that was mostly because of how strong Ichigo was. Now that she's just gone now, he could only assume something bad has her attention. Before he could get too worked up and get off of the futon to search for her, Yoruichi walked into the shop with a particularly happy mood around her. She looked over to her friend and flashed him a very uncharacteristic smile. Hey Kisuk. She started in happier tone than usual. You feelin' any better after that hit? Kisuk was a little confused as to why she was acting this way or where she's been for that matter, but decided to just answer her instead of questioning. Better. Just have to rest for now. Yoruichi flashed him another smile before cutting him off. That's good to know. I'm going to go to bed now, so I'll see ya in the morning. And with that, Yoruichi made her way to her room and locked the door behind her. When she did that, she sat on her futon cross-legged and entered her inner world. It was an open field with a fancy shack in the center of it that looked something from royalty. The full moon shined down upon it with its bright rays. It was there that Yoruichi spotted her Zanpakuto lounging on the deck of the shack, fanning herself with her right hand. She turned to her master and gave her a Cheshire grin. Yoruichi returned the grin with a determined smirk of her own. Well then, Munreito Kyato. Yoruichi started as she got into fighting stance. Let's heal some old wounds then, shall we? Munreito Kyato's smirk grew as she saw the new fire in her master's eyes. She stood up from the shack and cracked her neck a few times. Now that's the old girl I remember. I'm gonna enjoy breaking you back into shape. Back at the Kurosaki house, Ichigo had been laying on his bed and reflecting on this pretty crazy day. Not only has he found out that Grimmjow was even stronger now, but he had also found out that Tatsuki would be used against him by either Aizen or the Soul Society, and the fact that he had unintentionally resurrected Yoruichi's Zanpakuto. At least now she was on his side in all of this. His father had left back for Soul Society a few hours ago, so no one would be the wiser back there. His mother, Yuzu, and Karen took Tatsuki back to her place and explained to her mom that there was an accident that knocked her out. Luckily, Tatsuki's mom wasn't the one to question as long as her daughter was safe and sound. Thomas had went back home to rest up his pretty sore body, eager for tomorrow's training with Wonder Weiss. The girls had decided to spend a little time talking to each other about something Ichigo couldn't fully hear from his room. All in all, he was simply ready to finally get some much-needed rest. The second he actually shut his eyes, he was quickly taken by sleep. Back in the living room, the girls had been talking among themselves about today so far. Nearly getting attacked by Ichigo's father was not a fun thing to them, nor was hearing of Aizen's tip to the Soul Society. This could be horrible for them if they all stay here in this one house for too long now. Wonder Weiss and Hula were busy watching TV to really listen in on the conversation too much. So, what exactly should we do then? Apache asked mainly Halabel and Neliel. Honestly don't know. Neliel started off for Halabel to finish. If Aizen really did tip off the Soul Society on our current position, then we have no choice but to leave to keep Ichigo's family safe. Halabel told the four in front of her. But what about Ichigo? Sun asked. We all know that he won't just leave his family after finally being back with them. For once I agree completely with Sun Sunday. Mila Rose added in. Why don't we all just leave then? Wonderweiss said as he was still looking at the TV. I could always just tell Thomas where we are or just go and see him whenever to train, so it won't that big of a deal, I suppose. The five women thought about that for a second. It did make sense a little. If they all just moved away from this home to another location, then they could at the very least be a little harder to find. There was really only one problem, and that was if the Soul Society or Aizen were already monitoring them or not. Going back to Hueco Mundo wasn't going to work since Aizen more than likely controlled most of it by now. So what exactly could they do at this point? It's not like an answer was going to come from out of nowhere. That was when they heard a knock at the front door. Being a little cautious, Halabel and Neliel decided to go to the door where they felt two weak spirit energies. They opened the door to find two Arankars standing there with looks of either fear or shock. The boy with fear, while the girl looked shocked. Halabel looked to the two and raised an eyebrow to them as they simply stood there, staring at both she and Neliel. So, Neliel started in her usual tone of voice. What are two Arankar who are very much nowhere close to mine or Tia's level standing outside for? Halabel was actually surprised to hear Neliel talk to someone like that. It was a first for her to hear the usually uppity and happy Neliel talk to someone with a hint of irritation or even anger in her voice. WWL. Keiji started in a shaky voice that was trying not to falter at this point. And me and my SS sister have left Hueco Mundo to get away from this war. Both Neliel and Halabel were surprised to hear this. These two were defecting from Aizen's side and wanted no part of the upcoming war. So why did they decide to come here of all places? That's all well and good, but how did you find us here, and why are you two here to begin with? Halabel asked the two in a demanding tone that caused both brother and sister to flinch. That's easy. Miko started, letting her temper get the better of her. We heard that there was a group of Arankars that were against both Aizen and the Soul Society, so we left to see if we could join in," Miko said without fully thinking beforehand. It wasn't until she had the door shut in her face with Neliel saying "give us a minute" did it really sink in for her. She shakily turned to her brother with tears threatening to leave her eyes and said to him in a borderline pleading tone, "What do I do?" Keiji had turned pale at hearing her words before and had no idea what to make of the whole thing. When she asked him what to do, he simply shook his head nervously in response. Before the two could even say or do anything, the door opened and a short, orange-haired boy stood in front of the two female Arrancar. He rubbed his eyes a few times to rid his vision of the blurs surrounding his sight, and looked at the two in front of him. He was still in his jigai and just looked like he was ready to pass out from exhaustion if his frizzy hair was any indication. Both Miko and Keiji looked at each other, then back to the cute Chibi, and blinked a few times before he asked them a question. "So?" Ichigo started with a yawn as he stretched his arms up a bit. "Hallow and Neliel told me you two left Aizen's stupid face and want to join us," he said in a tired tone. "Why?" "Because he's trying to send us into a war that we have no chance of winning." Keiji started as he regained some color. "He knows most of us wouldn't even handle a simple lieutenant, let alone all of them, or especially a captain. What he's sending us to do in the winter is suicide to most of us." "Winter?" a new voice said from behind the two siblings that made them jump out of their skins. They turned to see a woman with orange hair and two girls standing next to her. An had a bow drawn and pointing straight at them. "And what, pray tell, is Aizen planning in the winter?" Masaki asked the two calmly, yet with a hint of malice behind her voice. Keiji and Miko looked at each other before looking back to the woman with orange hair. They could tell that this was going to be a long night for them. Unbeknownst to them all, a certain bucket hat wearing man was keeping a close listen to the conversation. Soul Society. There was an emergency captain's meeting called about early in the morning. Unfortunately for Isshin, he only caught a few hours of sleep by the time he got back last night, so he was nearly dead on his feet during the entire meeting. The head captain banged his cane down and started the meeting. "This is an important message concerning the war with Aizen coming soon," the old man bellowed out. "We have recently gotten word from an informant in the world of the living that Aizen intends to strike in the winter. With that said, we have 2 months to prepare ourselves. To that end, I am sending a few lieutenants and Captain Hitsugaya to keep on guard in case Aizen sends any of his forces early." Isshin wanted to step up and ask about his family and son, but held his tongue when he remembered that really, other than Soifan, none of the other captains knew. If he were to say anything now, then he would be putting his son and his son's friends in serious danger. After the meeting, though, he would have a few words with his old sensei. As everyone filed out of the room when the meeting ended, Isshin stayed behind. He looked to his old sensei and walked over towards him. "I'm assuming that you wish to speak of why I didn't assign you to this mission, Isshin." The old man started. Isshin simply nodded to him in response. "The choice was not my decision. It was the Central 46. They have decided that you are too emotionally invested in this matter and wish to monitor you here properly." "Monitor me?" Isshin asked in disbelief. "Yes," the head captain said bluntly. "They want you to stay here within the Siriidii until the end of the war so you may once again become head of the Shiba clan." Isshin stared at his old teacher, dumbfounded by the fact that Central 46 was dropping this on him now of all times. He hadn't thought about restarting his clan ever since he had heard of their demise all those years ago, and there was no way that he could possibly restart the entire clan at his age. 3 was enough for him in his honest opinion. "You can't be serious?" Isshin asked, his jaw still dropped. "Unfortunately I am, Isshin," the head captain stated. Isshin sighed before heading towards the door, only to be stopped by the head captain's next words. "The informant, as you know, was Kasuke Urahara." Isshin turned around to hear the old man's next words. "He has also informed me specifically that your son might not join in the war to aid us. We need that to change, Isshin, and I'll entrust you to find a way to do so." Isshin was taken aback by this request. How? How could he force something on his son when he has every reason not to want any of this? What kind of a father would that make him? The next day after Miko and Keiji joined the group, a squad of Soul Reapers appeared in Karakura town. This squad consisted of Squad 10's captain and lieutenant, Squad 11's 2nd and 3rd seat, and Squad 6's lieutenant. They stepped out of the Senkaman and were greeted by Kasuke Urahara of all people. They were told yesterday that the informant would meet up with them upon their arrival. Guess he must have been it then. Well, hello there. He started in his usual jovial tone. Cut the act, Urahara. Toshiro started as he crossed his arms over his chest. What do you know about Aizen's attack? Kasuke held his fan up to hide his smirk as he led the group inside his shop. He led them to a lab room with a computer on a desk. He went over and sat in a chair before accessing it. All the while, the others were a little fidgety at the moment. An attack could happen at any point in time. Well, Kasuke started as he turned in his chair to face them. This information is solid. I heard it from an Arrancar's mouth no less. The group went wide-eyed at this new information. Where is this Arrancar Urahara? Ichigo demanded, itching for a fight. Yes. Where did you encounter it? Toshiro asked afterwards, trying to keep the situation as stable as possible. Kasuke smirked, knowing that this could possibly be a bad idea with a good benefit as the end result. Kurosaki Clinic, the next day. Ichigo stirred from his sleep with the ever-present feeling of being cuddled between Halabel and Nilio. He carefully wiggled his way out of their grips and got off the bed, making sure he didn't accidentally step on Mila Rose, Apache, Sunday through Sunday, or their two newest additions, Miko and Keiji. It was a little tricky at first, but he managed to make it out of the room without waking anyone. When he was outside in the hall, Ichigo let out a sigh before heading downstairs. Yuzu wasn't up yet since it was so early, and both Hula and Wonder Weiss were asleep on the couch. Since everyone was asleep, this gave Ichigo the perfect opportunity to go out and about. He put on some shorts along with a shirt and his shoes and went out the front door as quietly as he could. Once he was outside, he took a deep breath and left the porch. Today was a good day. The weather wasn't too cold but wasn't too warm either, giving it that perfect mix for walking weather. Ichigo looked up to the sky and saw that it was a clear day. The air was just right for the chibi and the atmosphere around him was so peaceful that he nearly didn't notice that he was being followed. Fortunately for him, it was someone familiar. Okay. Ichigo said out loud so the person could hear him. If you don't come out now, then I'm gonna have to use my Yuwaku Shimasa on you again. Almost instantly, the tall form of Yorichi Shihoin appeared in front of him. She looked a little different since Ichigo accidentally resurrected her Zanpakuto. True, she didn't physically look too different, but it was more what she was wearing that was different. She wore an orange crop top that exposed her toned body and her arms, and she wore tight black shorts that showed her ankles. She was wearing no shoes though, despite the weather, and she had a sword attached to the small of her back. She looked down at Ichigo and gave him a warm smile. Hello, Ichigo, she said to him with a kind smile. Hey, Yorichi. Ichigo returned the smile with one of his own. So, how have you been since last time? Yorichi stretched herself a few times and answered him. Well, Munrado Kyoto was a hard ass back then, and still is now. Only this time she has way more fuel to push me to my limits now than back then. I've been readjusting, that's good to know, Ichigo said to her. So what are you doing following me around for? Straight to the point I see. Yorichi chuckled out, stopping her stretches. Well, I came here for 2 reasons, Ichigo. The first is to do this. Without warning, Yorichi lifted Ichigo up and brought him into a soft and warm hug. He embraced her as well. As the two had this tender little moment, neither realized that they were being watched from afar by a certain bucket hat-wearing man. Yorichi set Ichigo down and smiled at him. Thank you, Ichigo. For what exactly? He asked in a sarcastically innocent tone. This caused the goddess of Flash to chuckle a bit under her breath. For reminding me that I should have never buried this part of my soul. She tapped the hilt of her Zanpakuto, then leaned down to whisper to the boy. And also to tell you that you and your friends are gonna be in for a fight sometime in the next few days. A few Soul Reapers have been assigned to guard Karakura town until Aizen attacks. They know that you have 2 new Arrancar with you, so be careful, Ichigo. She kissed him on the forehead before hearing Munrado Kyoto bark out more orders for her. With a sigh, Yorichi stood up straight and smiled back to the chibi boy. Looks like my little break is over. See ya, Ichi, she said as she turned to leave, knowing she had just given him a pet name. By Chi, Ichigo said to her, giving her a pet name as well. That caused her to blush a bit before disappearing in a flash step. Ichigo continued to smile as he walked on. Unbeknownst to him, though, for a brief moment, someone's spirit energy spiked for only an instant. As Ichigo was taking his walk, he noticed that he was once again being watched by prying eyes. These eyes being somewhat familiar to him. One was clearly captain class while the other three were lieutenant class. There was a woman as well. One that he had affected with his Yuwaku Shimasu in the past. What most people didn't know about Ichigo's powers that he did was that he could feel who he had used it on, and has a perfect memory of their energy and form. Orenji had told him of how this particular skill would come in handy in the future, and he was right. That smug smile on his face was going to get on Ichigo's nerves in the future. Ichigo did continue to walk on, trying to ignore the ones following him, but it was pretty hard to do when they just continued to persist. Eventually, Ichigo just stopped and turned around to where he knew where they were. "Y'all can come out now," Ichigo spoke up in an annoyed tone as he crossed his arms over his chest. To a certain orange-haired lieutenant, she thought it was the cutest thing ever. Speaking of which, said woman along with three familiar guys appeared right in front of Ichigo. He recognized the white-haired boy from back then along with Baldy, and the weird guy he thought was a girl. He also remembered the woman and how he had affected her with his speed beforehand. He could feel her energy being mixed up, and saw how much she was rubbing her thighs without the others seeing it for now. "I always wondered why Neelarose and Neeliel sometimes did," Ichigo thought to himself, wishing that his young mind knew what these things meant. He shook his head of those thoughts and spoke to the group. "Why are y'all following me? Don't you have more important things to worry about other than me?" "A precaution," Toshiro answered with no emotion in his voice. He didn't like the boy, not one bit. Especially after what he did helping Aizen escape not too long ago. "Well, you can stop with your precaution. Ichigo said while putting air quotes around the word. "I'm not helping either side in this war and really don't want to anyway." The boy pouted, which caused Ranjaku to blush a bit and look away quickly. "Be that as it may, kid," Ikaku started, his sword arm twitching a bit in anticipation. "You're still in deep shit no matter what the end result of the war goes, so I wouldn't get too comfortable just yet, boy. At least I have my hair baldy," Ichigo retorted back. "What'd you say, brat?" Ikaku yelled out at the insult. Ichigo stuck out his tongue in response to the bald Soul Reaper. This enticed a slight laugh from Ranjaku, who covered her mouth with her hand. Ikaku got in Ichigo's face, which was hard to do since he had to bend down to do so, and they both stared each other down. "Enough, Ikaku," Toshiro ordered the man. Ikaku backed off, but saw the smug grin on Ichigo's face when he did. "Just know that we will be watching you regardless if you'll be an asset or an obstacle." Toshiro gave one last glare at the chibi and then turned to leave. The others did the same, only Ranjaku looked back to him with a face full of concern. Ichigo noticed the look she had on her and gave a reassuring smile to her. Ranjaku sighed a bit and then quickly caught up with the others. Ichigo kept his smile as she ran off and then turned on his heels to continue his walk. Unfortunately for said chibi, Toshiro's words stuck to him. What would he do when the war gets to him and his family and friends? He would protect them, that was obvious, but would he fight for the Soul Society if he had to do that? 20 minutes later, Kurosaki House. Ichigo finally went back to his home and wasn't all that surprised when he saw that everyone inside was on edge at the new spirit energies appearing in the city. Of course, Masaki went straight to her son, knelt down to hug him, overjoyed that he was fine. After he explained to her and everyone else there that the new spirit energies were there to watch him and also be a first response to Aizen. "So, what does that mean for us then?" Miko asked with concern in her voice. "I don't really know," Masaki spoke up. "But I have a horrible feeling that this war will come to us. And unfortunately, we'll have to fight it." Ichigo sighed as he knew his mother was right. Both sides of this war saw him, his friends and family, as a threat that would need to be put down at some point. What better time to do that than during a war? Ichigo knew that this wasn't going to end well for anyone here. The girls, Wonderweiss, Miko and Keiji, Thomas, his family, they were all at risk here, and he felt that it was his fault. The bald guy was right. Ichigo was the main reason Aizen escaped all that time ago. He really was in deep shit for that. Then if that's the case, Yuzu started, getting everyone's attention. Then we'll just have to get ready for when that happens. Karen, Masaki, and Ichigo smiled at her optimism. Even some of the others did. If this was going to be a war they were all gonna be dragged into, then they might as well prepare for it the best they can. Kisuk's shop. Kisuk was fuming right now. After what he saw earlier with Yoruichi hugging that little brat, he went straight back to the shop to vent his anger in the training grounds. He didn't know what Ichigo had done to her, but he was hating every second of it. The frustrating part of it all was the fact that she was training harder than ever before and even had her Zanpakuto back as well. How she had it back was a complete mystery to the former captain, but he had a very good idea it had to do with Ichigo, and whatever his Yuwakushimasa did, whatever it was or whatever it did was unlike anything he had ever seen before, and it irritated him to no end. After he had successfully destroyed most of his own training grounds, Kisuk went back up to the shop to continue working on the defenses for the winter war. He was also working on something to subdue the Chibi that hadn't been cooperative through this whole thing. That was when Yoruichi came back drenched in sweat, hair down and untied, and breathing heavily. "Yoruichi?" Tazai spoke to her as he went to the entrance to greet her. "Are you alright?" Yoruichi slowed her breathing and nodded, then walked past him to take a long and hot bath. Munrado Kyoto had run her ragged today. Worked on her speed, her shurikai, her zanjutsu, her fighting style, and even her bankai. All in all, Yoruichi was dead on her feet, but very much pleased with the training. She had let herself go when it came to actually training, but now with the war and getting her Zanpakuto back, she had her confidence back. Hell, she would even say she felt like her old self again. Ichigo was enjoying a meal with his friends and family. Thomas was here, Keiji and Miko were also there, and for now, everything was peaceful. They were all just talking amongst themselves, enjoying each other's company and just in general having a good time. Ichigo was happy to have this moment, and hoped that it wouldn't be interrupted by anything stupid. Unfortunately, his life just had a way of screwing with him. Right now, though, Ichigo was locked in a battle with both Grimmjow and Toshiro. How did this happen? Simple, really. 30 minutes earlier, Ichigo had finally summoned up the courage to do it. He was going to do this with her, and this time go all the way. This time, nothing was going to stop him from seeing his best friend. Ichigo had been feeling very down lately. Ever since he spoke to the captain a few days ago, he's been having a sinking feeling that he should go and see Tatsuki before something happened to her. Fortunately, so far nothing was going on in Karakura town aside from a few hollows here and there, but nothing from Aizen just yet. It took our Chibi hero a lot of convincing to his mother to finally go out and see Tatsuki, and he was not going to pass this chance up. He looked at himself in the mirror in his room and made sure he looked all right. His hair was tied up, his clothes were simple and clean, and he looked well rested for a kid. Right now he was wearing a simple white sweater with orange sleeves and a pair of black jeans. He nodded his head and put on a determined look before heading out of his room. When he went downstairs he saw his friends and family all doing various different things. Wonderweas and Thomas were talking to each other while Hulu was finding some cobwebs very interesting right now. Miko and Keiji were watching TV with Apache, Mila Rose and Sunday through Sunday. The brother/sister duo completely enamored with the idea of tiny humans in a box doing various things for some reason or another. Yuzu was sitting in the lotus position with her Zanpakuto on her lap and her eyes closed. She was focusing on trying to awaken her bankai, so Ichigo decided not to disturb her. Karen was in the kitchen getting a bottle of water. It looked like she was working out or practicing with her bows since she looked a little exhausted. Ichigo couldn't tell, so he left it alone for now. The only ones missing were Hallow, Nilil and Masaki. Ichigo knew that they were most likely getting groceries for everyone or at the very least keeping those soul reapers off their backs for now. Ichigo went towards the door before yelling out, "Okay guys! I'm off to see Tatsuki." Before he could put on his white and blue shoes on, Karen was already standing behind him thanks to her own speed. "Are you sure about this, Ichigo?" she asked him in a concerned tone. "I mean, Tatsuki is gonna be real freaked out when she sees you and you look the same as you did back when you died. Maybe you should rethink this." Ichigo put his shoes on, then his jacket, even though he wouldn't get cold from the winter season, and turned to his sister with a smile. Don't worry, Karen. I know what I'm doing. And besides, Mom did say as long as I don't cause any unnecessary trouble, things should be fine. Karen wanted to say some more, but seeing the way her brother was about this, his smiling face and his confidence that this would go just fine made her relent. With a sigh, Karen nodded and hugged her brother. I'll be back later, guys, Ichigo yelled out to the others. He got a mixed reaction from everyone telling him to either be safe or be careful. Ichigo gave them a thumbs up and headed out of the door. He knew that this early in the morning on a Tuesday would mean that most likely she was at school. Thanks to his mother, who kept in contact with Karen's mom, she was able to get the address of the high school Tatsuki was attending and wrote it down on a piece of paper for Ichigo to use. He took the paper out of his pocket and briefly looked at the address before nodding to himself, placing the paper back into his pocket, and then sonitoed to the rooftops. He decided not to use his full speed as he didn't want to know what would happen to regular people if he did, so he just wound up leaping from one rooftop to the other. As he was doing this, he was talking to Orenji. So what do you think I should say when I meet her, Orenji? He asked. I don't really know, man. Orenji answered him, and Ichigo could feel the shrug from the dragon. But I'm pretty sure that you'll know when you see her. Just make sure she's the only one that sees you and no one else. All right? The dragon warned. Got it. Thanks, Orenji. Ichigo nodded and continued on to the school. He saw it a little ways off and landed on an adjacent rooftop to watch what was going on down below. He looked around as students started to walk through the gates and into the building to start school. He continued to look around until he saw Tatsuki walking with an orange-haired girl, a guy with glasses that Ichigo knew from the hospital, a really tall guy, a guy that was very energetic, and another guy who was on his phone a lot. Ichigo watched them and saw that the orange-haired girl was talking to Tatsuki like they were the best of friends. This made Ichigo happy to know that she was happy now. He would have to wait until school was over to go and see her, so for the time being Ichigo was about to talk to Orenji some more. Unfortunately, that was when a garganta opened up above the school. Ichigo looked up with horror in his eyes as he saw Grimmjow step out of it. Ichigo prepared himself by drawing his blade, not wanting to take a risk with everyone here, especially Tatsuki. Grimmjow saw his adversary and gave a feral grin. He had been looking forward to this for some time now. You've gotta be kidding me, Ichigo said to himself. Doesn't he ever get sick of this? Ichigo jumped up to the group and looked on with a scowl. Pretty hard to look intimidating when you're a chibi, but Ichigo tried his damnedest to do so. Grimmjow kept the same grin as he saw the angered face on the chibi Arrancar's face. He didn't think that right after opening a garganta that he would see the boy so fast. Didn't matter to him though. As long as he finally got to kill the very person he despised more so than Aizen or even Ulquiorra. Well. Grimmjow started as he put his hands in his pockets. Who would have thought that I would find you right out the gate like this? Guess it's time for our rematch, Kurosaki. Ichigo sighed as the older Arrancar drew his blade to him and charged. Ichigo brought up his own blade and blocked him, but was being pushed back in the process. Grimmjow had clearly gotten stronger since their last fight, and Ichigo could feel the difference in his attacks. They were more feral and ferocious, random and precise all at the same time. There was no style to his attacks, only anger and a lust for proving he was the best. Ichigo gritted his teeth as dodged and blocked as best as he could, but a swift kick to his side sent him tumbling through the air. He brought out his wings and stopped himself from going any further before charging at Grimmjow at impossible speeds. He cut the Arrancar in his right side and was about to deliver a devastating slash to his back, but was distracted when he felt a familiar spirit energy approaching them both. That moment's hesitation was enough for Grimmjow to sonito away from the chibi as the Soul Reaper captain assigned to this area appeared, flanked by the others. Heh! Grimmjow grinned as he looked to them for a moment. Looks like this just got interesting, Kurosaki. Toshiro started as he drew his blade, causing the chibi to take a defensive stance towards him. Stand down while we deal with these Arrancar. Afterwards, we will detain and bring you back to the Soul Society. I said I wasn't a part of this war. Ichigo yelled out in annoyance. Why is everyone trying to drag me into something that's not my fault? Not your fault? Ikiki yelled out. If it wasn't for you, then we would have had Aizen back at the Sokaiku. Toshiro spoke with venom in his voice. You are the sole reason this war even began. Before Ichigo could retort, Toshiro already flashed to him. Their swords clashed as they both were pushing each other back. Grimmjow jumped in from behind Ichigo, intent on using any means to finally kill his adversary. Ichigo kicked Toshiro away and Sonido'd away from the two. Now we're all caught up to the here and now. Ichigo held his blade and was prepared to face two opponents. He already knew why Grimmjow hated him, but Toshiro was different. The young captain seemed to despise the Chibi Erenkar with a burning passion. Ichigo had no idea why. Sure, the fact that he is the reason Aizen got away is something, but not enough to hate him over. The two charged at him, and he was forced to go on the defensive. Why? He thought to himself. Why is this happening? Why does this captain hate me so much? Seriously? Why does everyone involved with this war seem to get really weird with me? Maybe it's because of Iwaku Shimasu? Orenji spoke up from his mind. But I thought that only did weird stuff to girls. Ichigo asked him as he dodged another strike from Grimmjow. Well, I did mention that really it just affects others differently. Orenji continued. Maybe it's the cause as to why the captain here and Grimmjow hate you so much, oh man. Then wouldn't that mean that most of the guys in the Soul Society hate me too? Wouldn't doubt that. Watch out. Orenji warned as he saw both Ikaku and Yumichika preparing to attack from behind. Ichigo Sonido'd away from them all and was really not liking his odds now. Orenji. Ichigo started as he stood with his blade pointed towards them. Yeah? Orenji answered, concerned. It's times like these where I could really use some help. Ichigo spoke to his inner hollow dragon, unaware of something else that his Iwaku Shimasu could do. Urahara training grounds. Right now, Yorichi was in a spar with her Zanpakuto. She was doing much better than last time as she was able to land a few strikes on Munrado Kyoto, and even push her back considerably. The two were actually enjoying their fight, until Yorichi heard an all too familiar voice in her head. Help! She stopped and for a very brief moment, her eyes changed from their usual bright yellow to a piercing white color. The white disappeared and was replaced by her regular eyes, but now a white ring could be seen around her irises. She looked at Munrado Kyoto and the Warcat nodded before changing back to her sword form. Yorichi took it and quickly rushed to where Ichigo's voice was coming from, calling out to her. Kurosaki House. Right now, everyone was doing their own things at the house. Nothing really out of the ordinary, at least until the girls, aside from Masaki who was about to head out to shop while Karen and Yuzu were at school, all heard Ichigo's voice in their heads. Mila Rose, Apache, Sunday through Sunday, Nilio, Hallow, and Hula all heard it and their eyes also flashed white before the ring was on their irises. They all stood up, much to Miko, Keiji, Thomas and Wonderwise's surprise, and hopped out of their jagais. Before any of the boys or Miko could say anything, the six were gone. They said nothing as they leapt from rooftop to rooftop, eventually running into Yorichi. The 6 Erenkars looked at the former Soul Reaper captain and they nodded, doubling their speed to reach Ichigo. Back at the fight, Ichigo was really just dodging and blocking the onslaught. True, he could use his real power, or maybe even his release form, but he just kept worrying that something might go wrong and the school would get caught in the crossfire. He blocked another Zero from Grimmjow and an Ice Dragon from Toshiro only to get caught with a kick to the gut from said Espada. As Ichigo tried to regain his balance, he failed to notice Ikaku raising his blade and bringing it down to him. Orenji warned him all too late, but that was when he heard the sound of steel on steel. He turned around and saw that woman with the long orange hair that he saw not too long ago stopping Ikaku's strike with her Zanpakuto. Ranjiku? Ikaku yelled in surprise as the Buster lieutenant didn't respond. Instead, she forced his blade off of hers and kicked him with full force in the gut. The strike sent Ikaku back and he skidded to a stop next to Yumichika. Ichigo looked up at her, and for some reason felt something connecting to him. She turned towards him with a warm smile, and he saw her eyes had a white ring around the irises. He had no idea what was going on, but that was when he felt even more tugs on his soul coming in fast. He turned and saw the girls and Yorichi making their way towards the battle. When he saw them all, he smiled and stood up with vigor in his posture now. The girls all flashed around him, protecting him from all sides. Whoa! Ichigo started as saw that they all had the same ring on their eyes. He smiled at this and then just had to wonder. Just what all does that Yuwakashimasa do? Ichigo continued to stand in the center as the girls continued to circle around him protectively. He had a vague idea of what was going on, but right now couldn't really put his finger on it. The looks in their eyes had told him that they were under some kind of spell, yet it didn't feel that way. He felt the multiple tugs on his soul and couldn't shake the feeling that his speed really does some odd things to people. Just who in the hell are you bitches supposed to be? Grimmjow yelled out in anger as he gripped his Zanpakuto tightly in his rage. He received no response from the group of 8, which angered him even more. Ranjaku! Toshiro yelled out. What is the meaning of this? Get out of the way, now! No response from the Busta lieutenant. Both Yumichika and Ikaku were flabbergasted by what they were seeing as well as confused. Off in the distance, and completely forgot to mention this in the last chapter by the way, my bad, the forms of Yami and another Arankar named Luppy stood back to watch as Grimmjow had his fun up until now. They had one job to do and now this just made things a bit more complicated. The two sonitoed next to Grimmjow and were utterly confused as to why there was so much animosity and anger to this kid. There was a silence for a moment before Grimmjow decided to rush in to finish off his rival. He was only a few feet away when he was met with 3 powerful kicks to the face, courtesy of Yoruichi, Nilil and Hallow. He flew back a considerable amount before finally skidding to a stop, bloody head and all. The 3 had a very serious looks on their faces when Grimmjow stopped and stared back at them with hatred in his eyes. They didn't even wait for him to recover before rushing him from all sides. Grimmjow couldn't react fast enough as he was met with a kick to his chin by Yoruichi, sending him skyward. Hallow used her Zanpakuto to summon a torrent of water and fired it towards the man. He cursed and fired a powerful Siro that obliterated the water before he stopped himself in midair. You fucking bitches! Grimmjow yelled out before drawing his sword, or attempting to. He felt a hand on his wrist, stopping him from moving his arm and turned to see Nilil standing behind him. She reverse gripped her Zanpakuto and struck him in the gut with the handle, hard. That sent him flying away at breakneck speeds. All the men plus Ichigo were stunned by what they just saw. That was so cool, Ichigo said to himself as the 3 returned to the circle around him. Toshiro was furious at this point, and he didn't even truly know why. He raised his blade into the air and shouted out, Reign over the frosted heavens, Hyarinmaru! A large ice dragon fired from his Zanpakuto as he launched it towards the group at high speeds. Ichigo was worried a bit and wanted to step in, but was stopped when Nila rose. Apache and Sunday through Sunday all combined their own Siros and fired it at the large dragon. Their combined attack was just enough to cancel both attacks and cause a large explosion to occur. Ichigo watched with wide eyes at what he just saw. Not only did all 3 work together to stop the young captain's attack, they did so without even arguing with each other for a single second. Orenji facepalmed that was what Ichigo was most awed by. Yami began to chuckle as he walked over to the group slowly. So, this is what's been causing Aizen so much trouble? He grinned from ear to ear as the girls got ready for him. Ha! Like I should be afraid of any of you bit dash. He didn't get far or even finish his sentence when his world was suddenly turned upside down. Yami started to fall to the ground from the sheer force of a double axe kick to the head by both Yoruichi and Nilil. The 2 went back to the circle after that. Wow! Luppy whistled as he watched the whole thing taking place. This boy certainly has quite the entourage. He was about to draw his Zanpakuto when he noticed something off. Where did that orange-haired Soul Reaper woman go? Before he could react fast enough, he was pelted in the back by some kind of ash. He was forced to sonito out of the way before he would have been hurled down to the earth below like his comrades. He was surprised that he didn't sense her and that her attack was stronger than a regular lieutenant should be, but he shook his head to rid himself of his shock as he drew his blade. The woman didn't even flinch as he readied himself only to dodge by a hair, a bullet of water that flew from his right. Luppy turned and saw Hallow standing not too far away from him, her hard gaze never leaving his form. He knew that this was a little out of his league, especially with his recent position of Espada number 6. Just one position behind Grimmjow. Luppy looked to both women and noticed a murderous gaze coming from the both of them, and shuddered. These two were not fighting to win, they were fighting to kill. Enough of this! Ichigo yelled out as he used his shuriken and charged at the group of women still protecting the young boy. He didn't get too far as it was Nelio and Mila Rose who stopped him with a combined assault of speed and precision. Ichigo fell to the ground below as he was covered in bruises from head to toe. Yumichika went down to see if his friend was okay while Toshiro simply looked on with his blade drawn and a stunned look in his eyes. How did these people stop them all with such ease? All to protect that little orange-haired boy. Why? How? It made no sense to him at all and became more apparent when he and everyone else heard a roar from not too far away. They all turned to see Grimmjow, bloodied and battered, but on still standing with his sword drawn still. He was breathing heavily as he looked in the direction of the person he hated most in his life. This time would be different. "I'll kill you all!" he shouted as he brought his sword to his side and placed his other hand on the blade. Grind Pandash! He didn't get far when he felt a strong hand on his arm. He turned to see the pale form of the current third Espada and his superior in terms of the pecking order. "That's enough, Grimmjow," he spoke up calmly. "We have accomplished our objective for Lord Aizen. It is time to leave." "Fuck that!" Grimmjow shouted as he tried to struggle out of the grip of the stronger, stoic Espada. "I'll kill them! I'll kill them all, right here, right now! And miss the satisfaction of defeating your rival on your terms?" The man spoke up. "He will come to you willingly and fight you seriously once he realizes who we have." "What?" Ichigo spoke up, confused as to what this new Errenkar was talking about. Grimmjow grinned as he relaxed his stance and sheathed his blade. "Oh, you'll see, Kurosaki." A garganta opened and the two went inside, followed by a hurrying Luppy and a now conscious Yami. Grimmjow looked to Ichigo with that same grin on his face. "Next time we fight will be our last, Kurosaki. Come at me with the will to kill as I will be doing the same thing." The garganta closed and left a very confused Chibi and his friends still there. What did he mean by accomplishing their objective? It made no sense to him and greatly confused the young boy. The male Soul Reapers, not seeing a way to win this particular battle right now and having an injured man already, left the area to report this to the others as well as whatever it was that Aizen had planned for the brat. As they left, the girls relaxed a bit as their eyes changed back to normal. The girls that Ichigo knew seemed to look to one another as the males left, and then turned to Ranjaku of all people. The Busta Soul Reaper shook her head, almost as if she was trying to regain her bearings and saw that all eyes were on her. She looked to them with a slightly confused look as they were watching her, not particularly glaring per se, but analyzing if those were the right words. Ranjaku then looked towards Ichigo and saw him smile and wave to her, albeit hesitantly. She smiled and waved back before leaving in a burst of shuinpa. The other girls relaxed as she left, and it was that moment when Ichigo spoke up. "Wait a second." He started as they all turned to see him looking down towards the school, a sense of dread filling his eyes. "Where did she go?" Las Noches. In a well-lit, yet still dim room, a dark-haired teenager was stirring from her forced slumber. She sat up from where she was once she was fully awake and looked around. The last thing she remembered was walking to class with Oriheim and looking out a window to see a small, white-haired boy fighting an older, blue-haired man. She asked if anyone could see that and found that no one did. Then things went blank for a little while and now she's here. Strange. Not that she was captured, but for that brief moment, she felt as if she knew that boy from somewhere. Just what was it though? What the hell is going on? Tatsuki asked herself, unaware of just what her purpose was in the grand scheme of things. It didn't take long for the group to put two and two together. Tatsuki had been captured by Aizen's forces and was now bait for Ichigo to go to Hueco Mundo to rescue her. Everyone knew that was what he was trying to do, but to Ichigo, he needed to save his friend. He just couldn't leave her there to whatever Aizen wanted to do to her, trap be damned. Most likely Toshiro would report what happened earlier to his superiors. It's not like this whole thing hadn't gone sideways enough at this point. Not only has Aizen sent some of his Espada out to the world of the living for who knows what specifically, but the boy Ichigo Kurosaki had gotten in the way. To top it all off, his lieutenant had went AWOL on them and even attacked her own allies to help that child. The head captain would have a field day with this. As Toshiro and his group left, Ichigo and his group were back at the Kurosaki house trying to figure out what their next move should be. It's clearly trap. Hallow spoke what everyone was thinking. Obviously. Masaki spoke up as she could tell Ichigo was feeling distressed that his friend was in danger. So what do we do then? Thomas asked, confused on what to really do now. If it's a trap, then wouldn't it be a bad idea to go to this Waco whatever place? Aizen will be expecting Ichigo to go to save Tatsuki without a moment's hesitation. Yoruichi spoke while placing her hand on her chin. I say, if he's expecting that, then we give it to him. Thin out his forces and take his home turf. But what about Tatsuki? Ichigo stepped in, not liking any of this. We can't just leave her there. Then why not just go there and save her then? Yuzu spoke up, catching everyone's attention. I mean, Aizen's expecting Ichigo and maybe a few others to come to help him, so why not most of go instead? That could work. Ichigo said with a smile. All we really have to do is get in, get Tatsuki and get out. There's no way that I'm leaving my friend in Hueco Mundo with that whack job. Then if that's the case... Masaki started as she sighed a bit but stood up straight. Then as your mother, I'm coming with you. Same with us. Karen spoke as she placed her elbow on Yuzu's shoulder, and they both smiled. Can't have our big brother and our mom going into enemy territory by themselves. Ichigo smiled to them, then noticed the other around him. Then I guess we're coming with. Hallow spoke with a smirk on her face as Nilio and the girls stood next to them at the ready. Same here. Yoruichi grinned as she crossed her arms. Well, if that's the case. Thomas started. I'm in as well. Wonderweiss, Huler, Miko and Keiji stood next to him with smiles as well. Ichigo was happy that his friends and family were here for him. That would make this all the better when they saved Tatsuki from Aizen's clutches. Unbeknownst to them all though, Kisuke had not been far away from the house and could tell that they all were about to go to Hueco Mundo. For some reason he felt angry yet knew that if this was to happen, then at least Ichigo and his group will be out of the way when the war really starts. Whatever happens next would hopefully play out to his favor, especially when he retrieves the Hogyoku in the end. With all of that in mind though, after an hour to prep themselves, Hallow opened up a garganta large enough for all of them to go through. Every errand car was ready for battle. Thomas had worn some of his form-fitting attire that he wore in training that consisted of a dark red shirt and blue pants. Yuzu, Karen and Masaki were in their appropriate attire. Yoruichi had worn her own attire along with having her zanpakuto strapped to her lower back. Ichigo was dressed in the same outfit as before and was ready to save his friend and hopefully end this once and for all. Las noches. Tatsuki had been sitting in the dimly lit room for what felt like hours now, still confused as to where she was. She sighed as a slight panic went through her body as she felt an intense presence approaching her room. She looked towards the door as it opened and a man with brown hair and a white outfit walked inside. He was flanked by a dark-skinned man that had some kind of goggles over his eyes and a man with silver hair and a fox-like grin on his face. The three stood in front of her. So, you're the one he is fond of? Aizen started as he looked the girl up and down, and saw and felt nothing all too special about her. Sure, she had a very small amount of spirit energy to herself, but it wasn't enough to even be considered a potential threat. Tatsuki narrowed her eyes as she looked to the man. What are you talking about? Who the hell are you guys? She was angry but knew she could do nothing against any of these men and anyone else in this place. And who's fond of me? She asked that last question with as much courage as she could without her voice. Aizen smirked as he knew this would be all too easy for his plans. Why, Ichigo Kurosaki, of course. Don't you wish to see him once more? Aizen spoke, enjoying the shocked look in her eyes as he and his cohorts turned and left the room. Tatsuki wanted to question them, but her voice left her, as she always had this lingering feeling that Ichigo was still here. She clenched her teeth and shut her eyes as she felt sadness within her heart. If what this man said was true, then maybe she could finally see her long-lost friend after so long. Hueco Mundo. The large garganta opened up in the outskirts of a ruin and the massive group of 15 leapt through on the sands of Hueco Mundo. For the ones who had never been to this land before, it was a shock to the system for a second, especially Thomas who had heard of the place from Wonderweiss before but never expected this. The desert looked like it stretched on for miles in all directions, and the crescent moon above loomed over them like a pendulum. So this is Hueco Mundo. Karen started while looking around for a moment. She turned to Ichigo. You used to live here all this time, Ichigo? Ichigo turned to his sister and nodded as he smiled. It was a little lonely at first, but then I ran into Neilio and the girls and we stuck together. Masaki was happy to hear that and sighed in relief. All right, where exactly would Aizen have Tatsuki held in, if any of you would know? She directed her questions mainly to Hallow and Neilio, since they were the more seasoned out of everyone else. Hallow thought for a moment. Where exactly could Aizen set up his base that was large enough for his own army to inhabit? That was when it hit her, and she snapped her finger. Lost Noches is the most likely area he would be. Lost Noches? Yuzu asked her. It used to be a castle a long time ago. Neilio answered her. But then Hollows decided to try and take control many times and it just self-imploded. If that's the case, then where would this Lost Noches be? Yorichi asked them, surprisingly eager for a fight so she could cut loose. It was Hula that got their attention as her body began to stretch upwards. She went as high as she could and looked around for a time to survey the area and find their destination. Everyone down below waited patiently for a time until she stopped moving and pointed in a direction. The group looked over and could faintly see a large structure in the distance. That must be it, I suppose. Thomas spoke up. Then we should get there quickly and save Tatsuki. Ichigo spoke up as he summoned his large wings from his back. Everyone agreed, though judging by how far it was and how a few of them weren't as fast as Ichigo or Yorichi, getting there would take some time. That is until Neilio whistled loudly. What was that for? Apache asked her as she raised an eyebrow. Just calling in an old friend. She responded as she looked over the sands to see something approaching them fast. At first, they all wondered just what was approaching. Could it have been an enemy or a hostile Hallow? Whatever it was fast, really fast. Neilio was giggling under her breath as whatever she had called out towards them made its way to them ever so closer. After a moment, it became visible to everyone, and they really couldn't believe what they were seeing. Is that a giant worm? Keiji spoke up, jaw practically on the floor. Yep. Neilio answered as the giant worm stopped in front of them. Everyone, this is Bawabawa. Neilio spoke as she turned toward the group. He'll help us get to Lost Noches in no time. She jumped up on top of the smiling Bawabawa and motioned for the others to join her. At first no one made a move, still stunned at seeing the large creature, but then after a while started to pile themselves on his back. The only ones who didn't were Ichigo and Yorichi, both able to move faster on their own anyway. After everyone situated themselves, Bawabawa made some noises and raced over at top speed towards Lost Noches. Neilio can be a little out there sometimes, Yorichi commented as she stood there on the sand as Ichigo floated, ready to catch up. He turned towards her and smiled. I know, right? It's why she's so much fun to hang around. Yorichi laughed a little and the two raced their way toward the fading group. They caught up to them in no time and decided to stay in step with Bawabawa so no one gets left behind. As they were speeding off towards the structure, Ichigo was very eager to see Tatsuki and bring her back home safely. He would do that for any of his friends in general, but she was his very first friend. There was no way he would let her suffer whatever that whack job with his stupid slick hair had for her. Lost Noches. Tatsuki was currently in a room by herself, forced to dress in a white uniform that fit her body well. She still had no idea why or even how she got here, but from what that guy from before informed her, Ichigo was alive and on his way to save her. She didn't want to believe that at first. I mean, he died years ago when they were both just kids. How could he still be alive after all this time? What was this place she was in? Who was that man? And why did he sound like he had everything under control? She didn't know, but one thing was for sure. If Ichigo was alive, she had a few choice words for him when she sees him. The group had been traveling at a fast pace towards their destination as Lost Noches was getting closer by the second. Ichigo was hopeful as they were making great progress getting there, though he had a sinking feeling in his gut that this was a little too easy. Turning towards the others on top of Bawabawa, Ichigo spoke up to get some of their attention. Hey, does this seem too easy to you? Thomas was the first to answer as he shook his head. Dude, I'd rather it stay easy. Also don't jinx us, please. Jinx us? Wonderweous started with a tilt of his head. What does that mean, Thomas? Said Boy sighed. Well, it pretty much means that when you say something hasn't happened yet, it generally happens either way. That a you thing or an American thing? Apache asked, since Thomas did explain some of his culture to the group before. Nah. Thomas started. More like an everywhere thing. Karen rolled her eyes. Getting a little paranoid, aren't ya? Thomas simply turned and glared at her for a second before turning back to the fortress. They were almost there as the structure seemed to grow in size the closer they got. Within a few minutes, they were in the massive shadow of Las Noches and were ready to break in. That was when a loud rumble stopped them all in their tracks. Bawabawa froze as he could feel the terrain begin to change and shift beneath his body, and he was not liking it. Neelio tried calming him down to no avail as the sand around them began to form into some kind of monster in front of them all. Well, way to go, Ichigo! Miko shouted at the Chibi. You jinxed us! Ichigo scratched the back of his head sheepishly and gave a nervous laugh to her. My bad. The sand creature raised its large arm into the air, intending to crush the group quickly for daring to enter into Las Noches uninvited. As soon as its arm was in the air, though, the entire creature was covered completely in water, courtesy of one blonde Arankar. Everyone turned to Hallow as she resheathed her blade and turned to them. Jinx averted. That seemed to work for everyone as they all got off Bawabawa while Ichigo and Yorichi joined them. Neelio told Bawabawa to head out, and she'll call for him later. The big worm nodded and left in blur as it sped off to who knows where. The group all converged at the large wall of the fortress and a few contemplated just how to get in. We could always find a window, Keiji suggested. This caused Miko to slap her brother in the back of the head. Oh yeah, let's all just find a window for us all to go through. It's the perfect plan. I can feel the sarcasm from here. Masaki spoke up, chuckling a bit from the girl's comment. Or, Yorichi started as she stepped up to the wall and placed her right hand on it. She turned towards the group. We could just do this. Rearing her hand back a few inches, she struck the wall hard enough to send a small shockwave through the very concrete. Seconds later, part of the wall began to break down from the force of her blow. Whoa! Ichigo started with wonder in his eyes. That was so cool. What did you do, Chi? Yorichi couldn't help but return the smile as she began to explain. With the type of training Munrado Kyoto put me through, I found that Shuinpa has many more uses than simply movement. She held her hand up and it began to vibrate quickly to the point that it was barely visible. Using Shuinpa in certain parts of my body, I can generate even greater force at a single point. Pretty cool, right? She gave everyone a Cheshire-like grin. That does sound very useful. Yuzu started as she was already thinking of ways to implement that technique to her fighting style. Alright, enough teaching. Mila Rose started. Let's go already. Someone seems eager to get her ass kicked. Apache spoke with a grin on her face. What you say? My, still impatient and easily irritated as usual. Sung Sung spoke in her usual way. Quiet, Sung Sung! Both girls shouted out. Girls! Hallow started, shutting them up. That's enough. Yes, ma'am. They all said in unison. Everyone made their way inside and were immediately met with a problem. They were in a large room with multiple hallways going to who knows where. In total, there were 5 paths all going in different directions. Well, crap. Keiji spoke up. Now what? It seems Aizen may have thought this little trap of his through. Yorichi started. He wants us to split up to thin us all out. Then I guess that's what we're gonna do. Ichigo started, getting everyone's attention. If my math's right, since there's 15 of us and 5 paths, 3 can go through each one. Glad to see you still remember your math from back then, son. Masaki said, proud that her son retained what little intelligence he had when he was alive. Ichigo smiled sheepishly while scratching the back of his head. Thanks, Mom. He stopped to look towards everyone else. So, who goes through where? Hallow stepped in to answer that for him. Apache, Mila Rose and Sung Sung will go down that path. She pointed towards the far right entrance. You 3 have great teamwork and I expect you all to work together as a unit. Understood? She spoke in a stern tone that screamed finality to the 3. The Tres Biastia all nodded and spoke simultaneously. Yes, ma'am. Hallow then continued. Thomas, Wonder Weiss, and Hula can take the path next them. She pointed to the path next to last. All right then. Thomas started as he cracked his neck a few times. We got this, right guys? Right. Wonder Weiss nodded with a thumbs up. Yes. Hula answered as well. The next path. Hallow continued on. Masaki, Yuzu, and Karen will go down that one. The mother and her daughters nodded, ready for whatever they might run into. Miko, Keiji, and Neilio, you three go down the next one. Neilio nodded to her sister, as she looked back towards Keiji and Miko as they also began to get ready. Well, that just leaves myself, Hallow, and Ichigo down the last path. Yorichi started with her arms crossed. All right then. She unfolded them and placed her hand forward. All hand on deck right now. There was a moment of confusion going through everyone's minds for a moment, but that was gone once Ichigo placed his hand on top of hers, much to the Shihoin's delight. Everyone soon piled their hands on and Yorichi began a chant of sorts. We've all come a long way in these past few years. Some going through harder trials than others, but we are here, standing strong and in the face of adversity. Every action we have taken leads us forward through the unknown where uncertainty lies ahead. She paused for a moment, looking towards everyone. But we will prevail, we will fight and fight and fight, until we succeed, because that is why we are here. And with those last words everyone threw their hands down and raced down the paths given to them, ready to face whatever lays ahead. Throne room. Aizen smirked as he sat on his throne, feeling the multiple new Ryatsu signatures enter his palace. The brat was too predictable in his actions. It came as a mild surprise though at just how many came with the boy. Aizen had predicted that at least the boy's mother and sisters would accompany him to rescue the human, but the sheer number of extra truly surprised the rogue. No matter. He stood from his throne and made his way to his waiting forces. They will not be able to stop me. After the group had split up, Aizen had made his move towards Karakura town. He already knew of the Soul Reaper's plan to switch the town out, but that mattered very little to the rogue. All that mattered was his ascension and the destruction of the Soul King. Everything else, everyone else didn't matter to him. As he stood in front of his forces, he sighed a bit as he wished to have a few more involved in the invasion, but for now he would settle for a few of his Espada and their fraction. Standing in front of him was Stark along with Lilinet, Barrigan and his fraction, and Luppy since the rogue knew taking Grimjow would only lead to headaches from the blue-haired Arankar. The man so desperately wanted to kill the boy that it was borderline obsession at this point. Aizen figured he might as well have some of his forces remain to destroy his unwanted guest. It would make things so much simpler for the rogue. He smirked as Jin and Kanem stood next to him. He opened the gargantas necessary for his forces. It is time to end this all. With the Trace Biastia, after splitting up, the three Arankar raced down their given pathway, hoping that they could make progress in saving Tatsuki. As they ran through the corridors and off-white walls of the halls, both Apache and Mila Rose were starting to get very irritated. Who the hell designs a fortress where everything looks the damn same? Mila Rose shouted out as it was getting very annoying to see the same white walls wherever they turned. I know, right? Apache started. Seriously, this place sucks. I have to agree with you too. Sung Sung spoke up. Quiet, Sun Dash. The two stopped themselves once they realized Sung Sung was actually agreeing with them for once. They continued on for a few more minutes before finally reaching a large room with orange pillars everywhere. About damn time we saw something new. Apache started. Though I agree with you. Sung Sung started. Something doesn't feel right about this place. Yeah. Mila Rose started as she moved forward slowly, Apache and Sung Sung behind her. Let's keep sharp. No way are gonna disappoint Lady Hallow or Ichigo. Right. The two agreed with her before hearing a laugh not too far away from them. The Trace Biastia turned and looked up as they saw an Arankar sitting atop one of the pillars. The Arankar was a woman with dark violet hair that stopped just at her shoulders and held in place with some sort of bone-white hair tie on her left side. She wore an Arankar uniform, though it was styled like a dress of sorts with a black trills at the end of said dress. Her gloves went all the way up to the end of her biceps, and stopped just short of the puffy white shoulder pads her dress had. So, she started as she began to twirl some sort of golden rope around. I get to face 3 lower ranks pretending to be Arankar. She smirked as she saw the three glare at her. How sad, lady, don't know who you are or really care. Mila Rose started with a growl. But it's best you leave or face all three of us. Your call, bitch! Apache yelled out, still angered at the fact that this woman was underestimating them. The woman scoffed at the threat, and even more so at the insults as she stood up. Then I guess we can skip all those pesky formalities and get straight into the killing, shall we? She pulled the golden rope towards her, and all three Biastia went on high alert, jumping out of the way of a large, golden disc connected to the rope. TCH. Apache landed on a pillar and fired a Ciro towards the woman. The red beam was fast but not fast enough to hit her. The woman dodged using Sonido, causing the Ciro to completely destroy several pillars behind her. The woman was surprised by just how strong that Ciro was. Just who the hell are you rejects anyway? She asked, irritated at the fact that if that Ciro had hit her, it would have done serious damage. Like we need to introduce ourselves to someone who we're about to beat. Mila Rose spoke up, drawing her sword in the process. The woman was about to retort about them being rude, until she noticed that one of them were missing. She searched frantically for a moment before hearing a hissing noise behind her. Turning quickly, she pulled the rope to bring the disc up to shield her from some another Ciro. Sunday through Sunday was smirking behind her sleeve as that little distraction worked in her favor. The woman took the hit, and was knocked back through a pillar. That was when Apache had Sonidoed below her and delivered a powerful kick to her side, sending her straight towards the last of their group. Mila Rose had been charging her blade with a Ciro, a technique she picked up from Hallow, and fired it as soon as the woman was close enough. The woman took the full blast as that Ciro was charged up, and the resulting explosion rocked the room. The three Sonidoed near each other, pleased that one of their tactics worked on this opponent. They turned to leave and continue their journey in search of Ichigo's friend Tatsuki, but then, Rip, Galandrina! The three turned around as the explosion of power shook the arena they were in. It seemed that the woman was a bit of a sore loser. After the dust settled, the three saw the woman in her resurrection. Her arms had grown to a ridiculous length, longer than her body, and she had grown bone-like wings with large black blades attached to them. She also now wore a headdress similar to a bird and had large billows of white fur all around her wings and head. I am Surachi Sandawichi! She shouted in a fit of rage as that last attack did way more damage than she thought it would. Privaran Espada to Lord Aizen, and the one that's going to end you three pest. She launched herself forward at breakneck speeds, letting her wings cut the pillars in clean cuts in the process. The three leapt out of the way just in time to avoid her, and a thought crossed their minds. It was odd that this fight beforehand was so easy, and even more so now that Surachi has released her resurrection now. Something just didn't feel right her. Hey! Apache yelled out, gaining Surachi's attention as she spun around and scowled. Don't even think about begging for your lives now! Surachi yelled out. Not even close! Apache continued as she landed on one of the clean-cut pillars. What the hell's a Privaran Espada? Surachi scowled as she began to explain. If you must know, a Privaran Espada is a former Espada that was demoted after losing their position as an Espada. She gritted her teeth and scowled in anger. They are assigned a 3-digit number to mark their failure as an Espada, and while we are stronger than a simple numeros, we still can never match an Espada anymore. Good to know. Mila Rose started from the side on another cut pillar. Surachi looked to her with a raised brow. And do pray tell would be good to know? Simple really. Sunday through Sunday spoke from another cut pillar off the other side of Surachi. Our master and her sister have been training us since we were juches. Her right arm glowed red, and once we became Arankar, they did not relent in their training. Mila Rose continued as her right arm glowed red as well, causing Surachi to raise a brow. What the hell are you talking about? She yelled out as she felt the build-up of spirit energy coming from them. Easy! Apache finished with her arm glowing as well. The two of them far outrank you. Just as she finished saying that, the built-up energy from the three fired into the air, colliding with one another much to Surachi's confusion. If this was an attack, then they weren't aiming too well at her. That was her thought process, until a large hand nearly double the size of every pillar combined formed out of the beam and reached down for her. She had no time to react as this thing squashed her, forcing her all the way to the ground below. Dust flew everywhere from the sheer force of the attack as the Tres Biastia stood on their own pillars, unimpressed. It was odd that they would face a former Espada, one of the 10 most powerful of the Arrancar army, and not feel threatened by her. That training that Halabel and Neliel had put them through along with being near the group must have really given the 3 a massive boost in power. After the dust finally settled, the 3 reseated the energy back into their arms and saw down in the crater. Surachi was back in her sealed state, heavily bruised and beaten, and barely able to move. The 3 leapt down to her to ensure she was alive. It would be hard to interrogate someone if they were dead now. Apache grabbed her by the back of her hair and turned her over to face her. The human girl. She started in a cold tone as she looked right into Surachi's nearly lifeless eyes. Where is she? Surachi chuckled, albeit lowly due to her current state, and spoke in a weak tone. How the hell should I know? Lord Eisen banished us to this building so we couldn't be in the way. She dropped her smirk as she continued. We're just glorified guard dogs to him. Then why serve him? Sunday through Sunday asked, genuinely curious as the rest of them were. What choice do we have? She answered weakly, feeling her consciousness fading away. The weak either serve the strong, or be crushed under their foot. That's the way things are in Hueco Mundo. You all should know that. No. Mila Rose spoke once more, a white ring appearing around her iris, same as the others now. You serve that bastard out of fear and willful subjugation. We serve no one. We are a group, a unit, benefiting one another to continue getting stronger and reaching newer heights. Surachi looked at the 3 with slightly wide eyes before narrowing them. Then why serve that kid? What does he offer any of you to follow him through this place for a human? Apache dropped her onto the ground. The 3 looked down at her, eyes focused as they all said in unison. The chance to live freely. With those words, the Tres Biastia sonidoed away from the crater and ran down another pathway, leaving Surachi to ponder on their words. She laid there, broken and in pain, but also relieved for some reason. She kept on playing those words in her head over and over again, remembering just how Eisen treated her and the rest of the Privaran Espada when he had no more use for them. Freedom, Surachi said to herself before attempting to pick herself up to leave. Maybe this Ichigo Kurosaki is the one to free us. Oh, I wouldn't think about that too hard, Surachi Sanderwichi. A deep and cold voice spoke from above the crater, causing Surachi to break out in a cold sweat. She looked up and saw the last person she wanted to see. It seems that you have utterly failed in your mission, and you know how Lord Eisen deals with failure. After leaving down their own pathway, the 3 friends began to notice that the hallways were getting darker. It wasn't too noticeable at first, but as they continued on, it was definitely becoming more and more prominent as they moved further on. They ran for a few more minutes until they appeared in a dark room with lit torches around the walls. The room was fairly large for the group at least, and seemed to be a foyer of some kind. Well, this is awkward. Thomas started as the 3 stood and looked around for a moment. What kind of room only has one entrance and no exit to it? Wonder Weiss asked as he looked around the seemingly empty room with no windows or other doors. No idea! Before any of them could do anything else, Hula pulled on Wonder Weiss' sleeve, gaining his attention. He looked to her as she pointed towards the far wall. The Arrancar turned to see the silhouette of a person sitting on the ground. Not wanting to be taken by surprise, Wonder Weiss motioned over to Thomas and pointed out the person sitting not too far away from them. Oh joy, we ran into someone! Thomas said sarcastically as the 3 got into readied stances. Thomas took a deep breath as it was time to really put all that training to good use. All this time while Ichigo and company were battling over the city in the world of the living, Thomas had been training to fully control his powers with the help of Wonder Weiss and Hula. He learned some interesting things about his powers from their training, so now was the first time to use it for a real fight. He held out his right hand where he was wearing a white bracelet with the kanji for create and destroy written on it. The bracelet glowed a bit and morphed into a small white ball floating over his hand. Thomas smirked as he got into a fighting stance with the ball morphing into a tanto. Wonder Weiss smirked as he drew out his own Zanpakuto while Hula stood at the ready. The figure started as he stood up to reveal himself in the light. He was a tall man with tan skin just a shade lighter than Halabel's, had an orange afro, goggles, a variation of the standard Arrancar garb, and these red-orange spiked gauntlets on each wrist. Interesting ability you got there, kid. He placed his hands into his pockets and walked over towards the three slowly. As much as I don't want to destroy a bunch of children, if you're so eager to fight, then I won't be holding back. He stopped only a few meters away from them and released his own pressure to intimidate them. Got it? The three were unfazed by his power, as they had felt Ichigo's many times beforehand. This was nowhere close to his or even Hallow's, and they relaxed a little. The man got into a fighter stance, and they all stood at the ready, waiting for someone to make the first move. Surprisingly enough, Thomas was the first to make a move as he used Springer Light to launch himself towards the errand car at impressive speeds for a human. The errand car dodged the Tonto as Thomas swung with careful precision as Wonder Weiss joined in only from behind. The blonde errand car appeared above, large purple broadsword raised high to bring down to end this fight quickly. The errand car sonitoed out of the way in the hopes that he would strike down the human for him. That didn't happen as he appeared away off to see a rather interesting move. Thomas noticed Wonder Weiss above, and once the errand car had used Sonito, he morphed the Tonto into a Spartan-like shield. Wonder Weiss flipped in midair to land on top of the shield and used it and his momentum to catapult off of Thomas and straight towards the errand car. He raised the broadsword up once more and swung down hard only to be met with nothing. The errand car sonitoed out of the way at the last second. Impressive. He started. Who are you three anyway? Thomas morphed his shield into spear and took a stance. Thomas Rancher, just a human. Wonder Weiss Margila, former Vasto Lord, now an errand car. Wonder Weiss raised his broadsword up once more and a purple energy began to envelop the blade. And she's Hooler. The errand car raised a brow as he looked around for that strange mass of purple goo in the shape of a girl, but he noticed she disappeared from his line of sight during his brief moment with the others. He looked around until he noticed that he couldn't move his feet. He looked down to see a large puddle of the same purple goo that made up that girl. A face formed from it, and smiled up at him. Now! Thomas yelled out as he threw the spear while Wonder Weiss swung his blade and the energy towards the spear, coating it in its energy. The spear flew like a bullet, and despite blocking as best as he could, struck the errand car in his arms, sending him flying back towards the wall. He crashed through it, and a small explosion occurred. The spear formed its original orb form and flew back to Thomas's hand. Hula rose out of the ground and reformed. She turned towards the boys and smiled. They had won this little scuffle with barely even breaking a sweat. That was pretty good. The errand car spoke up from the rubble, gaining the three's attention. He stood up slightly hunched over and deep cut on his left shoulder. If I hadn't redirected that attack, it might have killed me. Guess I'm gonna have to take this fight seriously, it seems. He stood up straight and walked out of the rubble. My name is Gantenbane Musketa. He started as his energy began to swirl around him. He muttered something under his breath and suddenly his energy exploded, blasting away most of the walls in the room to reveal a well-lit room beyond. The three braced themselves as they noticed that Gantenbane transformed. His arms were covered in large plates of armor that curved over his head like an armadillo. His wound from earlier had healed and he was now motioning for the three to attack him. Thomas looked to Wonder Weiss and nodded towards him. Wonder Weiss did the same and rushed him. Hula rushed in as well, confusing Gantenbane with this strategy they were using now. Wonder Weiss swung his blade down and connected with Gantenbane's armor. It slightly chipped but did nothing else. Hula had grabbed several pieces of debris from his release and began to throw them at his speed. Gantenbane dodged one and saw that the rock she threw went through a wall with intense force. Not wanting to get hit by that, Gantenbane dodged many of the rocks and other things thrown his way, all the while blocking Wonder Weiss' attacks. Gantenbane continued to dodge and block as the swings from Wonder Weiss weren't simply random. He kept on striking at certain spots on the armor that was slowly causing it to crack. Hula managed to get a few god hits and that seemed to cause even further cracks in the armor. Wonder Weiss, now! Thomas yelled out from a distance, gaining Gantenbane's attention. Wonder Weiss brought his sword down hard with his energy flaring out in the process. Gantenbane was forced back hard as his armor had a large crack in it now. He turned to see Thomas holding some sort of rifle made out of the same material that orb was, only it had purple goo around the barrel. Thomas took aim and was preparing to fire, Gantenbane used Sonito to move out of the way only to see Hula running full speed towards him. Taking his stance, he reared his fist back and prepared to strike. Hula leapt towards him and expanded in order to cover the man completely. Gantenbane struck only for Hula to cause a hole to appear where he was about to strike, causing his arm to go through her in a sense. Hula wrapped herself around the man and constricted his entire body for a moment, more than enough time for Thomas to take aim and fire. The goo that was on the barrel morphed into a bullet that was both Hula's and Wonderwife's power. The bullet struck Gantenbane in his shoulder and went through it, destroying the armor and the wall right behind him in the process. Hula let him go as Gantenbane fell back through the destroyed wall and landed in the sands of Las Noches. The three went over to him as Thomas knelt down. "Hey man, where's the human girl?" Thomas started. "Where's Tatsuki?" "Unfortunately, I don't know," Gantenbane answered in a haggard breath. "Lord Eisen banished us here once we became Privaran Espada. What's that supposed to mean?" Thomas asked, confused by this statement. "It means that he's nothing more than a guard dog for Eisen," Wonderweiss answered, slightly disturbed by what he was hearing. "Then why follow a guy like this Eisen guy if he's so quick to throw you to the side like trash in a heartbeat?" Thomas grabbed Gantenbane by his collar and pulled him up to look him in the eyes. "Because he's strong," he coughed out. "Stronger than most of us, that is. We follow him because he is strong. Then you should follow someone because they actually care about your well-being and your strength, not just because they're strong." Wonderweiss spoke up, a fire in his eyes as he looked to Gantenbane. "If you simply follow someone out of fear, then that just means you're nothing more than a fool and a damned coward." "Yes." Hula nodded, a slight scowl on her face as well as she stood by Wonderweiss and looked down towards Gantenbane. Thomas let the Arrancar go and sighed. His friends were right about that. Ichigo was a perfect example of following a friend to the brink. Look at him. An average human in a world where monsters and spirits fight to the bloody end no matter the circumstances. Yet here he is fighting for a friend he should have never met in the first place. Maybe things were better this way. Well. A new voice spoke from behind the group. This caused Gantenbane to widen his eyes in fear as he knew this voice all too well. The three turned around and saw a tall, lanky Arrancar standing there with a large toothed grin and a strange weapon resting on his shoulder. "Looks like I may get a good fight out of this after all." The three could feel that this guy was definitely stronger than Gantenbane, but not as strong as, say, Hallow or Neelio. Thomas looked over to Wonderweiss and Hula, who both nodded to him. They looked back to the tall Arrancar and smirked, confusing him for a moment before he felt something tapping the back of his shoulder. He turned quickly only to be met with a small glob of purple slime in his face. He struggled, rather comically to the three, and tried to pull it off all the while swinging wildly. Thomas morphed his orb into a pistol while Wonderweiss brought his blade high and let loose a purple lightning bolt. Thomas fired at the same time, and the moves combined to strike the Arrancar in his chest. He flew back several meters and tumbled into the sand. That didn't last long as he stood up and screamed in rage in the air. "Time to go," Thomas said as he and his friends ran off to parts unknown, determined to save Tatsuki now. Halls of Las Noches. It really didn't take too long for this trio to run into an enemy of sorts. This Arrancar was definitely different than what they were expecting so far in their journey. He stood in a large and empty room as if he were waiting for his adversary to arrive, only to be surrounded by three individuals that took him by surprise. "Well now," he started as he did a little dance for his introduction. "It seems I must face a little Nino and two Ninas now." "Very well. My name is Dordoni Alessandro del Sacaccio, Arrancar number 103. Nice to meet you all, a pleasure I'm sure." Neelio started as she stepped up to him, sensing his power would be a bit much for her two companions to deal with alone right now. "Now where is the human girl that was kidnapped?" Dordoni smirked. "Tell you what, Nina." He got into a stance, prompting Neelio and the brother and sister duo to do the same. "If you three can defeat me, I may be able to tell you where the girl could be. Does that sound fair to you, Nina?" "My name is Neelio," she answered, a bit irritated at whatever jab Dordoni was saying to them. "And I suppose that's fair enough." Without wasting any time, Dordoni launched himself towards Neelio at an impressive speed. Well, it would be impressive to some, but the trio had sparred against each other and against Ichigo many times in the past. Dordoni's speed was good enough yet was really not too fast for the trio. He went for a jab with his right, fingers stretched as if he wanted to stab through Neilio, but she simply moved out of the way and delivered a strong front kick to his side. Miko rushed in and sent a straight right to him as he sailed through the air and knocked him towards her brother. Keiji brought both his hands together in an axe handle motion and brought them down on Dordoni's head, sending him crashing into the ground hard. All three sonitoed to one spot and saw the large amount of dust surrounding the small crater where Dordoni landed. This actually surprised Keiji and Miko that their physical strength had grown so much while training under Hallow and the Tres Bestia for as long as they did. Damn bro! Miko started as she lightly punched his shoulder. Nice hit, thanks. He responded with a smirk. Well? Neilio spoke up this time. I don't think he's getting up anytime soon. We should get going, right? They both nodded and were about to turn down another hallway, hoping it wasn't the one they entered from, until they heard Dordoni speak once more. Whirl, Giralda! They turned back to see Dordoni standing in the air with these odd wind serpent things coming out of his boots. While Miko and Keiji were impressed by this display of power, Neilio was starting to get irritated even more. She didn't want to kill or hurt anyone any more than she should and was happy with a simple knockout win. But Dordoni simply refused to stay down. How do you like this? Dordoni shouted out despite being a little worse for wear. I will use all of my power to defeat you three, and then rejoin the Espadas once again. Neilio sighed as she turned towards her two companions. You guys hang back a bit. I'm gonna end this as quickly as possible. They nodded and backed away as soon as she drew her sword. Dordoni grinned, thinking that she was about to release her true form to him, but he was sorely mistaken. Faster than he could have reacted, Neilio cut into his shoulder and appeared right back where she initially stood. Dordoni went wide-eyed as he didn't even see what happened but felt the large gash in his shoulder and blood pouring out. His release form disappeared, and he fell to the ground once again. Neilio sighed once more as she flung his blood off of her blade and sheathed it before going towards his downed body. While the wound wasn't too bad as long as he got treated, she still felt bad for having to hurt the man. With another sigh, Neilio stood over his and began to drool an excessive amount onto his face. Miko and Keiji made their way over and saw what she was doing. They knew what her drool could do, but it was still very disgusting to watch. The effect was slow but working as Dordoni's wound was slowly closing. Once finished, Neilio wiped away the drool still in her mouth, and the trio decided to leave before he woke up. There was no point in staying there as that attack would keep him out of action for a while. They went down another corridor, never noticing that another group of Arrancar were about to confront Dordoni for his failure to stop them. Ichigo, Yoruichi and Hallow were making their way through the halls of Las Noches rather easily. Anyone who did get in their way were dealt with fast and clean as the trio made it to a large room with a single door on the far wall. Standing there was the visage of a certain pale Espada as he had his hands in his pockets and walked towards the trio calmly. While both Hallow and Yoruichi prepared themselves for a fight, Ichigo remembered this Espada from before and walked over to meet him. The girls stayed back but kept themselves at the ready just in case. It seems we meet again, Ichigo Kurosaki. He started as the two met in the center of the room. Yep. Ichigo started as he looked at the Espada with a raised brow. So, what's your name anyway? I never caught it back when we were in Karakura town. This time it was the Espada's turn to raise his brow as he looked down on the chibi. I am Espada number 3, Ulquiorra Cipher. He continued to examine Ichigo, and could only stare in what the boy thought was confusion. I do not understand. Ichigo tilted his head. Understand what exactly? Why both Lord Aizen, Grimjow and several other Soul Reapers change in front of you? Oh. He scratched the back of his head sheepishly and chuckled a bit. It's actually because of a move that happens whenever I use my speed called Yuwakushimasu. Ulquiorra blinked a few times as he knew what that meant. The girls knew what that meant, but it seemed that Ichigo didn't. Ulquiorra had no clue just what this type of move meant for others or even why this boy had such power to influence others. But he was certain that this boy could change people's entire lives if he wanted to. It was actually a pretty terrifying thought that just with a simple movement, Ichigo has essentially created utter chaos. It made Ulquiorra question his master, Aizen, whenever said usually calm and composed man went on a rage-filled tirade about the boy, or how the normally battle-hungry, no-nonsense Grimmjow grew obsessed with killing Ichigo ever since the mission in Karakura town. Even those male soul reapers seemed to be hateful towards the boy to an unhealthy and obsessive degree. This boy was nothing more than chaos given form, and while Ulquiorra wanted to strike him down to rid Lord Aizen of his obsession, something stopped him, or rather someone did. Kurosaki! Everyone turned back towards the entranceway and saw Grimmjow with a crazed look in his eyes as he rushed towards Ichigo. Ichigo didn't hesitate as he drew his blade and blocked the attack, though the force of it all pushed him back and the two went through a wall to the sands of Las Noches. The girls and Ulquiorra rushed over and saw a massive shockwave of sand as the two clashed repeatedly. Ulquiorra once again noticed the obsession of wanting to kill Ichigo in Grimmjow's movements and eyes. This would be the last time these two fought, as there was no way of stopping this in a conventional way. He turned towards the two women and saw that while they seemed prepared to step in, they stayed their hands for some reason that was odd to the third espada. Why? He asked them as they kept their eyes on the battle, seeing Grimmjow firing a Zero only for Ichigo to cut it in two. You mean why aren't we helping Ichigo? Hallow started. Ulquiorra nodded as they heard another loud clash. It's because Ichigo told us not to get involved once he fights Grimmjow once more. He means to end this himself? Ulquiorra asked them as the two down below clashed once more. Yep. Yoruichi spoke up as she crossed her arms. He wants to end this rivalry of theirs and prove that he is better than Grimmjow. Ulquiorra scoffed at this notion and continued to watch the battle. A foolish idea, childish really. Hallow's rebuttable caught him off guard. Ichigo is still a child and will always be that way, but he is strong-willed and determined to protect the ones he cares for. I know that personally. His power is what changes people for better or worse. Yoruichi started as Grimmjow kicked Ichigo only for the Chibi to block it with his wings. If it wasn't for him and his Yuwaku Shimasu, I would remain stagnant in my own strength. He changed me without even knowing it, and that is what makes him something Aizen or Kasuke or the 13-Court Squad or even any of you Espada will never comprehend about him. And what would that be? Ulquiorra asked, genuinely curious about the answer. Yoruichi smirked and turned towards him. He is truly the walking embodiment of unpredictability. Ulquiorra went wide-eyed at hearing that, as he thought the boy chaos personified, but now hearing this, he began to doubt himself. One thing was for sure though, this battle would end with one of these two dying. Sands of Las Noches. Ichigo was flying around the large red pillars of Las Noches as Grimmjow continued to fire Zero after Zero towards the Chibi. Grimmjow stood high in the air and continued to fire at the boy, all with a manic grin on his face. Come on, Kurosaki! He yelled out as he continued to fire Zeros at the Chibi. I want you at your best so I can prove my superiority. Show me your full power! Ichigo cut through a Zero and fired one of his own. Grimmjow dodged as he felt Ichigo kick him in the back of his head, sending him skidding on the air. Ichigo didn't relent this time as he flew fast towards the espada and brought his blade down. Grimmjow regained himself and blocked the attack. The two began to clash as Ichigo used his small size to his advantage to maneuver around Grimmjow. Ichigo was fast but not using Sonido, as he now knew it would only make things worse in the end. The two continued to clash until Grimmjow smirked devilishly. He used Sonido and landed on the sands before stabbing his blade to the ground. Oh no, Kurosaki! He started as he cut his finger on his blade and aimed it at Ichigo. You don't get to take this lightly. There's only one way this ends. Either you die, or I do, and I plan on beating you at your best. Bring it on then. Ichigo readied himself as he recognized this attack as a Gran Raise Zero. He would have to use more of his strength to block it, or he could just dodge it. Either one worked for him really. Grimmjow smirked and aimed his hand to a large tower off in the distance before his energy gathered and he shouted out, Gran Raise Zero! The attack launched from his hand and headed straight for the tower. I thought I was over here, not there, Ichigo said to himself. Ulquiorra went wide-eyed for a moment, as he knew exactly who was there. The human girl is in that tower. Both Hallow and Yoruichi were shocked at what he said and quickly warned Ichigo, who was still watching the attack sail past him. Ichigo! Yoruchi shouted out, getting his attention. Tatsuki is in that tower! Hearing this, everything seemed to sit still as Ichigo looked to the tower and felt a familiar presence that was most definitely not a Hallow. He went wide-eyed as he knew this person as his friend from before he died. Just like last time in the park, Grimmjow was using Tatsuki to his advantage and firing a Gran Ray Zero at her just to entice Ichigo, or kill him. Ichigo saw the Zero and began to see red in the worst way. Within a second, Ichigo was already in front of the Gran Ray Zero and easily destroyed it with a swipe of his sword. For the first time in his life, whether a human or a Hallow, Ichigo was truly angry. His eyes shined red with malice and discontent as he stared directly at Grimmjow, knowing exactly what he did, and gritted his teeth. Grimmjow grinned as now it was a true fight to the death. He brought his sword to him and swiped a hand over it, releasing his resurrection, and roaring into the sky, sending a shockwave all around. He stood at the ready as he knew that Ichigo would have no choice but to release his own resurrection as well, something he has never done before. Come on, Kurosaki! Grimmjow yelled out. Show me everything you got! Ichigo narrowed his eyes and took a deep breath. He had trained in his inner to do this but has never done it before in reality, so it was time to really show Grimmjow just how serious he could be. Ichigo held out his sword and closed his eyes. His wings began to glow orange as his sword did the same thing. Both Yoruchi and Hallow watched on as they had never seen Ichigo do this before and wondered just what he was going to do. Suddenly, Ichigo's energy exploded as everyone was shocked by this turn of events. Ichigo opened up his eyes and his energy stopped in midair, causing Grimmjow and Ulquiorra to feel a sense of malice and fear while Yoruchi and Hallow felt a sense of warmth and comfort. Drenar to do L color or NG. Ichigo's energy encased him and suddenly, the color all around him drained away into the energy itself. The faux sunlight became dim, and the blue sky of Las Noches became gray same as the sand and pillars. Grimmjow's blue hair and fur drained away into the ball of energy, and became gray as well. Ulquiorra could feel the little color that was on him slip away and go into the ball as well. The two felt dread and fear intensely, a feeling entirely new to Ulquiorra. The girls on the other hand still had the color on the both of them, and they only felt comfort from this. Suddenly, the ball of energy turned orange with a white highlight around it. The energy cracked and broke away, showing Ichigo in his resurrection. He stood there still a chibi, but his wings were crackling with orange lightning. He was wearing a white outfit that covered his entire body and had orange fur around his wrist, ankles and neck. His hands were clawed and crackling with the same orange lightning, and his feet were the same as well. What was the most surprising or frightening depending on your perspective, was that there was a small dragon on Ichigo's shoulder. The dragon had white scales and wings and an orange underbelly. Its eyes were completely black and staring directly at Grimmjow. Ichigo's head was encased in an orange dragon mask with sharp teeth and blacked-out eyes as well. He looked directly at Grimmjow, and caused all of the manic obsession in his eyes to be replaced by fear. All of the rage and anger he usually felt when he saw the chibi was gone, and he took a step back on instinct. He gritted his teeth and took a step forward to regain his fighting spirit, but that was when something truly unexpected happened. Now I'm gonna hurt you, Grimmjow, Ichigo said as he was now standing right next to Grimmjow. Said Espada looked down and saw those eyes and shuddered. And I'm gonna hurt you really, really badly. Grimmjow leapt back in fear as Ichigo had seemingly just appeared next to him out of nowhere. The usually reserved and cheery chibi had been replaced by something far more dangerous in the man's eyes, and he could tell that maybe this was not a wise move. All of his anger and intense obsession with wanting nothing more than to kill his rival had been completely diminished, and his instincts were telling him to do one thing now: run. Grimmjow stood there and watched with widened eyes as Ichigo simply stood there with the dragon on his shoulder staring at him with those pitch-black eyes. The dragon was moving along Ichigo's shoulders and kept its eyes on the man the entire time. It was almost like it was stalking him from that distance, knowing that it could attack him any time it wanted to. Both Yoruchi and Hallow watched from their tower as Ichigo stood there. They were in awe of the transformation he had and what effect it had on the surrounding area as well as his opponents. While Yoruchi was more surprised by the fact that Ichigo even had a resurrection, Hallow always had a feeling that he never used it for a reason. Usually, a resurrection was the more human form of an Arrancar and granted them their full power, but Ichigo was a human before becoming a Vasta Lord and then an Arrancar. There was no telling just where this form originated from, or why there was that small dragon on his shoulders. Whenever she or any of the girls used their resurrection, there was never a completely new entity that shows up to help them fight. It was the same for every other Arrancar as well, so why was it different for Ichigo? You feel it, girl? Manredo Kyoto spoke to Yoruichi from her place and said woman's inner world. I can feel it. Yoruichi answered her Zanpakuto spirit. Ichigo's power is on a whole other level now. Oh yeah? The spirit responded. Seems like Cutie Pie is gonna absolutely destroy this fake cat man here. Hell, you might learn something from watching him fight like this girl, so pay attention. Yoruichi nodded and watched as Ichigo was about to take a step towards Grimmjow. Said Espada kept his guard up despite his fears and apprehensions, but once Ichigo took one step forward, Grimmjow was hit in the stomach with such force that he flew through several red pillars. As he went through them, the red color faded and turned gray. Ulquiorra went slack-jawed at this as he didn't even see the boy move aside from that step. The girls were also completely taken aback by what they saw as Ichigo just took one step. Ichigo, for his part, wasn't done. As Grimmjow was still sailing through another red pillar, turning it gray, he suddenly stopped when he hit something completely solid. He turned in time to see Ichigo standing on solidified air and holding out his left hand, which was what stopped Grimmjow's momentum. The Espada could see Ichigo's black orb staring right into his eyes and his body froze in fear. It was unlike anything he had ever felt before in his life and was only amplified once he felt Ichigo's hand clench and actually crack through his armored back. Grimmjow let out a shriek of pain as the hand, while small, was coated in lightning and seemed too coarse through his entire body. Ichigo raised his arm up, carrying Grimmjow with him, and threw the man with such force that it created a shockwave just off the release. Grimmjow sailed down and crashed hard onto the ground, forming a large crater in the process. The girls and Ulquiorra watched, and were amazed by the sheer force of the throw. What was even more amazing though was when the dust cleared, and the crater was now formed with glass. Laying down in said crater was Grimmjow, no longer in his resurrection form, and convulsing on the ground. His body kept pulsing with the orange lightning as if it was a part of his heartbeat now. Incredible! Hallow said more so to herself than anyone else. I've never seen power like that before. Ulquiorra spoke up as his own instincts kicked in and told him to run away as well. The feeling of fear was completely new to him, and he did not like the way it felt. Ichigo appeared near Grimmjow's prone body and looked down to him. The man who was once Ichigo's greatest rival, then turned obsessed with killing him, was now nothing more than a scared man in immense pain. Ichigo knelt down towards him as the dragon actually leapt off his shoulder and hovered in the air for now. I could have killed you! Ichigo started in a calm yet eerie voice that chilled both Grimmjow and Ulquiorra to their very souls. I could have ended you the second I transformed, but I didn't. So I'm not gonna warn you or ask you or say to you or any other fancy way. I'm making you drop this whole rivalry of ours, because if you so much as look in any of my friends' or family's general direction again, I will hurt in ways you can't possibly imagine. To get his point across, Ichigo placed his right hand on Grimmjow's chest and sent some kind of pulse onto him. The reaction was instantaneous as Grimmjow felt like his entire body was being torn apart and put back together over and over and over again. His voice became hoarse as he kept screaming from the pain, but as soon as it started, it was over. The orange lightning left his body and returned to Ichigo's hands as said Chibi stood up. Grimmjow struggled to look up to the boy and could feel his consciousness slipping away. He saw Ichigo's eyes one more time and could once again feel as if his very soul was being pierced through. Only this time it was strangely soothing to him. The rage and obsessiveness he had felt for who knows how long towards Ichigo had vanished from his very being. A blissful sleep followed suit as Grimmjow finally passed out. Ichigo's form shattered away and the pieces that went away splashed all over the surrounding area, coating it with its original color. The little dragon landed back on Ichigo's shoulder and simply sat there. Its eyes went from pitch black to orange, and it yawned before falling asleep on the Chibi's shoulder. Ichigo smiled at him and scratched the back of its ear. He sighed as he could feel the effects of Iwakushimasa on Grimmjow change now. The rage was replaced by something else the boy had no knowledge of but knew that the man would no longer be an issue to him ever again. Ichigo looked towards both Yoruichi and Hallow and smiled before waving towards them. He even waved to Ulquiorra as the espada started to get what little color he had back, same with Grimmjow. The girls went down to him just in time to see him picking Grimmjow up on his free shoulder and carrying him out of the crater. "Is he gonna be alright?" Hallow asked as Ichigo put him down on the sands of Las Noches. "Yep," Ichigo answered her. "I think I finally figured out how to really use Iwakushimasa in my Resurrection form." He looked to the two of them and smiled once again. "I think facing Aizen will be a little easier now." "Let's hope so." Yoruichi started. "Still got a girl to save and then a city of people after." "Right." He looked towards Ulquiorra, who was standing behind the girls. "Would you watch over Grimmjow for now?" Ulquiorra nodded almost submissively. "Awesome. We may need some help when we head back to Karakura town," Ichigo said as he turned towards the tower Tatsuki was in. "Let's go." Tatsuki could feel the overwhelming energy from outside her tower. It felt heavy and comforting at the same time, yet oddly familiar to her in a way. She couldn't describe it, or the feeling she would have whenever she would have occasionally passed by the Kurosaki clinic recently. Beforehand, it felt like a gloomy and dark aura had surrounded the house and the family ever since Ichigo had died all those years ago. Now, though, it felt vibrant and more alive than anything else in the whole world. She couldn't place her finger on it at the time, but something felt off to her the day she was taken by some pale-skinned guy. She could feel that same presence at the school before being taken, and now, after hearing that brown-haired man say that Ichigo was alive, well, that gave Tatsuki hope. After all this time, she now had the moment to tell him that she was sorry for what happened between them the last time they were together. It was dumb and silly, but it weighed heavily on her heart since then after their last sparring match. She bad-mouthed his skills and told him he was a weak little mama's boy at the time. Those were the last words she ever said to him, but now she could apologize for it, hopefully. Before she could think of her apology, the door to her small room was cut down. She was startled at first and saw the door crumble away in pieces all before a tall, dark-skinned woman with dark purple hair walked in, sheathing her sword. Tatsuki stood up and got in a defensive stance out of instinct as she had never met this woman before. "Well now," Yoruichi started with a smirk as she looked to the teen. "You must be Tatsuki. It's nice to meet you. Who are you supposed to be?" Tatsuki asked cautiously as the woman chuckled slightly. "A friend of an old friend of yours." She stepped back to allow someone else in. That was when a chibi-looking kid walked in and caused Tatsuki's eyes to widen in shock. The orange hair was a dead giveaway at who it was, but the fact he looked the exact same as when she last saw him was jarring. Ichigo looked to his oldest friend and smiled a big toothed smile to her. It may not have been the way he wanted this reunion to go, but he was happy nonetheless. Before he could even say anything to her, Tatsuki rushed over and hugged him tightly, surprising the chibi in the process. "It really is you," she said in an almost hushed tone as a few tears fell on his shoulder. Ichigo hugged her back and couldn't help the soft smile spreading his face as he simply let her vent her sorrows and apologies to him. While this was going on, Masaki and the twins made their way to the tower and were greeted by the same sight. They relaxed when they saw Tatsuki was alright and decided to give them some space for now. They had a relatively easy time and only ran into small fry on their way to the tower. "It looks like almost everyone is here," Masaki said. She could feel the rest of their group arriving soon. "Seems like." Hallow spoke with her arms still crossed under her bust. "So what was that energy Ichigo released earlier?" Karen asked the two dark-skinned women, curious as to what Ichigo did. Both Hallow and Yoruichi looked to one another before another voice spoke up from the stairway. "Yeah, we felt it too. Just what was that?" Thomas asked as he, Wonderweiss, Hula and the Trace Biasti arrived. "It was his resurrection," Hallow answered the group. "And I've never seen or felt anything like it before." "Same here," Yoruichi started. "Whatever his Iwakushimasa can do, it's almost like it's either amplified or nullified by his resurrection." "Meaning?" Apache asked with a raised brow. "Meaning that Ichigo is the key to defeating Aizen and his Zanpakuto's power," Masaki answered. Before anyone could question her, an explosion outside caught everyone's attention. They all rushed back down and outside with both Ichigo and Tatsuki right behind them and looked to see Neilio, Miko, and Keiji fighting an army of guys. What was even worse though was the fact that Yami was also down there as well as Noitra. "Guess it's time we fight back, huh?" Wonderweiss asked as he, Thomas, and Hula leapt into the fray to help their friends. They spotted Gentenbane down there as well fighting the army. "Hell yes!" Mila Rose shouted out as she also spotted that Sarachi chick down there fighting against the army of men that seemed to never end. She and her sisters jumped down to help as well. "This has gotten a little out of hand, hasn't it?" Yuzu asked her sister with a smirk on her face. "Seems like it," Karen answered as she summoned her bow. They then saw Yami grow to a towering size and Karen smirked before turning to her sister. "I think it's time, sis." "Time for what?" Ichigo asked as everyone else had the same thought. Yuzu didn't say anything as she simply smiled and drew her blade before leaping high into the air. She rushed towards the largest target and gathered her spiritual energy in mass. "Wait a minute." Yoruchi started as she looked to Masaki to see the woman folding her arms and smiling at her daughter. "She doesn't have what I think she has, does she?" Masaki didn't say anything and just nodded. "She's been hard at work on this and wanted the perfect opportunity to use it in order to help her friends and family." Yuzu was mere meters away from Yami as she finished gathering her energy. Yami was about to swat her away, but that was when he heard say one word that changed the tide of this fight. "Bankai!" A large burst of yellow/white energy exploded from her, and suddenly a large yellow/black beam of energy shot straight through Yami's right eye. The Espada screamed in rage and pain from the attack and used his large left arm to swat at the flea that would attack him. When he passed by the large dust cloud though and came out the other side, he noticed that his left hand was gone. A clean cut through his wrist. His hand would fall from the dust cloud and crash onto a large majority of the army. He looked up just as the dust was forced back by the sudden release of energy. Standing there was Yuzu in her Bankai. She was wearing a much lighter uniform than before that hugged her body without constricting her movements. The black outfit was a modified shihakusho that had short sleeves on her arms and a long bottom edge that ran to her ankles. The hakuma was also different as it seemed to look more like leggings on her than anything. They stopped at her ankles and on her feet were not the standard Shinigami tabis either. Instead, they were pitch black shoes similar to what she always wears. On both her wrists were 2 yellow bands with black edges to them. In her right hand was her bankai, a long, black katana with a yellow edge of the blade. The pommel was black and square all around while the handle was the same color with a yellow design on the inside. Tensa Zangetsu. Before Yami could say or do anything more, a flurry of arrows were fired towards him, all avoiding Yuzu. All of it was courtesy of both Karen and Masaki. He was knocked back a bit by them but held his ground. That is until Yuzu grasped her sword in a kendo stance and raised it into the air. "Getsuga Tensho!" She brought her blade down, and that same wave of yellow/black energy flew towards him, hitting the giant point blank in the face. Yami was launched back and fell to the ground in a heap, shocking both the leader of the army, Noitra, and the Privaran Espadas. "Awesome!" Both Ichigo and Tatsuki spoke up as they started slack-jawed at the display of power from Yuzu. "That is fairly impressive." A new voice spoke from behind the remaining group, causing all of them to turn and draw their weapons. To their surprise, it was Captain Unohana of all people and her lieutenant standing there with their hands raised. "Relax. We are not here to fight any of you. Just here to assist." "Assist in what exactly, Captain?" Yoruchi asked as she was the first to sheath her blade. Unohana smiled warmly and looked to Ichigo. "To assist in making sure Ichigo gets back to Karakura town to stop Aizen, of course." It was at that moment that Ichigo saw the white rings in both of their eyes and smiled. "Then I guess it's time to finally shut that guy up." In the fake Karakura town, battles were going on all around the area. Buildings were being toppled and destroyed by attacks and opponents being forced into them. Streets torn apart or eradicated in general. Injured or dead bodies lay in various states all around the place from both sides. Aizen stood in place and watched along with Kan-Aim and Jin as their forces and the Soul Reaper's forces had been battling for some time now. They were stuck within the head captain's ring of fire for now, but for Aizen this was only a minor inconvenience for him at least. His thoughts lingered on the Chibi once again, and he scowled slightly. That brat had nearly ruined his plans more than once now and was even more powerful and unpredictable than he anticipated. It was smart to remove him from the equation as well as his little entourage from the battle, but that didn't mean he wasn't expecting the boy to appear. While the rogue was busy thinking of his greatest annoyance, down below the remaining espadas were having a difficult time battling the captains and returning wizards. To be fair, Aizen had only brought the first and second espadas to aid in his conquest while the remaining were left to defend Las Noches against Ichigo and his group. Aizen also had to find another Hallow capable of summoning Minos Grande to keep many of the Soul Reapers distracted. While it was effective, it wasn't the biggest asset he had up his sleeve. Down below, both Kairaku and Isshin were facing off against Stark in a 2-on-1 battle. Stark had already unleashed his Resurrection by this time, and was unleashing a barrage of Zero shots all around him. He had summoned his wolves to keep Isshin occupied while facing off against Kairaku. Soifan along with her lieutenant and the wizard, Hachi, were stuck dealing with Barragan in his Resurrection, while his faction were dealing with the others around the fake city. There were Minos everywhere as well as several small Fry Arankar and Ajuchas as well that was keeping others busy. The massive creature that was summoning the Minos was being guarded by one of Aizen's newest creations that replaces Wonder Weiss completely. It stood tall with an all-white outfit similar to the regular Arankar uniform, only it was a one-piece suit that covered his entire body. Its face was covered completely with a hollow mask in the shape of a snarling dog, and his black hair spilled out from the back of its head. It did not have a Zanpakuto or any weapon on him whatsoever. Yet both Mashiro and Kensei couldn't get anywhere near it because of the many bala and siros it fired at random moments. The monster behind it was what replaced Huller, as it was a mass of pink goo with black eyes that kept spraying out Minos Grande faster than anyone could cut them down. The siros that were being fired from them were making the battle difficult for the Soul Reapers. Aizen watched the battles going on, and could only smirk at his plan. While his forces were not as powerful as they should have been before, they had overwhelming numbers that would tire even some of the captains out in time. He looked to his two latest creations that were producing the Minos, and kept his smirk the entire time. While he would have preferred to have both Wonder Weiss and Huller as they were far more powerful and more effective, these two the Hogyoku created were simply brilliant in his opinion. They only thought of two things: killing and fighting strong opponents. The smaller one didn't have a name yet and could not talk at all, but Aizen could feel that its power rivaled Stark's before he releases his Resurrection form. It seems that this battle is turning in my favor, Aizen said to himself as he continued to watch the rest of the battles going on. Oh? Jin started as he looked to Aizen. And what makes you say that, Captain? Aizen's smirk grew ever so slightly as he snapped his fingers to stop the large, pink monster from launching any more Minos. Because of this, Jin, the large monster reared back much to both Mashiro and Kensei's confusion as it launched forward and sprayed a mighty wind that extinguished the flames like they were nothing. Yamamoto saw this and even opened his eyes in shock for a brief moment before scowling once more. Now then, Aizen started as his large, pink creation went back to making Minos. Kaname, deal with Kamamura any way you wish. Understood, Lord Aizen. Kaname bowed before flashing towards Kamamura, who had just finished off the last of Barragan's fraction. Aizen stood there, triumphantly, as his forces were starting to gain the upper hand. Barragan was holding his own against Soifan, Hachi, and even in aiding Toshiro and Ranjaku. Stark still had both Kairaku and Isshin busy while Yukitake was dealing with the Minos alongside Lisa and Hiyori. Shinji, Love, Rose, and several lieutenants were dealing with the Ajuchas and other Arankar that kept coming through a hidden Garganta. This just left Aizen and Jin to face down the head captain. So then, Head Captain Yamamoto, Aizen started in a smug tone that made the old man scowl. It seems that it's just you and myself now. So it seems, the old man replied as he was prepared to draw his blade. As much as I would like to face you, I'm afraid that I'm on a tight schedule. Aizen's smirk was infuriating to the old man at this point, as he drew his blade. I do not care about your schedule, Aizen, the head captain shouted out as his blade was sheathed in flames. I am going to end you, right here and now. I doubt that. Aizen snapped his fingers once more. The head captain felt someone behind him and turned quickly to end them, but once he swung his blade, the tall figure had caught it, extinguishing the flames completely. The old man went wide-eyed as he could no longer summon the flames of his Zanpakuto. The tall figure then delivered a kick that sent the old man sailing through the air and through several buildings until he finally landed in a heap on the ground. The tall figure went back to its position, protecting the pink blob in less than a second, shocking the ones trying to destroy it. Aizen could only chuckle at this as everyone was surprised to see the head captain knocked around like that so easily. Morale started to waver for them, but they kept on fighting nonetheless. "It is truly hopeless to believe that any of you could stop me," Aizen said to himself as he continued to watch everything going around him. His planning was damn near foolproof at this point. He was so confident and sure of himself that he didn't even pay much attention to the crack in reality happening behind him. He glanced back at it as he saw the small, orange-haired boy break through, much to everyone else's surprise, and smirked as Ichigo raised his blade into the air in order to release some sort of attack. Aizen kept his smirk as he expected this and turned around, not caring for the boy, until he saw said boy right in front of him. His smirk left him as he saw that ridiculous big-toothed grin on the boy as his blade resonated with dark energy. Aizen, thinking quickly, brought his makeshift barrier from behind him to his front to block the incoming attack, but something was off when he did. He saw the boy simply disappear like a mirage in front of him. "Gotcha!" Aizen heard it too late as he quickly turned his head to see the Chibi boy bring his blade down upon him, sending a large and concentrated dark wave of energy at him. The resulting explosion stopped everyone in their tracks as they saw the glorious display as the explosion sent out globs of black ink everywhere. Wherever the ink touched, that area would simply disappear. This helped out Shinji as he was able to find the hidden garganta that the Ajuchas were coming from and destroy it. Ichigo stood tall with a smile as he saw that his newest move worked like a charm. "All right," he started. "Guess it's just you and me, Aizen." The smoke cleared and revealed Aizen standing there with his top completely destroyed and a large gash on his right shoulder. The rogue breathed a bit and looked to the Chibi with pure rage and hatred in his eyes. "Kurosaki!" Everyone was baffled by what they had just seen as Ichigo not only appeared out of nowhere but landed a devastating attack on Aizen. The rogue looked worse for wear as his right shoulder was bleeding profusely from that attack. The Hogyoku was glowing intensely to heal the man, and right now Aizen could feel himself getting ready to evolve once more. Ichigo stood at the ready with his blade in hand as he continued to give the man his exact same big, toothed grin that was causing the former captain to seethe in rage. It seemed that he underestimated just how dumb the boy was, expecting him to fall for the makeshift barrier to guard the rear where he predicted Ichigo to attack once he returned from Hueco Mundo. He was right about being attacked from behind, but not in the way he was expecting. "Hey!" Ichigo spoke up as he kept his smile towards Aizen. The man narrowed his eyes in rage and frustration as his wound began to close up. He ran his free hand over it, and felt the energy used to wound him. "Strange, Ichigo started as he shouldered his blade. "Your energy is different from what I expected." Aizen felt the energy, and saw that it looked and felt like black ink to him. He looked towards the boy with hatred in his eyes. "You have become a thorn in my side and a hindrance to all of my plans, Ichigo Kurosaki." Ichigo chuckled a bit. "Then maybe you shouldn't have sent Grand Fisher to kill me back then. So technically this is all your fault." Aizen's energy began to rise high into the sky as the pressure he was releasing was palpable. Everyone could feel the heavy pressure pressing down on them all as Aizen's body began to become encased by his own energy. Soon enough, he was trapped inside a dome of his own energy as it hardened, and the pressure subsided. Ichigo tilted his head at this as he was genuinely confused by what exactly Aizen just did. Deciding to take a quick breather, Ichigo sat cross-legged in the air and sat there in front of the dome of energy. "Guess I'm waiting for something," Ichigo said in an annoyed tone. Far off from the dome of Aizen's energy, both Soifan and Hachi felt the pressure subside and took a deep breath to steady themselves. While that was incredible in and of itself, they had a much bigger foe to deal with currently. They turned back to face the self-proclaimed God King of Hueco Mundo, Barragan Luzenbairn, in his resurrection. "This is becoming more and more irritating by the damn second." Barragan looked to where Aizen was, His hatred for the Soul Reaper was no hidden matter, as everyone within Las Noches knew he hated the man. The fact that a mere child was enough to scar the man, something none of the Espada could or would do in some cases, was a testament to how weak Aizen was in Barrigan's eyes. "If you have any ideas," Soifan spoke to Hachi through gritted teeth as she was still reeling from firing her Bankai earlier, "now would be the perfect time to use it." The large man couldn't think of anything at the moment, as their opponent simply had the better advantages. His simple presence alone was enough to stop their attacks in their tracks, and his own attacks were too devastating for either of them to take head-on. "Oh well," Barrigan started as he turned towards the two. "I'll just have to end this now and deal with it all later." Barrigan raised his axe and swung it down, releasing that same gas as before towards them. Both Soifan and Hachi leapt out of the way to avoid the attack and had to keep moving as the mist began to spread faster than before. While Hachi used several barriers to slow the mist and give himself ample time to get away, Soifan wasn't too lucky, as the fatigue from her Bankai was slowing her movements too much and dulled her senses ever so slightly. Those dulled senses unfortunately played a role, as she would lose her footing and fall to one of the rooftops in a painful crash. She tried getting up and moving once more as the mist approached her, but she was running on fumes at this point. This was the main reason she hated her Bankai, not because it was unsuited for stealth or the fact that it was too large and heavy, but the drawback of using up most of her Riryoku in her body. As the mist got closer to her, the only thing she could think of was the one person she hadn't seen in almost 100 years. "Wish I could have seen you one more time, Lady Yorichi." She closed her eyes and accepted her fate. The next thing that happened was definitely different, to say the least. As soon as Soifan had closed her eyes and waited for death, that was when a few more gargantas opened up. One of them was not too far from her, and the one stepping out of it was none other than Yorichi Shihoin, and the first thing she was Soifan about to be attacked by some mist. "Soifan!" She rushed over towards her former student in a true blur and saved her from a terrible fate. Thanks to information from both Hallow and Nelio, Yorichi knew exactly who that mist belonged to and what it does to people, and did not want that for Soifan. Yorichi stood high in the sky as the mist couldn't reach her from that height and looked down at the Espada that tried to kill her little bee. She narrowed her eyes as she and Barrigan saw each other, and the skeleton of a king raised his axe once more. Yorichi took a stance, despite having Soifan in her arms, and saw the Espada swing his axe to release more mist towards her. Using her impressive speed, Yorichi dodged the mist and stood right next to Barrigan, surprising him, before delivering a quick and devastating kick to his face. The force of it sent the Espada flying through a building as Yorichi used Shunpa to stand next Hachi, surprising the large wizard as well. How did you dash? Easy!" Yorichi interrupted him as she placed Soifan down on the rooftop. "A little mix of Shunpa and Kido. The trick with Barrigan is not to be precise, but to get in and out before his rotting can even detect you. I used the Kido spell at the last minute to enhance my kick and get out of there as quickly as possible. Incredible." Hachi spoke as he began to use his own Kido to heal Soifan as much as he could. The building that Barrigan was in began to rot away as he stood there with a cracked skull. It seems you Soul Reapers can actually provide some entertainment for me." He rose up to the sky and Yorichi followed. "And who might you be?" Yorichi smirked as she unsheathed Munrado Kyato and smirked as she held the blade in a reverse grip. "Yorichi Shihoin, and I'm your opponent now." Barrigan didn't seem impressed as he launched another wave of mist towards her. Yorichi dodged with her superior speed and coated her blade in a golden light. She slashed towards the mist that got too close with Barrigan, expecting the usual result, yet her blade did not deteriorate as it should have. "What? How?" Barrigan nearly shouted in disbelief. Yorichi gave no answer as she appeared in front of the Espada and delivered an upward slash that released a strong, golden lightning arch towards him. Barrigan yelled in pain as that attack sent him flying back once more. He caught himself using Reisure and looked back to her with clear rage in his skeleton eyes. Yorichi stood there with the same smirk on her face as she readied herself for the next attack. By now, Soifan had awoken in time to see Hachi looking up to another fight perhaps. She noticed she wasn't dead and thought that it was Hachi that saved her, but those thoughts changed once she looked to where he was watching. She saw that Barrigan was flying back after being hit with some sort of lightning strike. She looked to where the strike originated from, and her breath hitched ever so slightly as she saw the one person she never thought she would see ever again. Lady Yorichi, that former master of yours is truly spectacular. Hachi spoke. What do you dash? Soifan was interrupted once Barrigan flared his energy in rage. We need to help her. Soifan stood up, feeling some of her energy return to her now. How? Hachi asked as he saw Soifan look up to Yorichi and see just how different she looks compared to 100 years ago. I don't know. I think I might. A new voice spoke from behind the two that neither have ever heard before. Back in the air, Barrigan had gone on the offensive as he charged at Yorichi, swinging his axe towards her. While she was holding him off and even countering him, she knew she had to stay away from him, or his power would get the better of her. She jumped back and twisted her body in midair, sending several lightning arches towards Barrigan in quick succession. The Espada blocked a few and could tell that his powers were having very little effect on the attacks. He was about to launch another wave of mist towards her when suddenly the two were encased within a large, square space of some kind. Yorichi stopped and landed on solidified air as she recognized this Kido technique. Yorichi! A familiar voice spoke from the only entrance. She turned and saw Hallow standing near both Hachi and placing a hand on Soifan's shoulder, feeding her energy. Now's the time to use it! You'll know when it's time! Yorichi nodded to her sparring partner and friend. The two had become close after Yorichi regained her Zanpakuto and began training. Hallow! Barrigan yelled out in rage. What is the meaning of this? You would side with these soul reapers against your own kind? No, she answered in a calm tone. I sided with my friends to stop Aizen. Nothing more and nothing less. You have bigger problems right now. Suddenly, Yorichi's power exploded in a spectacular display. She held her Zanpakuto in front of her in the reverse grip, so the blade was pointed downward. The blade glowed a fierce golden color once more as it creeped up the blade and onto Yorichi's hands. Ready, girl? Munrado Kyato said through their link in excitement. Hell yes! Yorichi answered in excitement as well, then showed this prick real power. Shatter the moon in your embrace, Munrado Kyato! The golden light exploded into a pure white color and receded back into Yorichi's hands, engulfing them both in their white glow. She positioned her arms in an X in front of her before violently separating them both, unleashing the white energy as it crackled all around her like lightning. On her hands now were gauntlets covered in the same pure white energy. They stretched up to just above her elbows and tore away the fabric that was in the way of it. Yorichi raised her arms near her sides and the white glow followed in a trail that sparked like lightning and faintly sounded like thunder. She smirked as she got into stance once more, arms out in front of her, and the white glow changed her fingers into long pure white claws. Barrigan was in both awe and enraged at this woman and the audacity she had to use something as feeble as this against him. He raised his axe to attack, but the second her did, the claws extended and grabbed his weapon, stopping him in his tracks. What? Before he could do anything else, Yorichi was already in front of him, rearing her right hand back and striking the Espada in the face with enough force to send him flying back. Unfortunately for him, though, Yorichi still had her left hand on his axe, preventing him from doing so, and she reared back to deliver several punches in less than a second to his face and body. Each strike felt like 1,000 and he couldn't even fathom how anyone could strike that fast. Yorichi let his axe go as she brought both hands together and delivered a devastating double-clawed strike to his chest and axe, shattering the weapon in the process. Barrigan was in a world of pain as he had no idea why his powers weren't working against her. He didn't have enough time to ask as Yorichi appeared in front of him delivered a vicious uppercut to him. Ready? Yorichi yelled out as she looked back towards the entrance. Ready! Soifan yelled back as she felt rejuvenated. Bankai! Jikuho Reikaban! Yorichi spun around with her arms outstretched as the trail of white energy followed in the shape of a ball. It encased Yorichi the faster she moved. See ya! Soifan said as she fired the large missile towards the still dazed and injured Barrigan. The missile soared past the glowing white ball and hit Barrigan square in his chest, causing a large explosion as Hachi closed the door to prevent it from escaping. He had apprehensions of letting Yorichi stay in there but was reassured by Hallow. The explosion inside lasted for what seemed like an eternity, as the barrier was shaking and cracking from the sheer force of the explosion. Eventually it subsided and the barrier fell. The white ball was still there and slowly receded as Yoruichi stopped spinning and stood there, waiting for the results of their combined efforts. Once the dust settled, Baragan was barely holding on to his form. A massive hole had appeared on his chest and half of his skull head was gone. His body began to disintegrate from the point of the explosion as he stood there in disbelief. "I'm impossible." Those were the last words of the self-proclaimed God King of Hueco Mundo as he was turned to dust in the wind. Yoruichi breathed a sigh of relief as the energy dissipated and went back to her Zanpakuto. She lowered herself down to the rooftop the others had just went to and stood in front of Soifan. She had been dreading this day, but knew it had to happen regardless of how she felt about it. "Soifan," she started with a softened expression. "I'm sorry." Soifan stood there in surprise as she did not expect this kind of reaction from her former mentor. "I'm sorry for dash." Before she could finish her sentence, eyes and spiritual pressure bared down on all of them. They all turned to the dome Ichigo was standing in front of only for both Yoruichi and Hallow to look on in horror as Aizen had Ichigo by the throat. Thanks for watching this video. You really enjoy this video. Like, subscribe, and comment down below, and turn on that bell notification. Don't forget to support and follow StringDman for writing that awesome fanfic, and also make sure to comment on this story link in the description. See you in the next video. Goodbye.